One last day remains here at Torrey Pines, final round of the U.S. Open Championship, and about 3 minutes away from that man getting his final round underway on the opening tee. Phil Mickelson will get us going here in San Diego. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present the 121st U.S. Open Championship. We welcome you to the final day here in San Diego. The ever-present marine layer. It looks like it may be staying offshore for a good part of the morning. Hope so. What a week it's been already here. Second time that the U.S. Open has been held here at Torrey. 2008 and now 2021. Terry Gannon, Justin Leonard, and the crew as this final round is underway. And happy Father's Day to everybody out there, all the dads, and glad to be spending it with you in a tradition that has been playing out for a long time. Didn't last year because of the pandemic, but we're back to the traditional spot on the calendar. Here we are. Yes, there is a marine layer right now, but they're able to play. How about the golf course and the final day at a major championship? As a player, how different is it? You've been there. You've won a major championship.
Well, a little tougher hole locations today, typical of a U.S. Open Sunday, but it's the feeling that you get trying to win this tournament. So many players have dreamed about winning a U.S. Open. For a few guys, they've got that opportunity to today, and the ones that can kind of stay in their lane, not think too much about the result, but really get involved in the process and get engaged with playing this golf course are the ones that have the best chance.
We'll see, and we'll talk more about it as we go along, but that first page is something else. Louis Oosthuizen with that eagle yesterday at 18 to get to 5 under. A couple of players right there trying to win a major for the first time, but then you've got big names lurking just a few shots back. So Justin and I in the booth, Peter Jacobsen, Kurt Byram in the towers, Kay Cockrell, John Wood on the golf course. Damon Hack to talk to some of the players as they get ready, and Ben Shade from the USGA in case we have any questions with the rules. So the marine layer just far enough out there on the Pacific. They're able to play golf, and here we go to the opening tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 7:03 tee time. Please welcome from Rancho Santa Fe, California, Phil Mickelson.
So he came here off the high of winning the PGA Championship at the age of 50. He turns 51 here in his hometown. Big hopes. That 76 yesterday really disappointing him.
He was just a little off with his irons yesterday. He's hit a lot of fairways this week. See if he can hit one here at the first.
Rough. Ooh, just short of the bunker.
And from Augusta, Georgia, Grayson Sigg.
So Grayson Sigg, the 26-year-old from Augusta, went to the University of Georgia, plays the Korn Ferry Tour. Kay Cockrell out there with these two today, and she just told us the first time that Grayson's ever teeing it up with Phil. Winner of the Visit Knoxville Open for his first win on the Korn Ferry Tour, and then a qualifier. He was able to get a share of third to get into the U.S. Open. I believe that stopped right there at the edge of the fairway. Thumbs up. Wilco Nienaber, the first man out there. And at the fourth now, his second from 167 in the bunker. We watched him some yesterday. Hits it 1.5 miles, but wayward yesterday.
Yeah, and at 21 years old, there's, he's in the steep end of the learning curve, but he's got something that's really hard to teach, and that's exceptional length off the tee.
Back to the second. We say hello to Peter.
Thank you, Terry. It's Matt Jones on the tee. He was in the mix the first 2 rounds, 72-71, but a 79 yesterday. Puts him off early here in the final round of the U.S. Open here at Torrey Pines. So we're a long ways away from those 3 leaders teeing off, but we have a good chance to take a look at how the golf course is going to play a little bit later on.
The 121st U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by the new Lexus LS. Find out more at your Lexus dealer. By American Express. Don't live life without it. And by Cisco, proud technology partner of the USGA. Cisco, the bridge to possible. That's what it will look like later this afternoon here in San Diego. Looks like this right now. Pretty still though. Mickelson not looking at all towards the green here from the bunker, his second.
Gonna have to start off with some sort of a trick shot here. Has a good line of rough, but a very awkward stance. Just trying to get comfortable and figure out how he wants to hit this. Had a 52-degree wedge in his hand first, but going down to a wedge now. Just your patented low hook there.
Wow, look at this. Look at that.
What a great shot.
Come on,
Look
man.
at that.
That's why watching Phil is so fun.
I mean, that first camera angle, we saw how far he
I was
wasn't
really hoping he was going to do that.
even. No, I
With
understand.
both feet in the bunker, and that's something else.
You really don't want to have that as your first approach shot.
No.
There's that angle. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, the club's already de-lofted because his back foot is so far above his lead foot. And they hit the little hook in there.
Grayson Sigg on the way.
Yeah, that from the left-hand side of the fairway. Great angle to that back right hole. Trying to get it up on the same level.
See, for Grayson Sigg, first time you're playing, you go, oh, okay, I get it now.
Right.
One shot.
So this is what they've been talking about all these years.
Right. Take you up to the 4th. Wilco Nienaber in the bunker, where we've seen a lot of the bunkers.
Yeah, really tough front left hole location here at the 4th today. Beautiful bunker shot.
Back to the 2nd.
Matt Jones bunkered off the tee, the 41-year-old from Australia. Couple wins on the tour. Has a beautiful swing. He plays quickly too. Gets over it and goes. So after a par at the 1st, he's going to have a chance for birdie here at 2. But how about that shot by Mickelson at number 1? That's a made-for-TV idea. Put him in the worst possible spots you can find on the course. I bet you'd shoot under par.
Grayson Sigg for birdie at the 1st.
Has to hit this really firmly to get it up that hill.
Well, he accomplished that mission.
And then some. Up to the 2nd.
Matt Jones trying to make birdie here at 2. See that score, +9, 79 yesterday. And playing quickly. He's a quick player normally, but early in the morning, final day at the U.S. Open, let's get going.
So only 6% of the time do they make this. 32 feet 9 inches, Phil.
A much easier putt because he's up basically on the same level, or nearly the same level that the hole's located.
And after that beautiful second shot, it'd be fun to see Phil pay it off. Oh, so close.
Oh, wait.
He walks up, we tell you, with the USGA streaming app powered by Cisco. You can watch live coverage of this U.S. Open, relive iconic U.S. Opens with highlights and much more. The USGA app is free and available now in the app and channel stores on Roku, Amazon Fire and Apple TV. Up to the 5th. Nienaber from 106 the holes 453.
Opzij bal.
In his 5th, there's a little bit of just a slight ridge, about 6 paces short of this flag, so he's got to choose either land it up on top, which he did. That huge bounce forward.
Sig for par.
Solid. Hate to start with a 3-putt. Justin, I think these guys may be a little deceived on this first hole. The green's rolling plenty quickly, even though there's all this moisture in the air and on the surface.
Yeah, what do you expect to see green speed-wise the rest of the day?
Well, they've talked about maintaining these greens between 13 and a half on the stemp meter. I think if, as Kay said, they're a little drier. We just saw Wilco Nienaber, how firm that 5th green was, so maybe there's a little more firmness here early on, which means it'll be much firmer later today.
Up to the 3rd, and Kurt.
Thank you, Terry. Good morning. Matt Jones here at the 3rd. Peter, you mentioned picked up his 2nd win. That was at the Honda Classic this year. He won by 5, just pulled away from the field because of ball striking kind of like that, although that does run into that back rough. Had a tremendous tournament there.
Jimmy Walker on the way at 4. Not going to get there, so a couple of bogeys, and Jimmy Walker at 12 over par. Second group out there with Fabian Gomez. Jason Gore, by the way, again playing as a marker. With first man out, Wilco Nienaber. He was out there yesterday with Akshay Bhatia, and he had Mike Davis, CEO of the USGA, on the bag. Not today.
No,
Mike's busy today.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think he went to walk around and set the golf course up with Jeff Hall today, so back to his normal duties, but I'm sure they had a good time yesterday.
Oh, they did. They talked to Damon Hack. Remember the interview after? They had a great time, yeah. So just outside 20 feet. He continues to take a look, and we go back to the 2nd.
Mickelson on the tee here at the short par 4. Kay Cockrell, good morning.
Good morning. It's a nice overcast morning. Typical coastal California in June. Pulling out the big stick. Hole's located on the front right of the screen, so these guys just going to try to hit it down there as close as they can and have a short little wedge shot in.
He's going to miss, maybe left. Well, he didn't look like he was happy with that anyway.
Nienaber running this one well by. All right, 5. Jason will putt next. We'll take you back to the 2nd.
Grayson Sigg now.
It's difficult to follow the ball in this cloudy condition, the mist really making it difficult to pick up the ball, and also these guys cannot see where the ball ends up in the fairway. This going left, this definitely heading towards the left bunkers.
Still a great opportunity for Grayson Sigg to play with Phil and to learn something about how to win.
Back with the second at the first for Taylor Montgomery. John Wood is out there.
Terry, if he could auction off that tee shot to some of the later groups, he'd get a pretty penny for it. It was bombed, just 113 left, and a safe, good shot there into the first.
70, 76, 74 the first 3 days for Montgomery, playing in his first U.S. Open.
This is at the third. Matt Jones out of the rough to there, and good par save, playing in his 6th U.S. Open. First time he's made the cut, believe it or not.
Let's take a look at this second hole, the tee shots here by Phil Mickelson, and where he's driven it.
He is fortunate that he's left-handed, or this would have been another extremely awkward lie. He would have had an extremely downhill. The ball would have been well below his feet, but as it is, he's pretty level in the bunker, and because he only has 108 yards, that lip that's in front of him won't be an issue.
Remember that show I was talking about, worst possible positions? Well, we're working on that right now.
You're right.
Bringing that in a little left to right. Oh, it hit hard. He was hoping to kill it into that ridge a little bit, but it just went too far.
That's what's amazing about Phil. Most people at home watching are just trying to make clean contact. He's trying to carry it to a certain knob and spin it left and spin it right. That's how talented this man is. I like Grayson Signow trying to improve on that.
This is an easier shot in that overall. It's more level lie, and he has less lip to think about. The lip kind of tapers down from left to right, so really not an issue at all. Sounded a little heavy. Gonna hope this bounces up.
Sit.
Oh, goodness.
Well, guys, later today, they'll all come down to the 18th hole, the par 5, where we've seen 12 eagles already. And, of course, all of that great excitement back in 2008, not just for Tiger's heroics. Time now for the Rules of Golf, presented by Rolex.
I'm here at the par 5 finishing hole at Torrey Pines, a hole that provides plenty of drama during the U.S. Open. Now you'll notice that the pond just in front of the green, we have it marked as a yellow penalty area. So in a situation like Justin, when that ball jumps out and then rolls back in the penalty area and he can't play it, the Rules of Golf are going to give him a couple of options, both of which for a one-stroke penalty. The first option, to go back and play from your last played from, often called stroke and distance. The second option is to take the spot where your ball last crossed the edge of the penalty area. In this case, that's on the green side. You're going to take that spot, the flag stick of yourself, and you can go as far back on a line behind the pond as you'd like and drop, again, for a one-stroke penalty. Now, because this penalty area is marked as a yellow penalty area, you want to remember that there are no options that are going to allow for me to drop on the green side. All my relief options are going to be behind the pond.
Setting up the golf course earlier, Mike Davis. There he is, top of the screen, outgoing CEO of the USGA. Boy, you think about the impact that he has had on this championship through the years.
Yeah, and one of his wonderful ideas on the U.S. Open setup was the graduated rough. He brought that to Winged Foot in 2006, and he's used it really ever since. Not on every hole here at Torrey Pines. It's used on 7 holes, and there's actually a couple different widths. So he's got the intermediate cut, 3-inch, and then the secondary rough, which is 5 inches. But he's had a great impact on the game of golf and this championship.
He'll be retiring soon. Back to the first, and Montgomery for birdie.
Interesting to see that ball tail off towards the back of the green as it slows down around that hole location.
Mickelson now at the second. This long, crazy looking thing for birdie, Kay.
Yeah, this is not easy at all. he's got a little bit slightly uphill to start with. A mound that's going to swing it down a little bit from left to right. Then at second or the last 2/3 of the putt, it's going to be all downhill. So really hard to not only get the line correct, but also the speed. Oh, this looks great.
No surprise.
Beautiful.
This man's short game. And up ahead, playing with Jason Gore as a marker, Wilco Nienaber. Off to a better start today, 1 under through his round, through 5. Good shot. If it stops, when it stops, go back to 4.
And Kyle Westmoreland, saw him a couple of times yesterday. The 29-year-old making his first major championship start, graduated from the U.S. Air Force Academy 2014, then served his country for 5 years. First graduated the Air Force Academy here, this major championship, and to make it to the weekend.
Good shot there to the front middle part of the green. Might feed back a little bit to the right. Low area over there on the left, but it's tough to aim it all the way over there.
Pat Jones on the way.
Go high ball.
Likes to move it from right to left. Should find the bunker there. Not a bad place to be as long as you got a nice lie.
Back to 2.
Yeah, this was just a moment ago. Grayson Sigg for par at 2. What a nasty lip out. So drop shot for Sigg now. Phil for his par. Grayson Sigg's got a front row seat to watch Phil today. Great learning experience. Grayson Sigg's second appearance. Missed the cut last year at Winged Foot in his first U.S. Open. What a treat to be able to get paired with Phil here on Sunday. That third hole, without wind, it's probably much easier, but earlier in the week we saw some wind blowing those golf balls all over the place.
Peter, what do you think? How far down the leaderboard do you still have a chance?
I think even par. The weather, I don't know what the weather's supposed to do. It doesn't look like it's going to get crazy, but probably no further than even par, Terry. Maybe -1.
I think maybe -1.
Yeah.
4 shots back is kind of the benchmark. Could happen, no doubt.
Well, you know, today the pins aren't going to be the most difficult, but they're going to be the trickiest. And you know the USGA, they like to save those really tricky spots for Championship Sunday.
Well, so far here at 3, the players haven't had a lot of trouble, but you're right. If this wind picked up at all, Peter, because of this elevated tee at 3, it would be a bear to try to get it close to that back left hole location today. Okay, there's virtually no wind right now.
No, not much. I'm standing up.
Just a good, I'm going to hit a hard draw. And that should, you're only trying to land at what, 76? Just on, anything on just left of the hole.
Interesting, Kurt, that he's going to play a draw and play it left of the hole.
He's going to try to avoid that huge swale down to the right there. And 15, 20 feet right of the hole, ends up down in that low area.
Going with an 8-iron. There is a little bit of wind just starting to help from the right, coming out of a different direction. Oh, look at that shot.
Really well done. We talked about the elevation at this tee here at 3, and from this tee it's about 13 yards downwind. They've used a tee up on the hill to the left a couple times as well, so 39 feet down that hill. You throw in a little wind and that kind of elevation change and a target that can play fairly small, it's tough to get the right club.
The parasailer in the animation is not there right now because there's not enough wind.
Grayson Sigg.
He's also going with an 8-iron.
Going to graduate from the Korn Ferry Tour. He's third on their money list.
Yeah, had a win earlier this year. He's been a consistent player out there.
Good looking shot if it stops. Hold on. Yeah, it's really good. Both of those are quality tee shots at the third hole. So the final round underway here in the gloom at Torrey Pines.
The USGA's investment in research through its green section has created a more sustainable game and delivered $51 billion in savings to golf. To honor the legacy of its outgoing CEO, the USGA has proudly renamed its research program the Mike Davis Program for Advancing Golf Course Management. Visit usga.org/greensection to learn more. Back out to 3,
where Phil Mickelson will be first for birdie.
And Kurt, Phil talked about spending a lot of extra time out here last week in preparation to learn these greens better. Worked with Derek Ueda, who he's been working with on his putting and just trying to learn to read the greens better. And he felt like the knowledge that he had as a kid growing up playing this course was really not very helpful with all the changes that this course has gone through over the last couple decades.
Reese Jones redesigned the golf course, actually made changes a couple times in the last 20 years.
Break.
It is interesting, though, because he has been playing Torrey Pines. Not winning on Torrey Pines, but playing.
He does a lot of prep work. There's no question about that.
And from one lefty to another, Rick Lamb here back at 2. Bogey at the first. He's got a good look for birdie here at the second.
All right, back to the opening tee, and 2 of the top names just about ready to go. The Masters champ, Hideki Matsuyama, 69, 76, 74, and Stuart Sink, one of 4 multiple winners on the PGA Tour this season, in his high 40s. Been amazing to see that game come back and the level at which he's played. 73, 72, 74, the first 3 rounds for Stuart Sink. So just about ready for the 7:36 local time tee time.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 7:36 tee time. Please welcome from Atlanta, Georgia, Stuart Sink.
8 wins now and a couple this season, as I said. 21st appearance at the U.S. Open. Top 3 finish back in 2001. He's been something watching him this year, Justin.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Municipal here, Rick. On top of that bush.
Struggled with his game for a couple years, and then he's just really found a nice rhythm. Won back in the fall. He got another victory at the RBC Heritage at Hilton Head, where he's won previously back in 2000.
John Wood is going to be with these 2.
And from Japan, Hideki Matsuyama.
Really good player for a long time, but next level now with the green jacket. 6 career wins on the PGA Tour. So like as a player, if you're contending later on and you walk up and that trophy is right there.
It's one of those things where you try not to look at it because you want to avoid thinking about the trophy.
Yeah.
You've got to get fully engaged with this golf course.
tee shot here is no easy tee shot. That's really good. Take that all day. So Stewart and Hideki, and then it'll be Patrick Reed and Tommy Fleetwood next. Par's at 3, on the tee at 4. Mickelson, par, bogey first 3 days.
I'm going with less than driver. Very still out here right now.
What's supposed to go?
Going too far to the left, I'm afraid. And everything tilts right to left.
Stop! Oh, shoot. Just rolled off.
Not sure if that's going to stay in the intermediate cut.
Up to 7.
Jason Gore playing as a kind of a spotter, just playing along with Wilco Nienaber here. And so Nienaber's ball is right beside Gore. Some guys, you have a choice. You don't have to play with someone if you're a single like that, but he's going to get a good read off this. So, Gore thought he might just be tiptoeing around out there trying to stay out of the way, but he's actually helping Nienaber right here with that read. And Nienaber's, he was all over watching Gore putt there. So you kind of have that choice, Justin, and Nienaber choose to play with Gore.
Yeah, and it's a little easier, Kurt, to stay in a rhythm when you're playing with somebody else. And like you said, you're able to see shots and how they land in greens, things like that. Also gives you somebody to talk to while you're out there, which is some guys like to do.
Hey,
Chat
Kurt,
it up.
We saw Jason going through his routine, reading putts and stuff earlier, too. Just to keep that timing.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's good, because as a single, you can get running out there. And for a guy like Nienaber, he still wants to play well on Sunday and made the cut here. He played terrible yesterday, but I think, for some guys it's helpful. Other guys, maybe a veteran who's been out here forever, he might just say, you know what, I want to play in 2 hours and then I'm getting out of here and, choose not to play with someone like Gore.
So back in 1993, I played in the Masters as an amateur. I missed the cut. Got a phone call on Saturday night. They asked if I'd play with as a marker on Sunday. Played with Billy Andrade out in the first group. My dad was caddying for me, which he didn't caddy during the week. But I'm taking it very seriously the first few holes. And all of a sudden, I've got about a 6-footer for par in like the 5th hole. And Billy walks over and scoops my ball up and says, Bud, you don't need to be grinding today. So I got the hint, and from then on, anything outside of 10 feet was good.
Veteran move.
Thanks, Billy.
Reality sets in. Rick Lamb gets back that bogey he made at 1. First tournament appearance here for the U.S. Open for Rick Lamb. An invaluable experience.
Back to the opening hole. Saw a sink in the bunker. They're taking a look. You ever play with a marker?
Yes, I did. At Colonial a couple times.
Is that what you wanted as a player?
Yeah. And also, having played as an amateur, I realized what a treat it was. I made the cut right on the number at Colonial one year. Dow Finsterwald, the head pro there, played with me on a Saturday.
I think that's great. You got a better angle than I am, but something at that camera, right? Not sitting very good, and my stance is terrible.
160 here, Justin. Your store says stance is terrible.
You don't think it's going to travel?
I think you can get over this lip and get somewhere near the front edge, but the stance is going to be tough to get that uphill
just
line.
Get up there into that
shift
mouth.
your weight to the front, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got to make good contact.
That's great.
He's got to make sure if it doesn't come out just right that he misses it to the left-hand side. Anything short or in the front part of that right bunker is no good to this whole location.
Good contact, heading right though, Justin, like you talked about. Might need to go a hair.
Shot.
Really good shot. And how special is it? We've been watching the relationship throughout the year and the couple of wins, but his son Reagan's on the back. So father and son out there in the final day of the U.S. Open on Father's Day. Hey, Reagan, if you haven't, make sure you wish your dad happy Father's Day.
Hideki with a gorgeous drive, just 131 left. This tough, tucked right pin. Justin, on a day like today, if you're in contention, did you go over pins beforehand with your caddy and just kind of talk about some strategy, or just wait till they came to you?
Well, I used to just wait until they came to me and kind of make those decisions as you go along. But certainly walking to the next tee, you look where the hole location is, kind of plan a little bit of a plan as far as what you can attack and what you can't.
Can a shot get any straighter than that?
No.
I mean, that was right on its own line. Up to 4, the second for Mickelson, Kay.
His lie's okay. Ball below his feet. 218 to the hole. I'm sure he wants to miss this right.
Uh-oh.
Catch rough.
Uh-oh.
Catch softly. Okay, there's enough rough there to keep it out of the penalty area.
All right.
Georgia well represented, as always, in the field this week.
Yeah, I talked to his coach there, Chris Hack, who just keeps churning out great Georgia player after another. Said he was a great part of the team. He was on the team with Sepp Straka. This miss was really a good miss. I mean, if you miss it far enough right, you're actually in some dried out, rough, trampled down.
I mean, you're better off over there left than you are front row of the green. Yeah.
Well, and another
I would agree.
member of the Georgia Bulldogs team, Trent Phillips, just won the Sonny Hanna Amateur. Big amateur tournament back here on the East Coast.
There's a guy sharing the lead right now, too.
Yes, there is.
Russell Henley.
Yeah, so this, he has a chance here to get this in close. Lands it just right at the flag and lets it filter down.
Stand, please. Stand, please.
Just needing a couple more yards of carry.
Take you back to the second.
We check in on Mark Leishman. Awful position off the tee. Hopefully he can make that work, which he does. Gets it on the green nicely. Did you know he has his own beverage named after him? Leishman Lager. Back home in Virginia Beach. Brewed by the Back Bay Brewing Company. A lot of L's and B's in that, which might add some L's and B's if you drink too much of it.
Hideki to the back edge here at 1. This for birdie.
Little deceptive design back here. It feels like it should be downhill, but it's actually back up the hill. And
That's fine. Good with that? Yep.
All right, the third for Mickelson. What are we going to get here from Phil?
A patented Phil flop shot.
Yeah. Not quite as many fans out there yet, but they're getting into it. Sink for par at 1. Take par at 1 all day. A moment ago, ooh, this was the stance for Sig at 4.
Really nicely done there. Oh! Just almost showed Phil how to do it. Beautiful bunker shot.
Yeah, that looked like a early morning yoga pose. Back at 2, Mark Leishman now for birdie. As he said, these hole locations the USGA has on Championship Sunday, they keep that tucked in their back pocket. Those are the tricky ones, hard to read. Looks like it's going left and it goes to the right.
Would be a Mickelson par.
Quick putt here going down the hill, coming off a little slope. But it's just so hard when you're hitting it that easy to play that much break.
Drive put him in trouble there.
Stuart Sink on the tee back at 2.
And Peter, talk about his rejuvenation this year. I think a lot of it has to do with his son Reagan being on the bag. Garrett Reagan is a good caddy. He knows what he's doing. And it seems like Stewart's just enjoying himself. It's at this point in your career, sometimes you're kind of just looking to that Champions Tour, but he's having a great time this year with Reagan. This one heading towards the left bunkers.
It looks like it probably is right in there.
Well, he's back. The Connor Moore Show is giving it another go with an all-new season filled with more laughs, more fun, and more. Watch now exclusively on Golf Pass. Back out to the tee at 2.
This is over at the fifth. Yeah, it's Grayson Sigg on the tee.
Got the honor back on the tee. Taking that. Oh, I don't know if he can clear that bunker.
I think the air's too heavy to get it over the bunker.
Yeah, 315 to carry that.
Marshall saying, don't know, didn't see it. I'll find it.
It's easy to lose the ball with this heavy layer of fog. It's certainly not as intense as it was Thursday morning that caused an hour-and-a-half delay, but it is it's making it hard to see. It feels like it's dusk out here.
It's not intense enough for Phil to
take the sun.
Yeah, he started without him, but he's got him on now.
Wait.
Right down the center.
Yeah, that was one of Phil's seeds right there.
Yeah.
Nice low ball flight. Thing ran about 50 yards.
Back to the opening hole. That next twosome out there and playing. Patrick Reed. Along with Tommy Fleetwood.
Just about hobbled that. That's got to be short.
In the bunker. We get the sign right there. After a good drive, and Fleetwood's drive even better.
It's outside. Yeah, it's like middle of the green, just a bit. How long was it? No, I didn't know where the bumping.
Cover the first ridge. 172 front, 182 to cover that first ridge. Okay. We can go. I'm gonna have it fall right off the trunk, right of the tower. Yeah, I like right there. Okay.
85 shot.
85 shot, 85 land, yeah. Wind a little help. Yeah, good shot right there. Shot. Very good. Gotcha.
Hideki Matsuyama has missed the fairway left here at the second, but good angle to that hole.
Good angle and a decent lie, Peter. 145. Just a wedge here. No wind out here at all yet.
Be good.
Really good line. Oh, this could be really good, Peter.
A spin coming out of that rough. That was a hard swing at that. Good start for Matsuyama. Shot 69. 2 under the first day, but then backed it up with a 76 and a 74 yesterday. So a disappointing U.S. Open for the Masters champion. It's all about the putter. It's all about that club he's carrying right now. How that putter goes is how Matsuyama goes.
He was back there on the tee, and he actually took something less than driver for some position. We haven't seen too much of that this week, Peter.
Stewart now.
I don't think you're losing too much if you saw sand wedge.
I don't either.
You got
And it's okay if it skips back. It's not the worst deal.
Not the worst.
Carried about 85 yards.
Yeah.
93 total here. Peter, good lie and a great angle. You heard him say he wants to carry it about 85. Coming in low and a little towards the middle of the green.
Hey, that first bounce just killed me. It's close.
Well, early in the morning, Terry, we've got some speed on these greens.
Yeah, I heard him say that first bounce got him too, just took off, did not hit and stay. As we remind you, you can take a scroll down every fairway at Torrey Pines in augmented reality by downloading the U.S. Open AR app built by Deloitte. Scan the QR code on the screen and watch the action come to life on your mobile devices today. Out to the fifth, the second for Phil.
A little bit downhill lie, 52-degree wedge. Taking it out left of the target with a little draw.
There's a slope there that he can use to bring it over to the right, which he does. Very Phil Mickelson-like.
Back to the first. Fleetwood missed his birdie try, and now Reed and Caddy taking a look.
John Wood mentioned, right where this hole is cut, it's actually coming back towards him a little bit. Slopes just slightly towards the back part of the green, so putt that he can be aggressive with here.
Good par save. So 74 yesterday for Patrick Reed, the winner of the Farmers Insurance earlier this season, right here at Torrey Pines.
During the playing through, we saw Mark Leishman hit a nice little chip, almost went in the hole. Just for par. Oh boy. Good as the chip was, the putt was just the opposite.
And over at 6, Kyle Westmoreland for birdie. A great junior career. He was recruited by many top college golf programs around the country, but how about that? He chose the Air Force Academy knowing he had to serve for 5 years. But he is a patriot. It's great to see him make the cut here in his first U.S. Open.
Sig setting up at the fifth.
Yeah, plenty of green to work with. A little right to left break. Caught that cleanly.
Well done.
And Stewart Cink now with his long putt for birdie at 2.
Uphill initially, Peter, and then down, and should break a little to his left. It's a pretty good pace here.
Good putt. To the fifth.
Phil looking for a bounce back.
I have a feeling he's going to get it here. Really fun to watch him play his wedge shots and how he works it against the slopes or with the slopes. And I think that's something that Grayson's going to learn a lot from, just the variety of shots that he hits and how good he is with any form of wedge. And that's what most young players still need to improve upon.
Phil struggled with his irons yesterday. Looked like he was kind of searching early on in the round. He looks pretty sharp so far here on a final round Sunday. Not able to take his normal stance there because of Grayson Sig's marker. Doesn't matter.
Think about how many times he's played this golf course. Public golf course gets so much play and just closed down on June 6th for the Open.
And back at number 2, this is Hideki Matsuyama. His route here to the green with this uphill birdie putt. As John Wood said, laid it up off the tee but into the rough, but had a good angle. Played his second to this position, and this for a birdie. Frustration continues. Yesterday, 74 for Matsuyama, 6 bogeys and just 3 birdies. But it's gettable again with fog layer, no wind, no sun. Things are still holding some moisture, but they're starting to firm up as we've seen. These players getting ready. They're over on the range getting prepared to play the final round of the 121st U.S. Open from here at Torrey Pines.
Back here at the third tee, Stewart Cink trying to figure it out.
134 yesterday, 200 today. I love it when they make a big change like that, Kurt. This is right at it. Might need to get down a hair.
Different tee, different angle. Yeah, we've seen that before. That'll stay up back there.
Just wouldn't hold, though. Well, you can take a scroll down every fairway at Torrey Pines in augmented reality by downloading the U.S. Open AR app built by Deloitte. Scan the QR code on the screen and watch the action come to life on your mobile devices today. You haven't done it yet, have you? You're busy, I understand.
No,
you're busy.
I'm sitting here with you, so I get all the augmented reality I need.
It's not real, is what you're saying, sitting here with me? Hideki.
Let's see if he can hold this green.
Stop.
A little higher ball flight in that low area.
Over at 6, Mickelson now going to bomb one over that tree.
Yeah. Maybe going a little towards the left-hand side of the fairway. This tee, about 20 paces from the third tee. Actually, Phil waited till Matsuyama and Cink hit before he teed it up.
You can just tell by his body language he's very frustrated. Disappointing Open for Phil. Tommy Fleetwood back at number 2, just 65 yards after that excellent tee shot right in the center. Need some spin here though with that lob wedge. That's pretty good. Let's go to 4.
Leishman second from the bunker.
Number of guys coming up short here, and that's the place to miss it. I'll find that little low section on the right front part of the green. He'll have a little ridge he's got to go over and down.
See the golf ball of Tom Hoge, who Mark Leishman is playing with today as we continue to watch these early pairings on a Sunday at the U.S. Open, Father's Day.
Start recording.
Got the big board where fans can leave messages for the players as they enter.
Happy Father's Day, Petey. You are full of compassion, love, and strength. You have the most amount of positivity and perseverance that I've ever seen. And you're the best dad to our little guy that I could ever dream of. You are our best friend.
And today, obviously, it's all about Father's Day. All right, now to the third, Kurt.
Yep, back out here at the third. Matsuyama, long putt for birdie. John?
Imagine you'll be seeing a lot of putts from this area today. How's the speed been from down here so far?
Yeah, it's a tough speed putt. You know, it's uphill for the most part, and then right there at the end, it almost starts running away a little bit. Okay, good putt. To 6.
Take a look where Phil has driven it. 290 yards off the tee today, but not as good as the first 3 rounds.
It's just playing so much longer with this heavy air and no wind helping off the tee. He's got a 5-iron in his hand.
In the hole, Phil!
Trying to land this 220, 215, 220, let it release.
That looked like a pretty good swing right there. That's an excellent shot from this converted par 5. Playing as a long par 4 here, as it did back in the 2008 U.S. Open.
Well, spectacular views all week long along the Southern California coast, especially when the marine layer lifts a little bit later today. We'll see it. Aerial coverage of the 121st U.S. Open provided by NetJets. Up there is the village of La Jolla, San Diego area here. It'll be visible around noon.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Stuart Sink has this left for par. Yeah, good save. Remember, he was over the green. This rough around these greens this week at Torrey Pines is very heavy, lush.
And over at 2, Kurt, Tommy Fleetwood trying to make birdie. Still looking for that first win here in the United States. He was runner-up at 2018 U.S. Open, so he's come close. He's finished second 4 times on the PGA Tour.
Leishman for par at the 4th.
It's a nice 2-putt he made from over there front right of the green.
Just down the coast, well, up the coast, north, the best waves right here, San Diego area. This part of the San Diego area, see a lot of surfers out there through the day.
Fleetwood's going to get a win over here in America, and I think it's probably going to be a major. He's such an impressive ball striker. I love to watch his swing, especially with his irons. Got such control. So par start for Fleetwood.
Patrick Reed missed the fairway, Peter, and has just kind of made a mess of this hole.
How about this? Wouldn't this be a great match in the Ryder Cup this fall? Reed and Fleetwood. Could happen. Okay. Early Sunday morning. Not too fired up about it. Happy to be here. Let's go to 8.
First look at the par 3, playing 175 yards today. Matt Jones on the way.
Yeah, this whole location up on the top shelf. That landed really softly. Most of the balls we've seen there, certainly later in the day, would get all the way up to the top.
A couple of days ago, he had taken that. That's right where the pin was. Tee at 4, Matsuyama.
No breeze whatsoever. Kind of a blind tee shot. You don't see it land, but you know it's going to kick left. So you kind of pick a spot in the distance and let it go. One of the tougher fairways to hit with how much it slopes right to left.
Pretty. Swing.
Yeah, this is gorgeous. Right up the center.
And in-person Happy Father's Day greetings out there as the guys are playing.
And over at 6, Grayson Sigg and Mickelson. Mickelson looking sideways at his putt.
Yeah, talking it over with his brother. Both applauded each other's shots in here. They both hit 5-irons. Grayson Sigg actually hit a really nice shot as well, but where he's left himself, a hole high left, he's got a pretty good amount of left to right break. Neither one of these putts are easy.
Tim Mickelson's a good player in his own right. Used to be a college golf coach, then he was a player agent at Arizona State for, actually took care of John Rahm when John Rahm first turned pro. Now he's got a pretty good gig caddying for his brother.
Yeah, and it's got to be really special. I mean, I can't imagine how cool that was for them to win the PGA Championship, especially walking down that last hole together in that mob. This for his first birdie today.
He's having quite a year on the Korn Ferry Tour. He's going to get his card, and we will see him on the PGA Tour next year.
Yeah, he actually finished, I think, 6th on last year's money list, but no one was guaranteed a full card off of that year. But he got a guaranteed limited number of starts at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, taking the positive out of the pandemic, at least he's got 2 years of great competition under his belt as he heads to the Tour, undoubtedly with his card for next year.
Not everybody's like Phil, who wins a PGA Tour event as an amateur and kind of announces themselves to the world that way.
Isn't that amazing? He won at Tucson back when he was an amateur, still in college. And here he is winning major championships at the age of 50.
This should pull down to his right, and it's very fast.
Blessed.
Now this is Phil's 30th U.S. Open appearance. And there's the frustration we were talking about.
Tee shot at 11, par 3 for Wilco Nienaber.
This whole location is really tough. Way over in this little back pocket on the right part of the green.
Out of sight.
And that's not a great place to hit it. No matter where the hole is, but certainly not to that back right one.
Waving goodbye.
Back at 6 now, the par putt for Phil.
You could just see how dejected he was by missing that putt. And looks like he's just trying to collect himself. Maybe some of those negative thoughts and loss of focus were starting to come into his brain, and he's committed to approaching each shot, fully committed.
He talked about how frustrated he was with his iron play yesterday. So far, so good. But the putter has been the frustrating part of the game.
Oh, goodness.
For him today.
I don't care who you are. 3-putting from close range is highly irritating.
At the 4th, Stewart Cink.
194 with a pin tucked hard left. He can't go anywhere near it. It's going to the right edge of the green and hopefully run up to that first part of the green.
Yeah, shot. Thank you. Thank you.
Take you back to the opening hole. Akshay Bhatia getting his day underway. Second, playing along with Patrick Rogers.
He can launch it way up in the air. A good line. Yeah, good shot there.
Still a teenager, 19 years of age. Up to the 4th, and Hideki getting ready.
170 total. The number they're looking at is 165 to cover that left-hand side. You should be able to get this fairly close this early with the softer greens. This is 8-iron. Love watching him swing the club.
A little bit of a bowl over here on the left-hand side of the green, and he finds it. Beautiful shot here at 4.
Best we've seen right there.
This is at the 3rd. Patrick Reed missed the green to the left, so in that heavy rough, and boy, this guy has some serious short game. High flop. Trying to think of somebody else on tour, at least, you know, in big moments that has a better short game, and it's tough to come up with someone.
Well, the guy we're about to look at.
Yeah.
He's gotten it up and down a couple times.
might be in that category.
Yeah. This is at 7T, and Phil probably a little frustrated here, Kay. We may see him turn it loose a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's going to go ahead and hammer this. Try to take it down the left side with a little draw and just let the left to right slope of the fairway take this ball. Maybe he'll cut it over a little more over the right edge.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, that's a beauty.
A little bit of a draw maybe, but pretty straight and in great shape down the right center. And some tumble. The fairways are definitely firming up. The ball's starting to roll out. The greens are still receptive. Back here at the third hole, Tommy Fleetwood has this for birdie. Just off the fringe. Get down. There you go. And Fleetwood off to a good start. 1 under through his first 3 holes. Marine layer out there right now, still keeping the golf course without much fire.
I think it's come in a little bit more, as a matter of fact. All right, flag out 4, sink here at 4.
Ran that first one well by the hole. And Justin, obviously, a position like this, you can't win the tournament. Did you set separate goals for a Sunday when you were out early like this?
Yeah, I think, Stuart Sink, he's won the Travelers Championship back in 2008. He's probably going to be playing next week. So just try and find a little something, a little rhythm, maybe get some momentum for next week.
A look at where Mickelson drove it, 312 off the tee and in great shape.
He got outdriven by Grayson Sigg. But both players just in ideal position in this fairway. A little bit of a downhill lie.
Tough hole location, tucked in there pretty close to that bunker on the right.
I imagine we'll see one of those lower trajectory little draws that he's hit a couple times today.
This may be a huge draw, actually.
He hit the draw, a little higher version.
Stay up there. Some slope just in front of that hole location, and that's going to catch that slope. He was on a great line. He hit the shot he was trying to hit, except for the part where it needed to get up. There's a little shelf right there. He didn't quite get up there.
Now let's take a look at Phil Mickelson's swing from the top down, trying to hit a big draw. Always had a very upright swing, which really helps him get on the ball quickly, which, Kurt, as you know, helps out of the rough. And Phil spends his fair share of time hitting out of the rough.
He does. He's narrow on the way down. He's always been very, very narrow on the downswing, so he has to use his hands to square it up.
Yeah, I agree.
Now Kurt has over to the side of the fairway working on his putting stroke.
He should be after that last hole. 127 for Grayson Sigg.
Coming in with his gap wedge. Ball a little below his feet, slight downhill lie. Going right at it.
Spin now. Good shot. Really good. That's what happens when you hit a good drive in the fairway. You have a chance to attack. We saw Reed's flop shot here at 3. Now for par. Good save. They don't hit every shot perfect. Patrick Reed's one of those guys. Just that short game is just so fantastic.
Matsuyama now for birdie.
Pretty good swinger from left to right. Birdies are going to be hard to come by at the 4th today.
That's the way you play that hole.
Yeah, hit it fairway. Just a short iron in.
Hoagie. During the break, we saw the approach. It was a beauty. This for birdie. So it was a share of 55th at 6 over. Moves up with that birdie and walks over to the par 4-6. As we remind you, you can introduce your child to the game. The USGA is a co-founder and partner of Drive, Chip, and Putt, the free nationwide program focused on the 3 fundamental skills in golf: drive, chip, and putt. Register your child today at drivechipandputt.com. Augusta National, a great event. Drive, chip, and putt. And Phil Mickelson knows something about Augusta National as well. But Kay, it's a great event. We mentioned it yesterday. It's a highlight on the calendar every year now.
Definitely. The Augusta National Women's Amateur Drive, Chip, and Putt, really great additions to the amateur game, and really give young boys and girls something to look forward to and work towards.
I love the fact that some of the past champions show up that day as well to congratulate the kids, talk to them for a second.
How about Mega Ganay, who 4-time participant in the Drive, Chip, and Putt, didn't almost win the Women's Open at Olympic, but she sure had a pretty strong run.
She did, and she secured low amateur honors, which is always something you're striving for.
Phil, this is a good look at this 3rd green. He's on the very lower level than the 2nd tier there where the hole is today, and then there's that 3rd tier in the back where the hole was yesterday. Of course, he is a 3-time Masters champ.
Used to dealing with a lot of sloping greens. This is significantly uphill. He's going to have to hit this with a lot of momentum to get it up top. Then it'll flatten out.
Goes a little left at the end.
Stop.
A little off on his speed right now. To 5.
Hideki Matsuyama on the tee.
Coming off that great birdie at 4. Really good looking line here. And perfect kicking down to the right.
Swing is in sync right now.
It certainly is. Looks beautiful.
Back here at 7, Grayson Sigg trying to figure this putt out.
Kurt looking for his first birdie on the card. He's been chatting quite a bit with Phil walking down the fairway. course, Phil is a great orator, never at a loss for words, so I'm sure it'd be interesting to know if he's been asking him some questions about professional golf, but I doubt not. It's probably just keeping it to general topics.
I bet Phil's talking about fasting for 36 hours and how good his coffee is.
This fairly level putt, left to right break.
Oh boy, that was a weak effort there. Might as well give it a run, Grayson. You're not going to win today, but you could have a good one.
Yeah, Phil.
Straight shot, it would be less, so I don't want to draw it. I don't. More to stop.
Any help, or is it just off the left?
No, should have a touch of help. Should just be quartering down off your left, whatever's there.
Want to start it.
So just kind of a stock one here?
Yeah.
Grayson Sigg, Phil Mickelson on the tee at the 8th.
Touch right of it?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much right at it, really.
Be interesting to see how far into the green these guys are going to carry it. 170 is kind of getting near the top of the ridge. And that plays more like everything's at least 7 yards up. Drawing it a little left of flag.
Lands down below, gets up on top.
Saw a couple of balls land down there and stop down there. I can't imagine they would this afternoon as we go on, but the 4 rounds in the hole locations.
Yeah, you see that back left. It's a little more accessible than those other 3 being so close to the ridge. If they can land something either at the bottom or right into the hill, it should take all the steam out of it. Anything that flies up top has got a chance to get in that back bunker.
Only 6 behind the hole. Phil has an 8-iron in his hand. Absolutely dead calm right now. Hold that.
Quite a bit. Yeah, later today, the wind is at your back there coming off the ocean. It'd be even harder to stop. Carry it up there.
Let's take a look at contact here. important. See, ball first and then goes into the ground. That descending blow helps get the ball in the air, put some spin on it.
Oh, it's ball first?
Ball, the little ball before the big ball, Terry.
Now you tell me, after all these years. Moment ago, Hideki Matsuyama, another beautiful drive. 143 left here.
Go.
Yeah. Oh, time to go. Carried it up there, but did hold.
Akshay Bhatia for his birdie back at 2. Interesting that pairing yesterday playing with Jason Gore as a marker. They both grew up at the same golf course up in the Valencia area, Vista Valencia Golf Club, so they had a chance to talk about early days in their careers.
Hideki's up there for his birdie already at 5.
Straight down the hill, maybe wanting to fall a little bit to his right. Tricky read here.
Talk more about this as we go, but we're going to take you top of the hour on NBC and then all the way through on NBC the rest of the day. But you look at the golf course, where can you attack it based on what you've seen so far and the hole locations today in the final round?
Well, I think the second hole is pretty accessible. Here at 5, the players can certainly get to. The 8, there's an opportunity. But there's a lot of these hole locations that are tucked in some of the little nooks and crannies of these greens. And so players are going to have to be disciplined, especially this afternoon, as the firmness of the greens continues to increase and the speed. These greens will get faster as well, especially once this marine layer burns off.
Yeah, if you're watching your player right now, you are learning some things. There's no doubt. You know the whole locations for your round this afternoon, but the conditions will change. 15 feet away for Stewart.
Up the hill, a little bit of right to left in it.
A little bit more right to left than he had planned, with that speed at least. Hard. Up to the 8th, long putt for Phil.
It is, and this has right to left break, and it almost looks like left of the hole. The hill just wants to pull the ball down towards the front, so I wouldn't be surprised if he overreads this or misses it too far, a little farther to the right. Really good speed. His speed on the longer putts have been good.
Here at the 3rd, Akshay Bhatia, after 2 pars at 1 and 2. Hard this hole every day. Trying to play a high cut, land it softly. This green on that left side has been pretty firm. Just carried the bunker. That landed a little bit on a downslope, but turned out just fine. That's a good shot. 19 years old.
But yeah, I like just a good full one. Nice solid one.
Made birdie on the 18th hole on Friday to make the cut. Dad was there. It was great.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
Patrick Rogers. He was in really good shape after 2 rounds. Had a tough 3rd round yesterday. Really strong player. Able to hit it really high and land it pretty softly up there. And that's going to get better as well. So both Bhatia and Rogers have tee shots here at the 3rd. Final round here at the 121st U.S. Open. A little bit of a marine layer that the players are dealing with this morning, but going to be a great day.
The 121st U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by American Express. Don't live life without it. By the new Lexus LS. Find out more at your Lexus dealer. By Century Insurance, official insurance partner of the U.S. Open. And by Deloitte. Download the U.S. Open AR app, built by Deloitte, today. Sergio's day underway, his second at the first from 131.
Perfect tee shot. You guys will get aggressive from here, and that's what he's done. Beautiful shot.
Great shot. Playing along with Rafa Cabrera Bello, they both start at 5 over. 2 players from Spain, up to 3.
Akshay Bhatia. Easy enough. This is for birdie. Get there. Yeah, pour it in. Good start for him. Pretty amazing. 19. He is really talented. Generates tremendous clubhead speed.
And over at 9, Mickelson getting ready to launch one into the gloom.
Into the fog. Come on, you guys. It's not gloomy. It's just natural air conditioning here in coastal California.
At +8, yeah, it's gloomy for Phil.
It is. It's got to be so hard to motivate when you have no chance of winning this championship. That chance was thrown away yesterday.
All right.
He went after that one hard. Going wide right.
Yeah, you can just tell by his body language all day.
Maybe.
He'd rather play 9 than get in a cart and go home.
Well, for Phil Mickelson here at the par 5, trying to take a huge rip at it. Nice low takeaway. Watch the length of his swing, the width of this backswing. I mean, at 51 years of age, to get the club that far back and then uncoil, starts to rotate.
Justin, where is he in your top 10? Is he in your top 10 all time?
Yes.
Definitely in mine.
Yes, he is.
Back here at the 3rd, Patrick Rodgers missed that birdie attempt and has some work left for par. He's yet to win on the PGA Tour. He's had some good chances. Did a lot of winning at Stanford while he was there. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in contention here before too long again. Put it all together.
Terrific approach shot from Sergio at the first. This for birdie. Left all the way. Be a good pairing, these two guys together today. He and Rafa. Up to the 4th a moment ago from the deep rough. Wade Ormsby, the 41-year-old from Australia. Way up in the air. And eventually down in the cup. University of Houston man who's won on the European Tour. Back to the 2nd.
Where we find Johnny Vegas as this uphiller for birdie.
Peter, this is the part of the show where everything goes in.
Well, these players hope so.
This one too?
Well, I think this one here is tough enough if you want to get it on the green.
I think the dot 7. So you think the zone's more like 192 to 202?
Yes. Okay. I think we gotta play the course as what it's given.
Yes. Split the towers.
Yes.
Good method.
That's a great way to look at it. You got to play the course the way what it's given you. This green divided into quarters, and this is definitely the toughest quarter of the green to hit on that right side. 208.
We're talking about Stewart Cink and his son Reagan on the bag. He and his son Connor have won the PNC Championship, the father-son of the parent-child event. Justin, you've played in that down in Orlando on NBC Sports It's really a great event. So much fun to see these players and their family members out enjoying each other and their golf.
I got to play as the first son-father combination. Played with my dad Larry a couple years ago, and we did have an absolute blast.
206 for Matsuyama, 6 iron. Good line, cutting back right towards the hole.
I like his positions right now. He's got the club set perfectly at the top. Good rhythm. Boy, he's making a hard go at it, John. Mickelson now at 9 out of the heavy stuff.
Yeah, laying up and choosing to use the hybrid to get a little more mass through and get that ball motoring down the fairway quite nicely.
Yeah, he said he really likes that. He said it's easier than chipping out or trying to muscle an iron out of there.
Look at the right knee as he goes through this ball. Gets it way behind the ball. And then, as Kurt talked about, very narrow on the way down, which helps a real descending blow. Helps dig it out of the rough.
Oh, and he just unloads on it with that left hand. He just slaps at it. It's really the only way to get it out of that thick stuff. As you called it, a wet baseball glove. Did you bring one today?
No. I'm gonna send one to Terry for Father's Day. It's gonna be a few days late, okay, buddy?
That's about right.
This is at the 3rd, Charlie Hoffman. Charlie grew up around here, went to Las Vegas and lived there for a while, but he's been back here in San Diego for a number of years now. And he won't be happy with that. That had to be a miss hit to be that far off. Well, the leaders don't go until 3:55 Eastern time. It's going to be really interesting. 3 players tied at the top at 5 under. They're 2 clear of some big guns, though, at 3 under.
Back here at Torrey Pines, and we'll take you to the top of the hour here on Golf Channel, then over to NBC the rest of the day. Justin 9, the crew will be there, and then eventually Dan Hicks, Paul Azinger, and everybody taking you through this 121st edition of the U.S. Open out to the 2nd.
Where Sergio has missed the fairway, just 93 yards on his second, the shortest par 4 on the golf course. So missing the fairway there isn't as penal as some of the other holes. You can see that flag hanging limply. There's really no wind whatsoever as we get up to 9 and Phil's 3rd shot.
Yeah, 151 yards, 9 iron, going right at it. Man, that's going to set up a great birdie opportunity.
Well, he was able to get a lot of spin on it from a little further back than he'd hoped. Great look at that. Narrow coming in, holding the face off, trying to hit a little bit of a cut, which puts more spin on the ball, even with the short irons.
Yeah, that's an infomercial for seniors to keep stretching. The flexibility we see in Mickelson is incredible. Back at 6 now, Matsuyama for a birdie.
After that beautiful cut 6 iron, and you referenced it, he just looks to be swinging beautifully today. Down the hill here, falling to his right slightly.
Just 1 birdie today here at the 6. That was Kyle Westmoreland earlier. And there's number 2.
Nice one.
There's 2 birdies for Matsuyama. Starting his final round.
Back to the opener and the 2019 U.S. Open champ, Gary Woodland, with a birdie opportunity.
Yeah, this is a putt that's been fooling a lot of the players so far. Downhill a little bit in the beginning, and then actually goes back uphill at the hole.
Playing along with Eduardo Molinari. Oh, starting at 5 over. Akshay Bhatia now in the fairway. He's been playing some good golf today.
Setting up to hit a pretty nice cut in here. So a couple couple guys get it close. Easy. Ooh. That is the thickest rough in the golf course, right around the edge of the greens.
How many times this week have we seen that? You know, it's so close to being a great shot, and then now you got trouble.
Welcome to the U.S. Open.
Exactly.
This is at the third. Remember, Charlie Hoffman was in the front bunker, hit a very poor bunker shot, surprisingly. He was going to walk away with a bogey. Started with 2 pars to 5.
Wade Elmsby, we saw him on the last hole out in the fairway now. Right side.
I would love to play just a little bit of a fade into this right hole location, use some of the slope. Nicely done there.
Winner on the European Tour, 3 wins on the Asian Tour for Wade.
And over at 9, Grayson Sigg, just short of the green in 3. This not a difficult pitch up the hill. He's the kind you think about making. Tap in for Sigg for his par. So let's take a look at the virtual shots for Phil. Tee shot to the right, good layup. We saw that slap with that hybrid out of the thick stuff. And then a 151-yard shot right there below the hole, 7 feet 6 inches for birdie.
He's pointing out a spot a couple inches left of the left edge. This definitely has left to right movement for him. A comfortable break.
He really struggled, Kay, the first day with his putting. He's hit the ball well for the first 2 days. Yesterday, he said in his words, he lost it completely.
Yeah, just he probably had so many thoughts of being in contention and wanting to win here, and then when that reality became, or the reality became that he wasn't going to, it was probably hard to deal with. He said to me walking up this fairway, sorry, I'm not giving you something good to watch today. I said, you're always fun to watch. Especially when he rolls in putts like that.
Well, he had 35 putts yesterday and 15 so far through 8 today, and now 16 through 9. So unusual to see Phil struggle on the greens, especially at a major.
I'm with Kay, though. He's never boring, no matter what he's doing out there.
Sergio now. After that nice approach. Whoa. He's got some work left to go to 4.
All right, we'll see how he deals with it now. Akshay Bhatia, we saw him land on the green. Stay. Okay.
That's pretty good from there.
That left for par as we leave you here on Golf Channel. Don't forget, top of the hour in a few moments, we'll be on NBC. Mackenzie Hughes, Louis Oosthuizen, Russell Henley, all at 5 under par. So you get a major champ up there already. Louis, a couple of guys trying to win their first, and then so many big names right behind. McIlroy, Shambo, Rahm, Wolf, DJ. We go down the list here. Lee Westwood playing a couple of decades at the U.S. Open now. And Lee at 1 over. So maybe at least the 1-unders feel like they got a chance?
Yeah, I might take it all the way up to 2 under par. It's just so difficult to make up ground at the U.S. Open.
We'll see. We'll see how the conditions change, too, because in the early morning hours, very little wind. And we do have the marine layer. We expect that will burn off late morning. And then the wind picks up a little bit. The wind's been a little different direction today so far, what we've had, the breeze.
Yeah, just a little bit out of the north, but I think when this layer burns off, we'll see it come out of the west as it usually does this time of year.
Should be some final day here at Torrey Pines and the U.S. Open. 5 under, Oosthuizen, Henley, and Hughes top the leaderboard. We'll see in a few moments on NBC. It comes down to this. 1 day remains at Torrey Pines. 1 final round at the 121st edition of the U.S. Open. As Spectacular setting here along the cliffs in San Diego yesterday. How about the way Louis Oosthuizen closed out his round at 18 for Eagle. Major champ already, won at St. Andrews, running away, and back to get in a share of the lead heading into this final round, along with a couple of guys looking for their first major title. Russell Henley, Mackenzie Hughes, but also just behind them, big names. Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau, the defending champ, John Rahm in the mix, the favorite coming in, and Dustin Johnson. All names golf fans, sports fans know very well, right on the heels of those at the top. So it's a trio at 5 under, and then McIlroy, DeChambeau, Scotty Scheffler's played so well at 2 under. All of these names certainly with a chance, including Colin Morikawa on this last day in San Diego as they play for a national championship. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present the 121st U.S. Open Championship. The U.S. Open back at Torrey Pines 2008, and Tiger winning here in dramatic fashion. Took an extra day that day, but along the cliffs today, we start once again with the Marine Layer Inn. That should break through late morning hours. And yes, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. We're celebrating here at Torrey Pines, back the traditional spot for the U.S. Open. Sun just peeking through now. Terry Gannon along with major champ Justin Leonard in the booth. Peter Jacobsen, Kurt Byram in the towers. Kate Cockrell, John Wood on the golf course. Damon Hack to talk to some of the players, and Craig Winter from the USGA. If we have any questions with the rules. Out to the 10th, and Phil Mickelson in front of the green, Kay.
He drove it wildly on this hole into the left rough, had to negotiate through some trees, almost got it onto the green, but as is a pretty straightforward pitch and run shot.
Yeah, well done there, using a really square club face. Trying to get it rolling as much as possible. Once this get on the ground rolling, so it can go in like a putt. Yeah, nice chipping that one in.
Bit of a struggle yesterday for Phil after a 69 on day 2, and thoughts of maybe breaking through to win this title for the first time, 6-time runner-up. But 7 over. Patrick Reed now.
Yeah, already with a birdie and a bogey on his card. This for another birdie to get back to +5. Certainly can't win it, but he can learn something about the golf course and work on his game at this point.
This is at the 3rd hole. Sergio having a little trouble at this par 3. This is for par. Making his 22nd start for Sergio in the U.S. Open. Best finish ever. Was tied for 3rd. That club has been a problem. Still absolutely flushes it.
Well, guys, the best round on the golf course so far, 2 under. Hideki Matsuyama, who's really playing beautifully.
Terry, it's been totally stress-free, just flushing every shot and giving himself great looks every single hole. And he's got 175 here. His win for the first time today has actually picked up a hair. He's got 8 iron right now, and I would say, Justin, this is probably the most accessible hole location on this green.
I would agree, other than maybe that front right section, because players can really take the front bunker out of play. But back left, anything that lands on the low part of the green or maybe just into the slope is perfect.
So par 3, 175. Get our tracer technology brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA. Take a look at the ball flight for Hideki.
Down.
Down. Up.
All right, avoids the primary. Get an idea, though. He's calling for it down right away. You know you can't carry it all the way up there and stop it. Mickelson is left for par. Hasn't had his A game so far today. And, of course, yesterday, after thinking he might have a chance, making the cut, getting to the weekend. So another look at that first page of the leaderboard, 5 under. Mackenzie Hughes, what it would mean to Canada, huh? Louis Oosthuizen from South Africa and Russell Henley, an American looking to break through at a major championship here on Father's Day. And happy Father's Day once again to everybody. Terry Gannon again in the booth with Justin Leonard. Take me through now. Last round of a major championship. You're a major champ. You know what it's like for those guys at the top or lurking. What are they going through here?
Well, there's a lot of nerves, I would imagine, especially for Russell Henley and Mackenzie Hughes. Haven't been in this position before to have a chance to be tied for the lead for the final round of the U.S. Open. So try and get into their routine early on in the day, and then really try and look beyond the trophy and what today impact it could have on their career, and really get settled in and fully engaged on the golf course and trying to play what's becoming a tougher and tougher layout.
But you go to the first tee, the trophy's right there. It's sitting there. It's right
well,
behind the tee.
Yeah, I think guys will maybe catch a bit of glance out of the corner of their eye, and then they want to look down that fairway and see where they're going to place their tee shot.
Different mindset for the McIlroys and the DeChambos and those names who've been there and gotten it done?
Absolutely. This is a familiar feeling for those guys. Certainly Bryson DeChambeau being the defending champion, but for Rory McIlroy, he hasn't won a major in quite a long time. It seems like for so long he's wanted it almost too badly. I think he's gotten into a place now where he can play more freely and just go out and try and play the best round that he can and see if it's enough.
And that was the trophy right there, so close to that opening tee. All right, out to 11 now, which has been tough all week long. Par 3 today, it's playing 213 yards as Mickelson has to
80
check
front.
out.
If I go Pell's hook, like 90, which would be about... We have hurt, right? Yeah. So that's good. And then it chases up towards the TV tower. Obviously kicks right, too.
Yeah, exactly. I just need,
I just
need to turn to there. Okay.
Pell's round hook? Yep.
Bill Pell's round hook. Got a 6-iron in hand.
Well, and Kay, I don't speak Mickelson, but I think what he's going to try and do is land this kind of in the middle part of the green with a draw and use some of the slope to try and feed it toward this back right hole location.
He's definitely been using the slope all day long. Carving shots.
Oh my gosh. Shoot.
Never got the hook on it, just dead push.
Catch sand. Go.
And that just disappears.
You know, I don't think I've ever tried to hit a Pell's round hook except for British.
It is a different language, isn't it? Thank you for translating somewhat, though.
I'll try.
7.
Tommy Fleetwood drove it in that primary cut of rough at 7, had no chance to get this on the ground. That is what we talk about when we talk about U.S. Open rough. Sometimes you have no shot. Just try to get it up by the green, which he has done. He has that angle left to get it up and down for par. Fleetwood's best finish here in the U.S. Open, second a few years ago to Brooks Koepka. Leaders go off at 3:55 Eastern Time. A couple of big names right there at 3 under trying to chase him down.
The 121st U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by American Express. Don't live life without it. By the new Lexus LS. Find out more at your Lexus dealer. By Century Insurance, official insurance partner of the U.S. Open. And by Deloitte. Download the U.S. Open AR app built by Deloitte today. Pacific Ocean not looking as clear marine layer right now, but I think it's starting to burn off. How about this U.S. Open rough now? The challenge at 11 for Mickelson.
Terry, this rough, all the guys have been saying all week long that some of the thickest, deepest rough is around the greens, and it has been that way ever since the beginning of the week. And it's only gotten longer and rougher with the mix of these three grasses, Kikuyu, Zoysia, and Poana. He's going to have to gouge this out. He's got a slope towards the back of the green he can utilize that'll feed it down from his left to right. But a lot of it is, how's it going to come out? Where is he going to land this, and how will it release?
It's a bit of a guess here. Lands it into the slope at the top. Now it's going to swing way around to the right.
Grayson Sigg for the first time.
And back at 2, the 2019 Open champion, golfer of the year, Shane Lowry, with his putt for birdie. 72, 74, 72. His 3 rounds coming into the Sunday today. Frustration, you could tell. Back to 8.
Hideki Matsuyama, his second, just up against that.
Just a little stab here. Get it up in the air for a yard.
That's a good shot there. Got to make a real quick descending blow on that one.
On the par here, as we tell you, you can follow all the action from this 121st U.S. Open, including live streaming coverage, real-time scoring, and the latest video highlights, news, and photos, all at usopen.com. We go back to the 7th.
Tommy Fleetwood trying to get it up and down for par here. Pretty much straight up the hill. That whole location on a middle shelf there at 7 today. Tough one.
Kevin Streelman and family arriving here, and his final round tee time. You see, we watched the Voices of Victory digital wall from American Express, and messages that family or friends would have left for the players. That's pretty cool.
We love you.
That's all right, huh?
That's pretty cool. Those kids are so cute. Probably fun to see themselves on what they think is TV.
Exactly, no doubt. All right, now to Mickelson trying to save par at 11.
The ball sitting just a little bit below his feet. So this putt will move from right to left initially, and then kind of start straightening out. Uphill the whole way. Thought he had that. He liked it most of the way.
Back here at the 7th, Patrick Reed has this for birdie. He's birdied 2 out of his last 3 holes, so trying to get something going. Oh, that qualifies. That's 3 out of the last 4. Reed moving in the right direction.
Exactly.
This is back at the 3rd hole. 3rd hole, 200 yards today, playing downhill. That's Shane Lowry. Trying to figure out how to get it down this hill and close. Loves to play the high draw.
Get left. Get left. Get left. Nice shot too.
You end up in that low area, that sort of collection area on the right side of the green.
A tough start for Rafa Cabrera-Bello, playing along with Sergio. Had 3 bogeys so far. This for birdie, though, at 4.
Yeah, he found a little high spot in the middle of the green, so putting downhill towards the water. It's about the only way he was going to stop that one.
We've been watching the last couple of hours. We've seen some good approach shots in there at 4 today. Making the most of that. Patrick Reed on the tee here at the 8th. Good run going for Reed.
Trying to turn this. Is it turning too much?
There's just no way to stop.
Gets through quickly, and that does find the heavy stuff.
As we go on throughout the day, and the wind picks up a little bit, might even get tougher. The greens firm up, but you got to land it on the lower section there at the 8th. So there are the tee times In terms of the East Coast time, 5 under. Those three at the top. Blue Stays, Henley and Hughes. Back at the fourth, Gary Woodland. Yeah, can't see the golf ball here either.
Just right of the fairway bunker. I'm not surprised if he just takes this up the right side of the green.
Bounce hard. Bounce hard.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's just going to find that little area over there. Safe play.
That's pretty much been the play throughout, no matter what the hole is. You know, use that bank.
You can't get in very much trouble in that front right part of the green.
This is Kevin Kisner at the third. Not a great tee shot, but coming off a birdie at the second hole. Big breaker, uphill the whole way. Pretty well done.
So many great memories of this championship through the years. Our signature moments presented by Rolex, taken back to 1971. Yeah, remember that? Lee Trevino up to his old tricks with Snake with Jack Nicklaus. Marion is where it took place. Trevino and Nicklaus both tied an even par through 72 holes, and after an 18-hole playoff, Trevino went on to beat Jack by 3 strokes. The second U.S. Open win in Trevino's career. That rivalry through the, I mean, well, going to take you back out. Going to bring in Craig Winter here. What's taking place, Craig? Can you tell us here with Reed?
Yeah, Terry, he just talked to Steve Rintoul, one of the referees out here this week, and just checking to see if his stance had interference. He was close to the edge there, so had he been given relief, he probably would have been able to drop on the fringe. A little bit easier shot than out of the rough here, but ultimately it wasn't interfering with his stance, so he'll play the ball as it lies.
So now he's going to be left with one of those shots where he's going to take a big enough swing to hit it about 30 yards, but he only needs to carry it about 3 feet. Boy, beautiful hands. He is an absolute wizard around the greens.
Let's catch up with Stuart Sink at the 9th, his third, John Wood.
Had to lay it up out of the left rough off the tee, but left himself in really good position. 157 total. This is 9 iron. Pretty well played there, Peter.
Yeah, this just 3 par 5s here at Torrey Pines, and you've got to birdie those.
Saw that approach from Gary Woodland at the 4th. Eduardo Molinari playing with 151 the yardage here.
Big tee shot. Short iron, you can take advantage of it, be a little more aggressive. That's a perfect place to putt from, below the hole.
Eduardo and Francesco making the cut at this U.S. Open.
We saw Shane Lowry's tee shot. It caught up in that bowl, so he's got the uphiller, trying to get the speed right. Well, got it on a good line. He had it on a good line. If it got there, it would have had a chance. To 8.
Tommy Fleetwood. Good position for a birdie here.
A little breaker from right to left.
You've seen that putt missed low a couple of times. 5, Sergio in the bunker. Area of the bunker that's been raked is from 158.
And the lips in these bunkers aren't incredibly steep, so should be far enough back where it's not an issue.
.22 starts in the U.S. Open, all in a row. 5 top 10s.
Oh, sit.
Back in. Asked it to sit, and it certainly did. Had a lot of spin on it, landed a little bit in the upslope. Beautiful play.
Take you up to 9.
Hideki Matsuyama now with his third.
Peter went for the green in 2 and blew it way right. Was hoping to find that trampled down area, but even right of that. So this is going to be hard to stop this anywhere around the pin. Might use that slope to the right.
Yeah, tough to stop. He's got the best round on the golf course right now, along with Patrick Reed. That's getting better. Mickelson now.
Stay right. Stay right.
That's a 6-iron for Phil. Just his 4th fairway hit today. And another green miss.
Wow, that was my line quite a bit.
Hit. Come on back.
Good shot, Dylan. Good shot, buddy.
From South Africa, Brandon Grace.
Hideki Matsuyama's 3rd shot trickled back from the fringe to this point here, John. It just slow rolling.
It was a phenomenal pitch shot, Peter. I wasn't sure how close he could get it, and I would have said 10 feet would have been a good shot, but this obviously improved on that. Backed off a second ago and adjusted he used the line to putt, and he didn't quite like the line, so he backed off and moved that a touch more. A little to the right, Peter?
Yeah, he's got to be really soft with this. Just a little bit too soft. Lost its break. As we go up to 12, Mickelson in the bunker short.
20 feet of green to work with.
Yeah, beautiful contact there. Feels so good out of the bunkers. Look how wide open that club face is.
I think this is the key stretch later on for anyone to win. 10, 11, and 12, Justin. 3 of the most difficult holes on the course.
Well, for all the latest news and information about the 121st U.S. Open Championship, follow the U.S. Open on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and join the conversation using #USOpen. Yeah, Peter, when you make the turn through the week, 10 is the 4th most difficult hole. Hardest hole on the golf course has been 11. Second toughest, 12. That stretch right there.
And the backside, Terry, plays almost a shot and a half more difficult than the front. So if you're going to get it, you got to get it on that front 9.
This is the third green in a row that Phil has missed, so his always stellar short game getting a good workout.
If I was moving on my read, I was probably saying it was 2. Okay, but that's what Son is 2. Okay, one with faces.
Peter, I agree with you. This stretch of 10, 11, and 12, it's where momentum can certainly shift. And as this golf course continues to dry out a little bit, firm up, presents a real opportunity for a player that may be 2, 3 shots back, maybe to make up a little bit of ground.
Another thing to keep your eye on, there's not much wind, but it has shifted a bit. It's more from the north, which could be a factor. Go back to 10.
Hideki Matsuyama starting that tough stretch here on the tee at 10.
Played beautiful golf to this point in the round. And Justin, with so much information available out there, I know as a player right now you wouldn't be looking up how the good rounds are going and how they're playing it. But as a caddy, I used to take a look at where they're hitting it and the putts and see where the good scores were coming from.
Yeah, and I think that's great information for a caddy to have in reserve for a player. So, you know, you could help direct as a caddy, maybe, hey, this is a hole we want to be more aggressive, or look, let's make sure we get it past this whole location here at 1. We don't want to bring the front bunker into play.
Back to the first and the approach for Bubba Watson, who had it at 3 under after a 67 on day 2, but 6 over 77 yesterday. They like it here. Just about hole high. See that flag not moving yet. Well, the USGA Championships on NBC Sports are presented by Rolex. Taking all the way through this 121st edition. What a day. And that marine layer is starting to break up now here along the coast in San Diego. Garcia saw that approach from the fairway bunker. This for birdie. Sergio picking one up. One of 14 players who played this year and were also in the field back in 2008 when the U.S. Open was held here. 3:55 Eastern time, that final tee time. 5 under. Oosthuizen and Hughes. Henley and McIlroy the group before that. '15th time at the U.S. Open for Bubba Watson. Share a 5th back in 2007 for his only top 10. Runs that birdie try by at the first. Brandon Grace, another player in this pairing.
Here at 13T, Phil Mickelson going to give it a go. That is pretty much as hard as he can swing at it. He seemed to like it. And he should, right? Landed in the center of the fairway on the right side. He might have a go in 2.
Well, Tuesday, don't miss one of the most shocking moments in America's Got Talent history. It's an unbelievable new AGT coming your way Tuesday on NBC. Back out to the 5th. Gary Woodland from the bunker is 2nd.
Coming from the right fairway bunker. A great angle to right hole location. Angles don't mean a lot when the greens are softer, when they play here in February, but when U.S. Open conditions, when it's firm, the amount of rough they had, it does make a difference here.
Ball seems to sit up a little bit. May have gotten lucky.
Yeah, I can even feel a little.
A 10 sink right rough.
Yeah, really bad angle, especially out of the rough, and this pin is sitting right on a perch. Really tough to get the exact distance right to get it close. I imagine Stewart's going to the middle of the screen, a little bit left of his flagstick.
His son Reagan on the bag here on Father's Day.
Pretty cool way to spend his Father's Day, isn't it?
I know.
Front bunker there.
Blame it on the caddy. Back to 2.
Dylan Fratelli has this uphiller for birdie. Just his second appearance in the U.S. Open. He missed the cut back in 2018. That's a good way to start your final day.
How about Hideki now in the fairway at 10?
Perfect position, 151. Like we talked about, it's got to be an exact number to get close. The good thing is if you're at it, short or long, you'll have an uphill putt. Terry, you said it right. You always take the heat as a caddy on the course, and then later on when you get back with your buddies, then you blame your player. That's a good lead there.
Not in his presence.
Boy, he is swinging beautifully today in this final round.
Back to 2.
Matthew Fitzpatrick, a USGA champion. US amateur champ. Playing with Dylan Fratelli. 2 birdies there for that pairing.
At the 11th, coming off bogey at 10, Tom Hoagie, 32-year-old, born in Statesville, North Carolina, Texas man, TCU.
Yeah, great place to putt from, kind of up the trough, not a lot of break.
Fans are starting to pick it up, too. It's about that time.
Yes, well, tee times were a little earlier today, so they're the caffeine's starting to kick in.
He's into it on a Sunday.
This is 7, Patrick Rogers. Good approach and made it count with that birdie. He needs a good week. He's outside the top 125 in the FedEx Cup points on the PGA Tour. Needs to rally. He's got some events to do it in. The final round of the 121st U.S. Open. It's going to be a great one. The leaders go just before 4 o'clock Eastern Time.
Not too far from Torrey Pines is the famous San Diego Zoo. Some news for you here. In May, the zoo released video of the first ever golden toucan born in the Western Hemisphere. You've done the San Diego Zoo with the family, right?
Spent a couple days there during my time here when coming to the Farmers Insurance and also during the 2008 U.S. Open.
Absolutely. Out to Woodland, just off the edge. This for par. Remember, he's in the fairway bunker. He will drop a shot at 5. Won't be the only one.
This is at 13. Phil Mickelson going for the par 5 and 2. Big swing with the, like that 2-wood. Oh, wow. He would have been way better off down in the sand. That is some hay right there.
And over at 6, Gary Woodland on the tee of this 521-yard par 4. Up a little bit from yesterday. Boy, he played 534 yesterday. Players are going to take it right over the corner. Try to cut the dog leg. This whole angle's to the right at about a 45-degree angle, and you can tell by his reaction, he does not like it. And it finds that final bunker on the left. There's 4 of them down the left side. The lips aren't too bad, so you should have a chance to get that on the green. This is a converted par 5. Normally at the PGA Tour stop, they play this as a par 5, but the USGA moves it up. They did back in 2008. And they did it again this year.
And Peter, yesterday, the yardage on the 6th hole was 1 yard longer than the par 5 18th. First time I can recall that.
Well, let's take a look at Woodland's swing with the 4D replay presented by Cisco. Cisco powers the on-site network at the U.S. Open. It's a good coil by Woodland, one of the most powerful players on tour. Look at that post on the left side. He doesn't spin his left foot out as much as a lot of players do, but right there at impact, boom, it just flips to the left. You can tell by that follow through, he didn't like it.
Earlier at the 10th, Matsuyama for birdie.
Going up the hill, might break a little bit to his right. Well, not at that pace. At that pace, it's straight.
What a day he's got going. He's 3 over total, but look at that. Hadn't made a bogey yet. Out in 33. Difficult hole. Here he birdies.
On the right there, just
and the
hold up.
swing
Thanks.
looks great, so it's a stroke.
How many one is it? It's on 11.
And back at 2, Bubba Watson with his third K. You've moved over to join this group.
I have, from one creative player to another. It took a lofted club, but hit it low, got it running.
You like these shot-making left-handers, don't you?
I sure do. I would pay to watch them every day.
I would too. They're so creative as we go to 13.
Good look from high above at all those bunkers short on both sides of 13 green. They've got that whole location up on a tier over there on the right today, and Mickelson is in this really heavy stuff. He only has about, well, the whole location is 5 steps from the right edge of the green, or the right fringe. So he's going to have to hit some shot to get this close. Of course, you expect him to do it. I've seen it so often.
Kurt, I think he's going to use the, he likes to name different shots. He's going to use the spatula wedge here.
Okay.
Really sharp leading edge, trying to cut through as much of the grass as he can. This is going to be a big swing here.
Yeah, I mean, no one's been here. This rough is standing as straight up as it can get. That is just, that's crazy how good that is. Man, he read that line. Look at that smile.
Hey, Kurt, it was really good, but on this day back in 1982 at the U.S. Open, similar shot from our man Tom Watson, Pebble Beach, and who can forget this? It's one of those as a kid you're watching, it sticks with you the rest of your life.
Yeah, I was 10 years old. I remember Bruce Edwards was caddying for Tom Watson. He said, I'm going to chip this in, watch this. Now this putt at 18.
Be watching that video for a long, long time. Up the coast here in California and now here at Torrey Pines. And Phil, obviously, with memories. Remember the first couple of days in 2008, that pairing, the grouping with Mickelson and Tiger and Adam Scott, the top 3 players in the world. He kind of liked that one.
Yeah, that was a wry smile right there. He looked at his brother and he's like, that was really good.
Yeah, it's the first smile we've seen from Phil today. Great to see. So Bubba now has got this short one for par.
Yeah, not much to this. Might just want to pull down a little bit to the left. I think his goal today is get in under par for the championship.
Yeah, I think he doesn't really enjoy playing U.S. Open championships because he likes to curve it. And sometimes he said in his interview there's too many straight shots required at the U.S. Open.
Got a round of 3 under going, Hideki Matsuyama, but it looks even better than that. John, you've been out there all day.
Yeah, this has been a blueprint on how you play a U.S. Open round, just giving yourself tons of chances. This one looks great as well.
Hole after hole with opportunities for the Masters champ.
Kind of the gap between the tower.
I've got 40 to try.
Yeah.
14 is the other side of that slope.
Yeah, so the run's down to 10 over, so we'll go there.
About 9.
That wedge is just going for a break. You won't pitch it over here, do you? 6 short is... Yeah, 10. You can hit that as well. Start it on here.
It's like 80%.
You're gonna stop.
That's what I was worried about. I mean, hitting things soft on these greens with his runs, but they just left with a flag, I think.
Great shot, Patrick. Good job, Patrick. Patrick, what club was that? Thank you. Yep.
Yeah, 215 might be short of that edge. No more than that. 215. Roll into? Yeah, no more.
Keep going.
230 flag. 205 front.
Yeah, good shot.
Not like I really have a club, is it?
I don't have a club. The other one's too much, and this isn't enough.
Short time ago, Stewart sinks second at 11.
This is a bad here. He's got it on the upslope. Enough green to work with. It's downright makeable.
This isn't bad. Understatement. Fantastic. Two-time winner this season on tour.
Bubba on the tee at 3.
And Kurt's got a 7-iron. Gonna move this right to left, a cut shot for him.
That's his go-to shot. He loves to hit the high cut. Just gonna catch that edge of that bowl though. Not gonna get any closer. Bubba's played in a bunch of these U.S. Opens without much success. Peter, you talked about it. He, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to suit his eye.
Matsuyama at 11 for birdie.
Great place to putt from here. Should go just a little bit to his right.
What did we say about the difficult stretch after making the turn?
10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, he just birdied 10 and 11. Toughest hole on the golf course through the week. Second toughest coming up next. Ho hum for Hideki.
At the 7th here with Sergio in the fairway bunker. To figure out if he can get it up over that lip and hit a high cut in there. Maybe try to get something close. Only a couple birdies so far today here at 7. It's been a tough hole. Looks like he's on the upslope of this bunker.
Look at that shot.
That's beauty.
Sounded really good. They like it. They should. What a shot from that fairway bunker.
Well, if your daughter is age 6 to 17, you can enroll her in LPGA USGA Girls Golf, a program that the USGA has supported for more than 25 years. Help empower and energize girls in golf by visiting girlsgolf.org today. Up to 10 and Reed for birdie. Fleetwood getting in there quickly to take a look.
Back at the 3rd, Bubba for birdie.
Uphill putt, keeping the flagstick in. And did a good job getting it all the way up there.
Speed was correct.
Matsuyama on the tee at 12. Talking about that, Terry. Birdie's 10 and 11. Can he do it here? Just 4 birdies here yesterday. And 2 of them were chip-ins by Rory and JT Poston, so beautiful tee shot there. Boy, swinging beautifully.
Tee at 14, Mickelson, 1 over on the day.
Love to just start it at those trees, get a little cut moving down the fairway. Correct shape for this dogleg left. Perfect.
443-yard par 4. Followed up by a par 4 that's 508 today. So still waters so far here. Very little wind. The final round, we expect that to change somewhat, and the sun to come out here for those late tee times. Distinctive driver out. Bubba off the tee at 4.
Trying to start it at the bunker and cut it back into the fairway. If not, get it over the bunkers. And that's somewhere in between.
Really close, huh?
To the 7.
Sergio trying to be the 3rd player to birdie this hole today. Patrick Reed, Patrick Rogers, only 2 birdies. Get there and he's made it. Oh boy.
Brandon Grace playing with Bubba. We're at 4.
Yeah, both those players getting off to a low-key start.
Continues. Well.
Stewart Cink with his second.
204, Peter, to almost impossible to get to pin up on that left side with the left to right wind now. This is 6 iron from 204. This is headed right side of the green.
Smart. You don't want to mess with that whole location. It's hard enough to get the ball to stop on the green, much less close to the hole.
With this clinical round that Hideki has going, I wouldn't be surprised if he fired right at this. It's just been an absolute clinic so far today.
First round, John, he made birdies at 10 and 11, a par here at 12 on his way to that first round 69. So he's back on his game.
The round he's got going, it's one of those U.S. Open days you hope for a couple more and then a 40-mile-an-hour wind to come in later, but I don't think he's going to get that, but playing beautifully. 192, big 7 iron, and Peter, he's going right at it.
Why not?
Why
He's
not?
Playing. Well, it's kind of what you expect. Just don't want to get into the thick stuff.
Take this moment to remind you your Fast Family is back. Fast and Furious F9 in theaters Friday. Foreboding music.
There's going to be a car chase in that one.
Good call.
Yeah, this is a moment ago back at 2. Rikuya Hoshino. Excellent tee shot way down there. Plays this. Almost dunks it. There's a tap-in birdie for Hoshino-san there at 2.
14, Mickelson for birdie.
He's got it up on the proper shelf here. Boy, it just carried way too much pace.
And that kind of day for Phil. Yesterday, too. All right, par 3-8. Sergio taking a look, 175. And if you're going to keep it on the green, you got to land it the lower portion of the green.
Yeah, and a little right of this flag. We've seen a number of players who, when they've pulled it, they've landed in the right spot, but that back left part really comes up quickly. So anything just right of the flag, landed on that lower portion, or maybe just into the slope is ideal.
No, be right, please. Be right.
You're right.
Can't do it much better than that. It was absolutely right. Beauty. Mickelson, a lot left for par at 14.
You don't need to go back if you don't want to.
Drop back to the fourth. Golf ball in the rough for Branden Grace, Kay.
He lucked out. He's found a bit of this secondary rough that is not as long. It's a little dried out. He should have no problem getting his club on this, and he has a good angle. He's going to aim to the right of that front bunker. Try to let it feed down to the left. 171 to the front, 181 to the hole.
But that's knuckling out of there. Should have top spin.
Yeah, that's a good spot. That was a good goal to get it to the front right part of the green.
Far enough over there where he can play it along the green, perhaps.
Long putt for birdie for Stewart Cink here at 12.
Down the hill for about 2/3 and then back up a hill here, Peter. Tough to get this distance, right?
How about it? 12 plays to an average of about 4.35, so you're picking up incremental shots on the field when you make par.
How about this at 4 for Bubba now, Kay?
He's only 6 feet away from the front lip. Bubba actually has 181 to the hole. Grace had 206. Got my numbers mixed up. Trying to launch that high. Yeah, that's well done just to get it on that right part of the green.
Just come down hard. Come down hard. Come down hard.
Yeah, it's like trough.
Yeah, I can see it.
Here's where Matsuyama has played his tee shot, or his second shot, I should say, to the back of the green, using a hybrid out of that semi-rough.
Just trying to pop it out of there and get it rolling like a putt.
Blasted it. That's one thing about the thick stuff around these greens at a U.S. Open. It can confuse you a lot of the time.
So Peter, only Mackenzie Hughes has birdied all three to start the back nine. That was on Friday. Dustin Johnson, #1 player in the world. They made a move yesterday to 68 to get it to red figures, 1 under par. So 3:11 Eastern time, he'll go off that opening tee, believing he's got a chance to win today, I would think.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to show up the golf course, put himself in position, just 4 back.
Reed, lengthy one for birdie at 11.
And this is up the trough that we've talked about. Not much break from that point. Good effort.
Matsuyama now with his putt for 12, giving it a good long look.
Probably a little bit longer than he anticipated after those what were pretty much two perfect golf swings. But I would say playing 10, 11, 12 and 2 under on the day will help you out just a little bit.
We talked about it. We all know that this is the club that can let him down, but so far today and in his career with the 6 wins over here on the PGA Tour, when he gets hot, watch out. He's dominant. There you go. Great save for Matsuyama.
This is at the 7th after a big drive. Gary Woodland only has 130 yards to the hole. A chance to attack now with just a gap wedge. And he does. Yeah, good shot. Oh, wow, look at the spin on that ball. So Woodland's good chance to become the 3rd player to birdie the 7th hole. Shoot a low one. Have a good Sunday. Again, the leaders don't go until 3:55. They're 3 of them at 5 under par. Interesting to see if Brooks Koepka makes a run at anything today. He's got a lot of players to pass.
Back at the 4th, Bubba was begging for it to come back down to this area. Now for birdie.
Really tough putt. Uphill to the top of the crest of that wave and then downhill towards the ocean. Pretty darn good effort.
To the 13th tee, and Hideki Matsuyama, best round on the golf course right now.
Tees all the way back today. Very little wind. I expect this would be more of a 3-shotter today than we've seen.
He likes another one here, Woody.
He is a machine right now.
We've actually seen a couple players go for it. Phil Mickelson got it hole high.
Brandon Grace at 4, this for par.
He putted from off the surface of the green to this point, really calculated it well. And that's a nice 4 from where he drove it.
Really good. Remember, he was right rough and then short right. Skirted the bunker by putting it. All pars.
Back here at 7, let's see if the 2019 champ can make a birdie. Yes, he can. Boy, that's how you want to play that hole. Drive it down there as far as possible in the fairway and spin a wedge. Not everybody has his length, though.
Really well judged, that birdie try from Bubba, but still some left at 4.
These are the ones you just have to be so confident with, because you know you're going to have a large handful of them each day.
Going to see that play out throughout the afternoon, aren't we? The final groups.
Yeah, you're going to have to make some 3 and 4 and 5 footers for par if you want to stay in this U.S. Open.
Sergio, brilliant tee shot, and little more than a tap in for birdie at the 8th. Take that all day.
And over at 12, Tommy Fleetwood, well positioned. Right side of the fairway here at 12. But still, not sure you want to go with that flag as firm as these greens are. Wow, that was a great shot. So far this morning, that's the closest we've seen, which is hard to believe. I know it's early on Sunday, but still not bad.
This is Rikuya Hoshino for birdie at 3. A little bit of slope there. Right in the middle. Tremendous putt. Not many birdies have been made at this par 3 today, so that's a good one there.
Well done, that stretch. Hoshino, back-to-back birdies. Par 4 fourth next, as we tell you, the USGA has been serving the game since 1894. And by becoming a USGA member, you can help us continue to champion and advance the game for decades to come. Off the tee at 5, Bubba.
Bubba aiming right of the right bunkers and slinging it back into that tilted fairway. This fairway tilts pretty steeply left to right.
The other thing, over 4 days, Justin, you know you're going to be in your fair share of fairway bunkers here.
Well, yeah, because they're perfectly placed by Rees Jones during his redesign of his golf course. They're going to play for everyone in the field, and in a lot of cases, players would rather be in the bunker than in the rough.
If you get in the middle of the bunker, it's a flat lie, and no problem.
William Bell, the original architect, back in 1957. Grace. Hanging. Okay. To the 7th.
Where Shane Lowry's playing from the fairway. Another big drive. 123 is all for big man from Ireland. Okay. Good distance control there. He'll have a nice look.
Patrick Reed playing with Tommy Fleetwood at 12, his second shot. Just saw a good one from Tommy.
Left. Just a little.
Another good one. Good stuff right there for those two. Reed 2 under on his round today. Best round of the day so far, Hideki Matsuyama, 4 under. So all of those players playing later on, it is gettable. No wind, no sun. Greens still have a little bit of moisture in them.
Second shots at the 5th coming up. And Grace will be first, Bubba next. Take a look at how they got there from the tee. Crisscross.
Twice.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Yeah, really, exactly.
That's cool.
Grace first to go, Kay.
Yeah, he was worried his drive would end up in the bunker, but lucked out. Perfectly level lie. Able to take an 8-iron at it. And a little left, trying to get it to cut. Ooh, I guess that was plenty of club.
That's a good thing. It's just going to drip off to the right of that ledge over there on the left side of the green, so we'll leave a much easier putt.
Looking better and better.
Bunker now for Bubba.
And like we saw with Phil, because he's a left-hander, this now becomes a very straightforward shot. Perfectly level lie. If he were a right-hander, he'd have the ball well below his feet.
Bubba boy!
Trying to get
You're right,
in
baby.
there.
Bubba buoy. Okay.
That works. See, the fairway bunker's not so bad, is it?
Nice shoes!
Now Mickelson at 15, trouble off the tee, and the layup. Played to here. This to save.
Big swing to the right as it slows down.
Oh, just do, isn't he?
That's a great try there.
Tap in, and then to 12.
Tommy Fleetwood looking for a rare birdie here at the tough par 4. He made birdie here yesterday, one of the 4 birdies. Look at that line rolling. That was a good putt. I guess if it was a great putt, it would have gone in.
This is a look at the 13th, Matsuyama's path to the layup area down below the hill there.
Nice aggressive layup here, Kurt. Kind of past that flat area to an upslope and might help him stop it to this tight pin over on the right.
92 yards going. You gotta add a little bit for that uphill, right, Woody?
Absolutely. Maybe land it at the hole and bounce it, and hopefully it spins back a touch, Kurt.
That was full. It should be spinning.
Go.
Oh, he hung it out to the right a little bit. He was afraid of the slope left of the hole. It tends to funnel down into the valley in the middle of the green, but that was not a good shot.
Back at 12, Patrick Reed. I think he learned something from Fleetwood's putt. Wow. These are tricky hole locations. Fleetwood went left and Reed's went right. And back at the second hole, this is Patrick Cantlay making his 6th start in a U.S. Open. Never missed a cut. And if there's a guy that has the type of game to win a U.S. Open, he has the game, the demeanor, never gets too riled up. He was bogey free in his first round, shot 1 under 70. So he's looking for something along those lines, only somewhere in the 60s to try to climb back into this thing. Back to 7.
Where Shane Lowry has this good look for birdie here. He'll defend his Open title in about a month. Royal St. George's, looking forward to that.
Grace with a birdie try at the 5th.
Both players trying to get their first birdie on this final U.S. Open Championship round. A little influence from the slope to his right, pulling it towards the ocean.
Easy par there to Mickelson now.
At 16, boy, they have their hands full here today. 233 to that back left hole location. Phil shaping it in there on a nice line. Let's see if it gets back there. Boy, that is really well done. That is going to be one tough flagstick to get to right there. Back to 5.
And Bubba taking a look.
As well as his caddy. This one's kind of a tricky one to read. You know, the ocean is to his right, and that's where everything's pulling down towards, but the right side of the screen is built up.
Take a look at Bubba here. He keeps that right heel up, Justin. Any idea why he does that?
Well, I think because he's had a habit of getting the weight too far back in his feet, maybe not making really good contact with it. So likes to throw it up in that lead toe, helps him stay down on it through with his upper body, make good contact.
Or with Bubba, it could be just that it feels right. Yeah.
Or it could be.
Go. 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 Caught in the roof. Stuck in the roof.
back here, 13. Remember, Hideki Matsuyama missed his wedge shot just to the right in the rough. Up and down from there, though, keeping that good round going. Bogey free, 4 under par so far. To 1.
Daniel Berger's final round underway. Left rough, but the intermediate cut.
Yeah, from that far back, really just wasn't touching in the middle of the green here. That's fine.
Winner up the coast, AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am earlier this season.
Bubba Watson at the tee at 6K. Wonder what's going to happen here.
Hit a high cut. Great shot to hit against this left to right tilted fairway.
Oh, it just sneaks into the fairway too. Good shot.
Just like he did as a kid, hitting a wiffle ball around the perimeter of the house, clockwise and then counterclockwise. So he learned to curve it both ways.
I haven't seen anybody all week start it right of that big tree, but Bubba just did. Brandon Grace now. Here's a guy with a beautiful swing.
Yeah, he's probably going to take a little more conventional line.
Wind
Takes
just barely starting to blow, okay?
Takes a confident guy to come out with white pants and new white shoes. He's planning on staying out of the long grass.
He's going to walk down the walk paths and stay in the fairway, stay dry and clean. Wow, it just snuck it by Bubba. Back to 3.
Where Robert McIntyre has a good look for birdie, playing in his second U.S. Open. Made the cut at Winged Foot. There you go, good birdie there. And a man from Scotland will bounce back after that double at 1.
Bogey free. Tee at 14, Matsuyama.
Just going for the 3-wood here. Looks like he's licked this a little bit to the right, hoping for a bounce.
Gonna have to work hard to stay bogey free.
Yeah, that settled down.
Up to 16.
Tough putt here, up and over some slope. That whole location on a shelf in the back part of that green. Putting towards the ocean, so it's a little quicker generally. It can be very deceptive.
Less than a minute to go till that next tee time. You know this man's story by now. Richard Bland. Took him 478 tries before he broke through and won on the European Tour. Did it
Ladies
in
and
a
gentlemen,
playoff.
this is the 10:32 tee time.
Playing with
Please welcome from
Guido
England,
Migliozzi.
Richard Bland.
Had it to 5 under, shared the lead, and then a 77 yesterday. We'll try to come back strong here on the final day. Just his second U.S. Open appearance. Missed the cut back in 2009, his 4th major championship overall. He has been a story that we followed and golf fans have really grabbed hold of this week.
Oh, wow.
Look of concern, but another fairway hit.
From Italy, Guido Migliozzi.
And making his tournament debut, championship debut here in the U.S. Open. A 24-year-old from Italy who's won a couple of times on the European Tour.
Came into this championship playing beautifully. A couple of second-place finishes on the European Tour to get his spot in the field here at the U.S. Open.
Thank you. 170-73 the first 3 days for Guido. The bunker off the tee. Two players know each other very well, battling in that playoff, and Bland breaking through. It was a very popular win in golf. Migliozzi was there trying to win it just as hard. The first playoff hole.
And he played well yesterday. I mean, the front 9, he shot 1 over par, was right in the middle of the tournament. Unfortunately, a couple bogeys at 11 and 12, and then bogeyed his last 3 holes to shoot 77.
Yep.
But today's another day.
Berger saw that approach. This for birdie up on the green here at 1.
Putting out the slope there now. It's pretty flat from this point.
You heard it.
First player that we've seen or heard get the break right on that first green.
Brilliant way to start. In the bunker, Hideki Matsuyama at 14 is 3rd.
Got some green to work with here. Came out a little heavy. It's going to ride that ridge down into the trough in the middle of this green.
He was in the deep rough off the tee, played to there, and now really hard work to stay bogey free. 17.
Mickelson looks to be that 2-wood. Teed down just a little bit, going to hit a bullet.
Awesome.
Driving it pretty good today. It's just been the putter. Well, that is to the right of the fairway. Good angle to the green, though. Bubba Watson now in the bunker here at the par 4, 6th. Throw this way up in the air.
Yeah, long shot, nearly 20 paces. Probably getting that to stop on a dime.
It's a heck of a shot. So there's Jon Rahm walking in. Everybody had him as the tournament favorite coming in based on what happened back at Memorial when he had to withdraw with that 6-shot lead. He's got a legitimate shot at it.
Richard Bland getting his final round started in the fairway. That's been the formula for him. Hitting fairways and greens. Second round he was left off this tee, but the other 3 in the fairway, and now his second. Straight as an arrow.
Yeah, a couple good swings there to start the day.
Up to the 6th.
Bubba now is supposed to save his par after that terrific bunker shot. Good save for Bubba. 6 straight pars to start. Now this is up at 17. Mickelson, remember he drove it way to the right, played his second to here. And you see how much of a slope he's got to go up.
We just back up just so thank you.
And this is really where the magic happens. Stuff like this, Justin, it's just so fun to watch this guy. He's the most creative guy in the game.
It is, Peter. It looks like he's going to kind of take a little lower route, try and land it, skip it just a yard or two short of the green, pop up, and check.
Well, he didn't like it. You could tell when he hit it. A little bit of a depressing day for Phil in this final round of the Open. And up at 12, a young man who Phil played a lot of practice rounds with, Akshay Bhatia. That had to be quite a thrill for Akshay. No reason not to give it a go. No reason to leave him short at this point. Over to 7.
And Bubba Watson on the tee.
Still pretty dead calm out here, Kurt. Aiming at the right bend of this fairway. Over the trees, moving that a good 20 plus yards, right to left.
Trying to, well, it's sat up, but that is going to be tough to control. Take a look at the 7th hole. The dog leg to the right moves a little bit downhill the whole way. Seen a lot of players in the bunkers to the left over there. You can see how the fairway tilts to the right. A lot of times that right rough is pretty dead, especially today with that hole location tucked in on the right side. Now, Grace?
Yeah, ideally you hit it down the left center of the fairway and let the fairway curve it and move it down to the right.
Which is exactly what Grace did. Hit a low bullet cut that's going to run a long way. Look at that thing run down the hill. That'll leave a short wedge shot most likely there.
17. Mickelson for par. There you go. He's going to say to himself, now they start going. Back to 1.
Richard Bland, lengthy birdie try at the first. I think they have a lot of people in the galleries today rooting for him to have a solid final round. Matsuyama for par at 14.
Coming up the slope, about halfway there, then it flattens out where this hole is located.
So the first of the day for Hideki. First bogey on the card. And the round now at 3 under. He's 3 over overall. Russell Henley.
How's your little boy doing?
I got that little boy now. You got a 6-month-old too.
Right.
Yeah,
talking.
Yeah, beautiful. 6 months old this week, and
is he big like the other?
And outside the top 10 in major championships, 32-year-old missed the cut at the Memorial. Man who grew up in Georgia, went to Georgia, and start at 5 under, sharing the lead. Migliozzi, lengthy one at the first. Still some work left. How about those top 3, though? You got Henley, who's won 3 times. Mackenzie Hughes missed 5 straight cuts coming in, and Louis Oosthuizen in the Open champ in St. Andrews.
Well, for Louis, I mean, he was in contention at the PGA. He's got the career Grand Slam as far as runner-up finishes in major championships. So I would think he'd be the most comfortable out of that threesome that's at the top.
Eagle at 18 to get it to 5 under and share the lead. Hole location tucked in. Bayo as we approach 11 a.m. local time. It's been very still, hasn't it? I mean, a little bit of a breeze at times, but it really has not yet picked up.
Now with the cloud cover, the sun has not come out yet today, so the greens still have plenty of fire in them, but this is a perfect example of a U.S. Open par 3. Just put it in the middle of the green. If it can use the slope to get a little bit closer, that's ideal, but don't want to take any chances here at 11.
Go. No, don't pitch soft, man. Big
Wanted
bounce
a
when
little
you
more
need
out
it.
of it,
Go
but
ahead.
not bad. Mickelson coming home.
This is the big stick here.
Oh, shoot.
And it will be a fight to the very end. We'll lie in a moment. Meanwhile, 7.
Bubba in that rough.
One less, are you? If you feel a jumper, yes. If not, I just hit a nice chip one of these. It's landing into a catcher's mitt, so it's going to slow up.
It's descriptive.
I suppose he's imagining that catcher's mitt just right there, right of the flagstick. The lie is not that bad.
Right of the flagstick?
Why not? Bubba.
Yeah.
Who's going well left?
Down, jumper. Down.
Big
You knew
flyer.
exactly. As soon as we think it's not going to jump, it jumps.
Very tight
right
lies down in there.
Trying to save par is Bland at the first. Ouch.
Boy, that putt fooled him twice. Couldn't believe that it didn't turn to the right from his first putt. Actually broke towards the back of the green, and then it did it again there on his par effort.
Gave it a run the first 2 days, got it to 5 under, but a struggle since that back 9 yesterday. The trio at the top, 344, 345 is the last pairing, but in that second to last, you've got Russell Henley at 5 under along with Rory McIlroy. He's 2 shots off the lead for Mickelson. We're at home in San Diego.
Back here at the 7th, Bubba Watson looking over his 3rd shot.
Hitting from this low, closely mown area, 15 paces to the edge of the green. Probably roughly that to the hole.
Plenty of green to work with here.
Yeah, and he can play it a little left of the hole and use the slope to feed down to the right.
That sounded a little scuffy. It was. That's why it didn't spin. He caught too much turf first.
Coming off bogey. Now the second at 15 for Matsuyama.
Gotta be left of this whole location. Do not want to miss it into that right bunker.
That one?
That one right there.
Hmm.
It's on the upslope. It might be okay, but he's going to have to land it on a pretty good downslope.
And it was close here in 2008. Lee Westwood opens up here, his second from 145. Quite. Get the sign in the bunker. The second for Mickelson at 18, up over the tree.
Oh boy. What is he doing here?
It's like, wait, I'm Phil. What do you think I'm doing? Get behind the leaderboard? I believe it is.
Playing 545, had a good enough lie. I'm not sure where that ended up.
Brandon Grace hit a good second shot in here. Kay?
He sure did. He just had a little sand wedge in after that long, accurate drive, and that's the difference. He was able to play an aggressive shot in, just a little short right of the flagstick. This for his first birdie today.
It's an interesting putting style. The ball tends to come out of the toe of the putter when he putts.
See what Hideki can do with it. There's the lie.
Okay, so he's got the lie he wants. He's on the upslope. See, it's not that hard.
You said you didn't want to be in there.
Well, you don't. That ball hit the flag. It's the only way he kept it close.
Nearly hold it. Hey, it's a good day. It's been a good day for Hideki, so you think about making those.
Bubba Watson trying to figure out how to make par here.
Yeah, this will be downhill, pulling down a little bit to his left. Kurt, it was interesting that Nelly Korda shot a 62 yesterday on the LPGA Tour, and she acknowledged Bubba's words and what he said to the media, kind of about the ups and downs of this game and how you just can't take it to heart. It can't reflect on you personally. It's just a game. She was kind of disappointed after missing the cut at the U.S. Women's Open, and it helped her turn her attitude around.
Check in with Tommy Fleetwood at 14. This for birdie.
Yeah, found the right plateau here in the back right part of this green.
Down the hole. Pretty good pairing there. Fleetwood and Patrick Reed today. Meanwhile, Gary Woodland on the difficult par 3, the 11th.
Let's move the ball left to right.
Don't plug.
Oh boy.
Don't plug.
Didn't plug. See if it bounced all the way down to the area of that bunker he wants to play from. Saw Fleetwood, now Patrick Reed at 14. Man in red on final day here at the U.S. Open. Fourth birdie of the day. Sink at 15 from off the green.
Yeah, they're right in front of this green. There's not much of a slope up to the green, so good place if you do miss the green to leave it and use the putter like that. Nicely done.
Bring it back to the 11th. Eduardo Molinari playing with Gary Woodland. See what he can do at the par 3 now.
Yeah, good line there. So right in the trough. 35, 40 feet, but you don't want to do more than that at 11.
At 3.
Joaquin Niemann hit one of the best tee shots we've seen. See if he can make the birdie. Just lacked a little pace.
So we'll see where Phil ended up at 18. He's not done yet, guys.
He's not walking to sign his card.
No. The lodge right there, the hotel. It's always theater with Phil right to the very end, isn't it? So there it is. They'll figure out where to go for relief from that point.
I'll just mark it just to
Mark it. You're going to use a coin, not a tee here.
Well, no, you'd rather use a tee because he may not come back and pick up that mark from where he's going to drop.
We're getting Craig Winter here from the USGA. So what are we looking at now, Craig?
Well, Terry, this is going to be free relief. He's actually back behind. You see a lot of structures. Those are all temporary structures. He's going to get free relief from all of that. He's going to just swing around on an arc, find a similar distance. They're going to estimate how far he was from the hole, and he'll be back over probably by the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's
the
where
monster board.
See where the leaderboard was. That's where we were looking before where it landed. It kept traveling a couple hundred yards.
Yeah, I mean, he's 70, 80 yards beyond the green, so he's going to go well short of this 18th green.
That's Brian Lewis with him right now, so he'll find a spot. He'll drop for free, and he'll be playing his third shot out.
Man of the people. Close to the people. More ways than one here at 18. Love him everywhere, but especially here in San Diego at a U.S. Open. He'll come back as he finishes up this final round with a marine layer that's still in cloud cover. Wind hasn't yet picked up. We expect the sun to break through, and what an afternoon we're going to have here Eventually, when those leaders tee off, Louis Oosthuizen, Mackenzie Hughes, Russell Henley all at 5 under, but lurking McIlroy, DeChambeau, Rahm, Matthew Wolff, DJ at 1 under, along with Colin Morikawa. So it sets up some kind of final day here at the 121st edition of the U.S. Open. Continue our coverage. Dan Hicks and Paul Azinger and the crew are going to come in. Boy, enjoy the afternoon here from San Diego, everybody.
It's another final round Sunday at the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. This is the day where history will be made to see who will follow in the dramatic script from 13 years ago. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present the 121st U.S. Open Championship. Championship Sunday along the cliffs of Torrey Pines, back on its traditional Father's Day finish. Thick air today on the south course, hazy marine layer filtering its way around the area, just adding to the anticipation and the mystery of who will rise to the occasion on this Sunday at Torrey Pines to become the latest U.S. Open champion. And you saw some of the names there just mentioned in position to win this championship, but you can't forget about Jon Rahm, 3 back. He's won here on this golf course. Some of his best times have been spent here in San Diego. This is where he proposed to his wife, who's here today with her son. Scotty Scheffler, 3 back. Matthew Wolff, the runner-up from last year, also in position. Dustin Johnson, a U.S. Open champion, 2-time major champion. Morikawa, all of those 1 under certainly in the mix. And you never know, 5 back, Brooks Koepka and Justin Thomas, major champions in their own right. All right, let's send you over to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11:05 tee time. Please welcome from Germany our 2014 U.S. Open champion, Martin Kaymer.
It was a runaway for Kaymer back in 2014 at Pinehurst, but he has come back nicely to put himself in position here with another U.S. Open champion. This really is the bounce back pairing. Kaymer and Spieth will be introduced momentarily. John Wood with this group to start off his Sunday.
Oh, wow. This ball blistered up the left side, cutting back to the center. Beautiful opening tee shot.
From Dallas, Texas, our 2015 U.S. Open champion, Jordan Spieth.
Kaymer and Spieth were each tied for 129th and 10 back after 18 holes. But they both shot 68s and 69s to get back within shouting distance, 6 back to start this Sunday.
Wow. This ball in a very good line as well, cutting back dead center. Gorgeous swing.
I think if I was starting 6 back, I'd feel like I did have a chance, some sort of hope. That's the way these guys feel. They know if they can shoot a really low round today, anything can happen.
Both of them opened up with 77, so it's been a good comeback indeed for Spieth and Kaymer. Phil Mickelson finishing up another U.S. Open. He had high hopes in his hometown of San Diego here, but not to be. The search goes on after 6 second-place finishes in this championship, trying to put that final piece in the puzzle to become the 6th in history to win the Tour Grand Slam. He won the PGA Championship just a few weeks ago, so Phil will have plenty of chances in the future. Doesn't even need a special exemption. As we join you from the booth here, and Paul Azinger, this leaderboard is really a mystery of sorts. You've got major champions kind of sprinkled in there among the guys who are in this position for the very first time in their careers. So this is kind of like, who do you like?
nobody knows who they like. I mean, it seems like it's pretty evenly handicapped to me. If you had Bryson and Rory, you'd say, hey, we'll give those 3 guys 2 shots and you guys play even.
Right.
Let's get after it. Today's a big day, obviously, and happy Father's Day to everyone out there as well.
Happy Father's Day to you, Zing, as well.
You too, Dan. Thank you. It's a giant self-belief fest. I mean, it's a race to see who can get the most comfortable, the fastest, basically, and you know, that's really what it boils down to. Everything today is magnified. The significance of every tee shot, every iron shot, every putt is just magnified times 1,000. A 2-footer counts the same on Thursday as it does today, but the significance of that 2- and 3-foot putt, it's going to come down to a putt in the end. It always does. You know, maybe somebody can jump out of the pack and latch on. The last 7 U.S. Open champions have broken 70 on Sunday. I expect one of these guys to play great in the top 5.
And haven't had a playoff since the epic duel between Tiger Woods and Rocco Mediate all those years ago. And happy Father's Day to Mackenzie Hughes as well. He's got both of his sons here as he is Canada's hope, trying to become the first U.S. Open champion from Canada. Let's get you out to the course and the 17th, then bring in Gary Koch.
Thank you very much, Dan. Hideki Matsuyama to play his second shot here. Good round going for him today, 3 under par. Location, front right portion of this green, and accessible. It's going to come up a little short. And with the green perched up in the air, we'll roll back away from the putting surface. And we'll move over to the 10th.
And this was a moment ago. Dylan Wu for birdie at +5.
I'll look into the future here. The 10th. There you go.
Just 24 years old. Has his card on the Korn Ferry Tour, advancing to the U.S. Open with a qualifier that was reinstituted at this 2021 U.S. Open. So Spieth out in the middle of the fairway at the first.
Maybe a couple short.
All right, 56, playing. Yeah, I'd say a touch under that.
Huh?
I'd say a touch under that.
Very slight breeze back into him, 160, and you know, a lot of these pins are tucked today. Good shots are going to end up 25, 30 feet, and it'll be interesting to see if Jordan can get on a run from that distance. I don't think there's anybody better as a long putter.
Well, he's got a new move now in his routine, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. This is 8-iron, headed at the middle of the green. Really good, smart line to start the day.
I love what he's doing because Jordan's been getting stuck underneath it, and that move is to get back on top of it. And that one he kind of crushed and pulled a little bit. It always goes farther. But this shows me he is really on track. That was just dead on plane.
Yeah, I believe that.
There's definitely a change in his pre-shot routine.
Now Keimer.
152, and you always get a little question mark in your head when you see a player of Jordan's caliber airmail a green like that and you're just right in front of him. He clubbed down. He had 8 out initially, now he's got 9.
Now Jordan wanted to cut that in there, and it pulled and drew a foot, so it went a mile.
Keimer, very high shot, just a hair left of the hole. This is a really good-looking shot if it's the right distance.
Oh, wow. Yep. Good start. That's a little bit of a sucker pin. It will be for the leaders. I expect to see everybody comfortably left of that flag.
Par 5 18th. An eagle attempt for Rick Lamb, 30 years old. Got into this championship. Dramatic qualifying story he was. Really emotional. So happy to be here. Playing in his first U.S. Open. And how about that? Ends with an eagle.
That's awesome. I worked with Rick Lamb this week, actually, on his short game a little bit. He's a fine player. Drives it really straight. Good iron player. Got a bright future, I hope.
Yep, so that'll tell you that there's eagle possibilities for sure at the last today. We'll see if it matters. Louis Oosthuizen finished up with an eagle of his own yesterday on Saturday at the U.S. Open. And happy Father's Day to everybody out there, to my dad watching in Tucson, Arizona, and all the dads who do so much for their families. Great day to have the U.S. Open back in its traditional Father's Day finish. And not just the folks out there as spectators. You've got some players out here carrying their kids in, walking them in. Well, Stuart Sink has his on the back. Reagan. Back here at the U.S. Open, Torrey Pines, the second one staged here. And just the third one held in Southern California. Blessed with great weather. A little foggy today, but that's what you sign up for here along the Pacific Ocean. Keimer at the first for birdie. Jordan Spieth still has a 5-footer upcoming for par. And Keimer will open up with a 4. Back at 17.
Hideki Matsuyama to play his third. Paul, most of the guys haven't had a lot of problem from the closely mown areas around these greens.
I think Kikuyu is so tight on the fairways. I think they just love clipping it off that stuff.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
Easy to get some spin on the ball. Well played shot there. Should be a par. We go back to the first.
And Woody, here's this par attempt for Jordan.
A little bit longer than 5 feet. He obviously airmailed the green with his first and had a really tough lie that he tried to nudge down there. Great deception in the back of this green in the design. It feels like it's downhill, but it's actually back up the hill.
It's good to see Jordan climb his way back into the weekend here.
No doubt.
Seeing after the start. That's kind of been indicative of what he's been doing in his career. Nice save there. 2015 U.S. Open champion from Chambers Bay, and that career year that he had. A couple of majors won. And the FedEx Cup title as well. Over at the 9th.
Yeah, the par 5, Bubba Watson able to reach the green in 3. Played his third from the rough. I guess. A lot of ways to make birdie. That was first of the day. Back even par after a tough day yesterday was 77.
With the USGA streaming app powered by Cisco, you can watch live coverage of this championship, relive all the great moments. The app is free and available now in the app and channel stores on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV. Well, let's wander over to the range, see what's going on there. Dustin Johnson, the 2-time major champion, tees off in less than an hour. And he's a part of that big group that is chasing the leaders at 500, just 4 back. He'll get paired with Colin Morikawa.
Yeah, he's definitely within reach. Arnold Palmer came from 7 back at Cherry Hills to win the U.S. Open. It's been done before, and it can be done again. But the one thing that struck me so far is ordinarily on a Sunday morning of a final round of the U.S. Open, you see somebody post a really low score, like a 5 or 6 under par. We're not seeing that today. The whole locations are tucked, and it's going to be tough. But I expect one of these guys, guys out of the pack here to shoot around a 67 or 66 or something like that if they want to have a chance.
Martin Keimer is over on the tee at 2.
Yeah, the shortest par 4 on the golf course. And not surprisingly, playing as the easiest par 4 this week.
Gary, they're waiting for a bunker to be raked up in the fairway before they tee off.
Well, it gives the player some options, doesn't it, John? I mean, we've seen some hit less than driver.
It does in a week that's been fairly driver-centric everywhere. This is one of the few holes where you've got a couple choices.
All right, let's take a look at the second. As I mentioned, the shortest par 4 on the course at just 384 yards. And some players will hit less than driver, try to leave the ball up on top of the hill to get a flat lie kind of right in there in between the fairway bunkers. Others, well, they'll take driver, drive it past the bunkers, get a little bit of a downhill lie for the second shot. Whole location today over on the far right-hand side of the green, and very accessible if you play from the fairway.
And we'll get a look at the Tracer, brought to you by Lexus, the official vehicle of the USGA.
And it appears Keimer is going with less than driver.
Yeah, he is. It's one of the few, what you feel like is a real birdie hole out here. Scoring average is 75 today, Gary.
Beautiful line here, Gary, right up the center.
Pretty high scoring average in these conditions.
Obviously, and it seems as though the course playing a little longer than it did yesterday. Some of the tees have been moved back. And I don't know about you, Paul, but looking at the whole locations, there's some pretty tough ones.
I kept thinking that every one. I went, ooh, that one's tough, that one's tough.
All right, Spieth, different route with driver.
Love to repeat that swing on 1, that beautiful little power cut that he played. Yeah, this on a very good line, just left of those bunkers. Might need one straight bounce, Gary.
Fairway does slope left to right. Oh, he gets it well by, and that's where you can take it with a driver.
Yep.
Way down there.
Tell you what, Gary, he's not stuck underneath it anymore.
No, he has definitely made some changes
No
for
doubt.
the better. Over at 11.
Third shot for Adam Hadwin just a moment ago.
This 11th hole has been truly a nightmare for the players. What a birdie. That might be a spin. Have to check.
Yeah, this is the hole where Russell Henley blasted in.
That was for par, though.
And Jon Rahm getting tuned up.
Yeah, that's going to be the club that makes the difference today for Jon Rahm. I think tee to green, he's going to do his normal. Whether or not he can capitalize on the greens is going to determine whether he can hoist that trophy today or not.
He'll be with Matthew Wolff. And of course, he's had great success here. Talked about him proposing to his wife here nearby, and also won here at Torrey Pines. Players to win a tour event and a U.S. Open on the same course. Rahm winning the Farmers here 4 years ago. Tom Kite, Tiger Woods, of course, is on the list twice. Jack, Pebble Beach winner, and then the 1972 U.S. Open champion, one of his 18 majors. Rahm is trying to get his first. Will he do it for Spain today? In February of 1927, aviator Charles Lindbergh traveled to San Diego here to oversee the design and construction of the Spirit of St. Louis plane that he would pilot on that historic New York City-Paris flight across the Atlantic. Upon his return, he came back here to San Diego and made an appearance at Balboa Stadium. Look at the crowd here. 60,000 people. Looks like 160,000 people. Wonder what Mr. Lindbergh would think of the modern-day drones.
Well, he probably wouldn't believe it. They got drones the size of mosquitoes now, I think.
Well, he flew seaplanes or sailplanes off the cliffs here at Torrey Pines, flying all the way to Del Mar on the one documented flight in 1930. So a lot of aviation history here along the cliffs of Torrey Pines. Spieth is over at the second.
Ready to play his second. You can see up on the green the ball of Martin Keimer. Good second shot in there, less than 15 feet from the hole.
Just 63 yards left, Gary.
Mishit a little bit, misjudged. Will not be happy with that. That's the thing when you play the driver off the tee, you play from the downhill line. Easiest of shots.
This is the third at the par 4 fifth for Daniel Berger.
He's having a really good ball striking week. A couple putts or a chip or two. You never know. Tee to green, proximity to the hole, Daniel Berger's right up there statistically.
Over at the eighth, Charles Schwartzel for birdie. Hoping his fellow South African Louis Oosthuizen rises to the top of the board, and Charles rising up as well with his day today. 1 under. The average score today, Zing, 75.
Yeah, it's a little surprising. You know, the conditions are perfect. It was chilly though.
And back over at the first, Justin Thomas. Ball is sitting up, so he got a nice break there.
Took advantage of it. You know, I kind of called him magic hands the other day, and he holed a bunker shot. He's incredible. So is Wolff, this guy right here.
Yep, Matthew Wolff had the overnight lead back in September at the U.S. Open of Winged Foot. He says, you know, not bad. I'm lurking 3 back. He said he was pretty nervous last September before Bryson DeChambeau caught and passed him. So maybe he is in the position that he really likes, winning the year after finishing second. He's trying to join that illustrious list. Jones, DJ, Tiger, Payne Stewart, Jack, and Alex Smith back in the early 1900s.
The Dustin Johnson win is one of the most impressive things I've seen in sports. That the way he lost the this U.S. Open, and then to come back the next year and win it was incredible.
Up to the second again.
And Spieth to play from the front of the green.
A little over 30 feet.
So safely in for par, but disappointing with such a short second shot left as we go to 18.
And the Masters champion Matsuyama finishing up from 105. This is kind of a similar position where Tiger was.
He's about 7 yards further back.
And the hole location, Zing, is in the exact same spot.
It sure is
for Tiger.
6 off the front and 6 from the right.
Let's go to the 13th and bring in David Feherty.
Thank you, Danny. Sergio Garcia. East for birdie. Manage of the collapse in the front. Sergio gets it back to +4. 1 under for his round today. Back to the second.
Martin Kaymer with a good look at a birdie here.
Made for position the whole way with a fairway medal off the tee, and couldn't put this one in a better spot. And Gary, I wonder, you hear about Jack putting a target score in his head. You're 6 back, you're in the event. What kind of target score do you think these guys are thinking of right now?
Well, with the lead now at 5 under par, I would think you feel like you have to at least get to that, and still feel like you have to be a little lucky. That some of those guys, just a couple shots off that lead, don't play real well.
I felt like if I was 6 shots back, that I did have some kind of a snowball's chance, always. But you knew something special had to happen. They're going to have to go really low, and so far we haven't seen any low scores.
No, we haven't, although there have been some 2 and 3 under par scores out there today, so it is possible to get going. You just need to get going quickly.
And if anybody can get going quickly, it's this guy. This is a par attempt, though, to kind of keep his hopes alive from coming back of the pack, 5 behind.
He's not opposed to win from behind, that guy. He's done it the last few wins.
You look at the board here, and there's all sorts of major firepower. But this guy seems to have the talent, I think, to really make a run. And Colin Morikawa getting ready for his tee time with Dustin Johnson. Of course, the winner of the 2020 PGA Championship up the coast in Harling Park in San Francisco. Looks like a little bit of a San Francisco kind of day here today.
Yeah, kind of heavy air, a little bit of a kind of a lingering fog. Just 4 back.
Over at the 7th, Patrick Cantlay for birdie. Yep, runs that in the left edge. +2. To the 4th.
And Lee Westwood +2 with his second here at this 4th along the coast, 481 yards. Westwood started the day at +1, bogeyed the second, but looking to get it back here. And the beauty to that left edge hole location. Well, he just got married. He celebrated in Las Vegas. That's where he and Helen Story got married, and he went to the hockey game, the Golden Knights. Look at they got all the merch already, Helen and Westy. And speaking of the Golden Knights, it's the Golden Knights and Canadians tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time at NBCSN, streaming on Peacock. Nothing like playoff hockey. The battle for the Stanley Cup continues. And back out to 18 for Matsuyama. So keep in mind how this is going to break as the day goes on.
We'll see some putts from up there today. Doesn't break as much as Matsuyama thinks.
And over to the 3rd.
The 3rd stretched out today, 200 yards. Marty Kaymer will have the honor here, and got to be really careful here. Flag in the back left, anything left gets a huge kick down into the canyon, John.
7 iron for Kaymer. Love what they did here. 134 yesterday, 200 today. Completely different hole, and this is on a great line, David. Right at it.
That's a great shot.
Beautiful shot.
Get up. Get up. Get up.
From Marty Kaymer. It's really down the slope towards the seashore here. Almost a 40-foot drop from tee to putting surface. Spieth now.
7-iron as well. You know, typically this hole you really got to deal with a lot of wind, but wind hasn't been a real factor this week. Other than that fog delay, weather in June in San Diego is about what you would expect it to be. Aiming out to the right, looking to swing something into this left pin. Starting right, trying to turn over on a good line. Might need to get up that tier a little bit.
Catches the downslope at the right, and that will wander away from the hole. That's safely on the putting surface. We'll jump up to 17.
Patrick Reed playing his third shot. Poor wedge missed the green. This was just a moment ago. Great sound. And a great result. Patrick Reed 3 under par in his final round. As instructor David Ledbetter telling me earlier in the season, best hands I've ever seen on the PGA Tour. He's been around for a long time too, Paul.
Yeah, but he didn't see you.
Yeah, he did. We'll go to 18.
Matsuyama cleaning it up to par. Would be a crazy summer for Matsuyama. It's already been a whirlwind with the Olympics in Tokyo. And Westwood for the birdie. Not his best.
He seems to be ageless, though. Not sure what he's been drinking, but from the fountain of youth, maybe.
Can Brooks Koepka, two-time U.S. Open champion, make a run? This is his start at the first. Over the stick.
Yeah, Brooks just needs to get the ball on the fairway today, and he can be a threat.
This guy was the threat yesterday. Richard Bland playing in the final group. Tied with Henley. He just could not get anything going. Drove it well, but he said his irons were terrible, and that's what really cost him. He's off to another slow start today with bogeys at 1 and 3, but whatever happens here. What an incredible stretch it's been, winning for the first time on the European PGA Tour at the age of 48. Oldest first-time winner in that tour's history.
Yeah, golf, the great game of redemption. He's played for 25 years and never won a tournament, and then he etched his name in history. So we head over to the third.
And the look from over at the canyon there. A beautiful, cool summer's afternoon here in San Diego. And Spieth will be away here. His tee shot wandered away from the hole over to the right-hand side.
Imagine we'll see a lot of putts from this area today, David.
Yeah, left is really not a good idea.
You know, we missed the fans all year last year, obviously, but especially at the majors. And you know, we're still away from the leaders teeing off, but it has the U.S. Open buzz out here. It's just an electric feeling with Jordan, and I think he brings in fans like not many players do because he's so exciting. But it just feels like a big day.
Well, all of these balls are ending up to the right-hand side of the slope that comes in. You know, not a single birdie from there. It's a very difficult putt up the hill to start off with, and it flattens out a little. And the sun just trying to poke its nose out here, burn off this marine layer.
Tough putt to get to the hole here, David, because it is so uphill.
Well, Jordan, when he puts well, is extremely aggressive. Not afraid of that one on the way back. We'll see if he can get... Oh, no, he's off after that one. Didn't get the contact he wanted. Back to the first.
Koepka looking for a birdie start.
Pretty fast putt down the hill here. He's going to have an aggressive mindset into the greens and probably on the greens. So we'll see if Koepka can drive it in the fairway today, if he can threaten the leaders.
Up to 3.
Marty Keimer. Beautiful tee shot. See if he can knock this in. He was looking a little anxious the minute the ball got off the putter face. Just jinks on the right edge.
Well,
meanwhile,
there's the scientist doing his thing. Tees off at less than an hour. He's in a third to last group with Scotty Scheffler, trying to join a very small group of back-to-back U.S. Open champions.
I'm going to say that confidence-wise, that he's probably the most confident guy on the greens, Bryson is.
And there it is, since World War II. Koepka, Curtis Strange, and Ben Hogan. That's it. Back to 3.
Jordan now with a little more than he wanted, John.
Absolutely. In the past, he's hit these with his head up a little bit, looking at the hole, but I think he's back into a pattern where the head stays down, and beautiful stroke there.
All right, making our way to the final tee times here in the final round of the 121st edition of the U.S. Open. Oosthuizen, Henley, and Hughes tied at the top. And we mentioned the whole location at 18 being in the exact same position that it was 13 years ago when a guy by the name of Tiger Woods needed a putt here to force a playoff, a birdie putt to get 18 holes with Rocco Mediate. And you know what happened. Are we going to get something like that today?
I want to thank the USGA, Mike Davis. Thank you for everything you guys have done.
His vision on how to set golf courses up and, creating tough conditions for the US Opens, I think that was pretty legendary.
Mike Davis took the time to recognize everybody on all levels of golf. He knew who you were and what you did, and he made you feel like what you did was important to the industry.
I've always admired him as a leader. I think he lives by example.
People I know at the USGA who worked with Mike and for Mike said that one of the great things about working with and for him was that regardless of subject, he was always willing to listen.
He wasn't afraid of the big decision. He wasn't afraid of anchored putting. He wasn't afraid of moving fast with the modernization of rules. He wasn't afraid to take on distance, in a very vocal and public way.
Oh, Mike's got a great passion for the game. Always wanting to do the right thing for the game, making sure that the game sits above everything else. And how do we make the game of golf better?
I think everywhere you look, the game has evolved, and the USGA has helped lead that evolution, and Mike Davis has been a great leader in that regard.
Mike always sees the long run, and I think you got to be able to lead that way.
The United States Golf Association today is far better off than it was when he took the role, and the game of golf is as well.
And Mike Davis joins us in the booth here. Can you believe it's been 31 years with the USGA, 10 as the CEO, but again, this the final U.S. Open in this capacity. I know you're going to be leaving soon, so what kind of emotions are going through at this final U.S. Open for you?
Everything good. Listen, it's going to be bittersweet, Dan, but at the same time, I'm ready. I think it'll be great for the USGA, and it has been a wonderful 3 decades. I mean, it's such a great organization. Its impact on the game has been wonderful. I think we do so many things that people don't even realize we do. So, but I'm excited about the next chapter, but I will certainly miss it.
All right, 10 years as the CEO, but there was a time when you really were involved with the championship setup, and I know kind of as you go out here, you had a chance to go out with the crew and the USGA guys today, Jason Gore and company, and kind of look at some hole locations. It's playing tough out there today, Mike.
It did. I mean, listen, we used the blueprint for this year based on what we did in 2008. Made some changes, but it's remarkably the same. Yesterday was set up to be a scoring day, a moving day, and that's exactly what it was. And today it's harder. The hole locations are harder. It's a little longer, and if the marine layer lifts, we'll get a little wind, and so it'll be great drama, just like I think it was in 2008.
Yeah, we got that same exact hole location there again at
We do.
18. Speaking of Jason Gore, he was a marker yesterday in the way it configured the pairings. So he called you up and said, Mike, can you get on the bag for me? And you said...
He called me at dinner and basically said, do you want to do 9 holes? And I said, I'll do it, but let's do all 18. And I'll tell you, I'm sure there were a lot of bad reads, bad yardages. But, the thing that was the most nerve-wracking was raking the bunkers because these tour players expect them perfect. And as they say, leave the bunker better than you found it. So I found you just don't do that on a regular round of golf.
Well, you might have needed a quick tune-up from our guy Bones. He could have given you a couple pointers. You guys always want to make this the toughest challenge. There were some years where it wasn't, and that is just the way it goes. But when you're trying to push a championship to the edge, Mike, sometimes it goes the way you're thinking, and sometimes it doesn't. There have been those moments in your tenure in setting up these golf courses. So that'll continue to be the challenge for the USGA. Take it to the line, and if you have a bogey or double bogey here and there, you're okay with that.
I think so. Listen, if you go back to 1895 when this started, the DNA of this championship is about a tough test on great courses, and we've delivered. But listen, these are the best players in the world, and this is the toughest test in the world. And, you're just getting closer to that line where you say sometimes you cross it where well-executed shots are not rewarded, and we don't want that. But by and large, in my time, we've used a lot more science than we used to. We use, there's still the art of setting it up, but I think occasionally we'll trip here and there. But by and large, Dan, look at who we've been getting as our champions. It's a who's who list. We are truly identifying great players.
Well, you identified a player back in 2012 in Webb Simpson, but we'd be remiss if we didn't leave with one of the great highlights in U.S. Open history. Bob Costas interviewing Webb, and you'd say, you're out of here, pal. I mean, this guy took a ride into the bunker, didn't he? Look at Bob. He's like, what the heck is going on here? And in the words of Webb Simpson, he goes, I get this guy's going to do some jail time, isn't he?
Bob Costas
you were furious at this guy.
He was speechless. It was funny. That wasn't one of my better moments, but I just remember thinking, this guy is ruining Webb Simpson's moment in the sun. So as I'm pulling him off, like, where are the police? And quickly you realize there's no security around. And so, when I'm pulling him off.
It's hard to get Bob Costas speechless, but he was just in a trance. What are we seeing here?
It's so true.
It was an aggressive move, Mike, but
so as I'm
right one.
As I'm pulling him off the green, Dan, I'm like, what am I going to do with him? And there happened to be a greenside bunker there, and that seemed to be the appropriate place. So into the bunker he went.
Well, there's a lot of folks in the truck and that have been working with you all these years, Tommy Roy, Tom Randolph, and all the crew. Just on behalf of everybody, we want to say what a delight it's been working with you. This championship's in our DNA as well, and you helped bring it there. So we appreciate everything you've done.
Well, thank you, my friend. It's been a great time, and I look forward to coming back and watching.
Stay away from those jungle guys. All right, Mike Davis with us here, celebrating his final U.S. Open as we go out to the second.
And kept after a massive drive. Just 50 yards left to the hole. Is it perfectly? Just a short little birdie putt for the two-time U.S. Open champion to get the under par score as we move to the third.
And Justin Thomas with the 7-iron. Draw it into this back left flag. Go. It's down in the kind of collection area. You can see a lot of that. We'll go to 5.
And the second for Brian Harman. +1 seems to always play major championships, well, tough golf courses. He was in the hunt at Erin Hills a few years back when Brooks Koepka won his first of 2 U.S. Opens, and Harman with a chance to get it to even. He's playing alongside Lee Westwood. And over at the 4th, second from the fairway bunker for Spieth. Nothing easy about this one.
got to be hit right on the button. Yeah, good contact. Yep. That is just hugging that left edge of the green.
Over to 2.
And Koepka trying to reach 1 under par. He has birdied this short par 4 each of the first 3 rounds. Make it 4 straight threes at the second for Brooks Koepka. Now 1 under par, just 4 shots off the lead. Can he be the one to make the run?
Back here on this Father's Day at the U.S. Open, back in his traditional Sunday finish. Great moment here is Xander Schauffele hugging his dad, Stefan, from right here in San Diego. Moved the family here. Stefan was born in Germany, fell in love with the game of golf, and then just poured his own love for the game into his son, and has been his only teacher. And there is a lot of that going on here as you look at the various Father's Day tributes by the players in contention here. Great stuff. And there's Justin Thomas and his dad, Mike. Boy, he's here every step of the way. He's been along. And there's John Rahm, his wife Kelly, and their newborn son. Rory and his dad, Jerry. There was some U.S. Open scene at Congressional 10 years ago. Can Rory give his dad another Father's Day present?
And back on the tee, Brooks Koepka, ready to take a swing at one here with the 7-iron.
He's had trouble here twice, David, left of the green.
That's a serious shove. Well offline. ahead to the 9th.
Patrick Cantlay after a good third shot, short birdie putt here. This to shoot a couple under par. In his opening 9, nicely done. And he won the Memorial Tournament just last week. As we go over to the 4th.
Saw Spieth come out of the fairway bunker. Now looking at this back left hole location.
It's uphill at the beginning, and then it starts to run away from him. There it goes. Picking up speed.
Yeah, that's going to be a tricky one today.
Oh,
isn't it?
yeah. Oh, boy, it looked like that might be about 10 feet short.
Yeah, if these guys are sneaking a watch at the telecast, that might be a good one to file away for sure. So many good stories and so many question marks, especially we consider the major firepower that's right behind the tri-leaders. Dustin Johnson trying to become a 3-time major champion. Collin Morikawa trying to make it 2 major titles in his 20s, early 20s. Matthew Wolff, the runner-up last year, all of his struggles getting back to the game after taking a 2-month hiatus with Jon Rahm, who was on the minds of most of the prognosticators before we came in here. And there is DeChambeau in position for another one. Scotty Scheffler is going to make his breakthrough, a major championship. Second to last group, Rory McIlroy and Russell Henley. Henley has slept on the lead all 3 nights. Can he get it done? Tied for the lead with Louis Oosthuizen and Mackenzie Hughes. Rory has hopes of breaking through in a major for the first time in 7 years. What is going through the mind of Mackenzie Hughes? He hasn't even come close to contending in 8 previous major championships. He's in the final group on a Sunday with the 2010 Open champion. And out to the first for Paul Casey. He tied the best round of the championship yesterday with a 67. Tough spot here to start.
These bad lies in this thing, Johnny.
I couldn't do much more with it than that. The lips here on these bunkers aren't severely punishing. We've seen some spectacular fairway bunker shots here.
To 12.
And here at the long par 4, Brandon Grace, birdie putt from just over 48 feet. Wow. First birdie of the day here at the 12th. This long par 4 playing very tough, and Brandon Grace playing very well. 2 birdies, not a single bogey on his card.
And at the 15th, Sergio Garcia looking for birdie. Is he going to watch another Spaniard pick up a major title later today? Yeah! Following the lines of those great Spanish players, Seve and Olazabal and Sergio. We'll see. Rahm 3 back. Good little run there for Sergio. Mackenzie Hughes, the tri-leaders, along with Oosthuizen and Henley. Let's take a look at how the leads after each round formed here in this U.S. Open. We mentioned Henley has slept with at least a share of the lead every night. Birdie at the 18th, shot an opening round 67. Louis Oosthuizen matched that round on Thursday's in to tie for the lead.
Well, Louis is really in another familiar spot. I think of the guys in the last couple groups, he might be the most been there so often, but he also may be the most desperate.
So it was Henley and Oosty in the first round, and then Richard Bland entered the picture. Second round 67, and he was writing a Cinderella story.
Yep. You want to look at it, the eternal optimist, it would be a professional golfer.
But Henley did not go away. This was his tee shot at the 8th. It was a second round 70 for Russell Henley, and he had a share of the lead going into the weekend as Bland became the oldest 36-hole leader in U.S. Open history. And then yesterday in round 3, this was the Eagle Herd Round Canada in the golfing world.
Yeah, similar to what Tiger did here 13 years ago, a slightly different direction.
Only eagle of the day at 13 for Hughes. Yesterday was the only eagle of the day 13 years ago there at the 13th. And then Henley, this was the Blast out at 11.
Yep, that was incredible. He was really having an up and down round, bogeys, birdies, bogeys.
Yep, third round 71. And this is how Louis finished things off with another eagle, Tiger-esque. And Tiger had those 2 back-nine eagles in 08, third round 70 for Oosthuizen, and he was just like that in position as Hughes, Henley, and Oosthuizen tied after the third round where they sit right now. Those are looking how the leaderboard evolved, presented by Rolex.
You know, if you look at those guys, I mean, a couple of no-brainers really for Louis on 16 and 18. Henley with a no-brainer on 11. Mackenzie Hughes a no-brainer on 13. Rory's had a couple from off the green. The only guy that hasn't had any of that is Bryson. And Bryson's the best putter on that board right now. He's the most powerful player. He's got a game plan, and he's defending. Watch out if he gets off to a good start.
Here's Casey, who left himself in a decent position after finding the fairway bunker off the first.
Yeah, if Bryson has a couple no-brainers today, it's going to be he's going to be tough.
You need those in these major championships to get across the finish line. You would know, Zing. Back to 3.
Koepka not. Way over on the right-hand side, up the hill. Just an exploratory effort from here. Right on the line, that was turning back towards the center of the hole. You could give him a little confidence. Yeah, he knew another ounce. To the 6th.
Lengthy birdie putt for Brian Harman. And Paul, a chance to be most improved here. We had him with 4 putts from about 6 feet yesterday.
Yep, made him an internet sensation there for 24 hours or so.
Well, shows you how difficult the conditions can be in a U.S. Open.
He's a fantastic putter as well.
All right, so 2 putts there and a nice par, so 2 better than yesterday. We go to the 4th.
And Justin Thomas, second from 175.
Really hard shot. Oh, shot of the championship for Justin Thomas.
And that is going to get him to 1 under, 4 back. Almost was holed out.
That's such a hard shot, even from the short grass, let alone the bunker.
Rear 2. Poulter trying to take advantage of the short par 4. Does. So Poulter the 1 under par, 16th start. The U.S. Open has never had a top 10 finish. Today be the day.
Yep, and you never know. It is a mystery kind of leaderboard, especially when you look at the guys that haven't been in position, and then you look at the firepower, top 10 breakdown. There are U.S. Open champions, major championship winners, World Golf Championship winners, 72 PGA Tour wins among the top 10. Only Scotty Scheffler and Christian Bezaden out with no wins. And then you got Mackenzie Hughes with 1 win. Russell Henley's got 3 wins, but they have not been in this position, not even close, in major championships of the past. Huge day for Scotty Scheffler. Is this his breakthrough moment in San Diego? There's the #1 player in the world off in 5 minutes. Trying to become the first world #1 to win the U.S. Open since Tiger Woods did it here in 2008. Won that 2020 Masters in dominant fashion last November, but missed the cut at this year's Masters, but he's showing signs of getting his game back.
Yeah, he sure is, and he's done well on the Poana grass in the past as he won up the road there at Pebble.
And who knows how big this shot is going to loom at the end of the day. Justin Thomas tapping in to get to 1 under. So a good start for him on a tough golf course, which again the average is about 75. Drew Brees has his family here. Started off his professional career with the San Diego Chargers right here in this city. Went on to greatness, of course, with the Saints, and recently retired, and he'll be working with our NBC football crew, including doing Notre Dame football games and a part of the NFL Sunday night as well.
That's
so
cool.
Football night in America. So Drew Brees, welcome to the team. And he's got his own team right there. Back at the 4th Koepka.
Keep going right.
Bryson's played this hole right of the bunkers on purpose every single day. And Koepka, I think, got there by accident. But that's where Bryson's going to hit it this afternoon.
Doesn't Koepka copy everything Bryson does?
I don't know about that.
All right, second shot for Schauffele. Is there something special from the local kid today? Maybe there is.
We're going to see if that arm lock can hold up under some Sunday pressure today. Xander's been fantastic tee to green. How can you do on the greens with that new putter change? And
well, look at this. Justin Thomas working really hard. It was Jimmy Johnson, his caddy, was back there raking the bunker. So he says, "Let's go, Jimmy. I've got the bag for now."
he could have just grabbed the driver and let Jimmy stay there, because he's heading right back down the 5th fairway.
You can take a stroll down every fairway at Torrey Pines in augmented reality by downloading the U.S. Open AR app built by Deloitte. Scan the QR code on the screen and watch the action come to life on your mobile devices today. Louis on the range, calm, cool, and collective. He's on the putting green, actually. Said about that Open Championship 11 years ago, he says, I was too dumb to know what I was doing. It was just kind of one of those carefree days.
Yeah, he said that. I remember that left-hand glove, he had written a note on there. It's kind of a redirect to remind him. I think it was dots. And it was really interesting to me, but it's just a classic use of a way to redirect your way out of the pressure. It was like a subconscious kind of a thing that got him going with his technique. But I think today, really, this is going to be the club that's going to matter the most for Louis. He seemed to be kind of wiping a bunch of putts to the right yesterday, and then all of a sudden those two big bombs at the end.
Yeah, he's got that smooth swing, but look what he's done. Strokes gained putting ranks this season first. Back in 17-18, tied for 121st. So look at those numbers, including in the 6th position this week. So who knows? Could be lining up for Louis' first major in a while after 5 runner-up finishes.
It's just all about finding out how you can do when it matters the most.
The Zadino is over at the first for birdie. This was just earlier.
Fine effort from way left of the flag. That's going to be a nice 2-putt par to start.
And now we're here live with Schauffele for birdie.
You know, it's one thing to change putters, but it's something else to change techniques. And Xander has made a radical change with this arm lock. And I don't believe he'd do it unless he felt it would hold up under pressure. And boy, has he given it a test this week, and certainly today he's going to find out. Tan low, and that shaft is right up against his left arm.
Fantastic start for Xander. He played high school golf matches on this course. And back to the tee at the first.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12-11 tee time. Please welcome from La Cañada, California, Collin Morikawa.
He won his first major, again up at Harding Park, in his home state of California. And he's trying to join Billy Casper, Scott Simpson, and Tiger Woods to win a U.S. Open in their native state of California.
And several 3-putts. He had 3 3-putts on day 1. Just 4 shots back.
Holy cow. Wind picking up for the first time today, and this is drilled up the center with a small cut. Gorgeous tee shot.
From North Palm Beach, Florida, our 2016 U.S. Open champion, Dustin Johnson.
68 by DJ put him in the mix as we start the players here teeing off in red figures.
And it always seems like faders do well at U.S. Opens. Dustin Johnson committed to the fade in 2016 and got him a trophy. See if he cuts this one out of here.
Wow.
Also on a great line, right up the center, absolutely drilled.
Oh, a lot of freedom in that one. He just let it eat. Way out there.
Good start for Dustin Johnson, and another good one for Xander Schauffele, who's within 3.
Let's go, Brooks. Get Brooks. There you go, Bryson. Good job, Bryson. Terrible, man.
Brooks Koepka, 1 under in the early going, looking for another one here along the coast at 4.
You got to be careful here. This is really extremely fast. It's going to go hard to his right. Maybe the fastest putt of the day right here.
Yep.
Well,
it's been fantastic scenery here this week, as always, along Cliffs of Torrey Pines, and aerial coverage of this U.S. Open provided by NetJets. Got the paragliders out in force today, watching the action from their vantage point. Pretty sweet. Out to the first, and Morikawa set up in beautiful position here to attack. Wind picking up a little bit into the players at the first.
that would help them here. Stop the ball if they could try to fit it between the flag and the bunker. He did it. That was bouncing big time this morning with no wind, even though the moisture was in the greens. Ricocheting right over. That little bit of wind helped him here.
Morikawa is one of those that's turned in a 67, which is the best round again of the championship week. Dustin Johnson's next.
Go, DJ!
Go. Go hard. Go.
He and his brother Austin will urge you now along, so Morikawa well inside to 7.
Brian Harman for par. The little left-hander knocks that one in.
Gosh, David, if he Greeny 4-putted, if he'd have made the first little 5-footer, he'd only be 2 off the lead right now.
Yeah.
Playing great golf.
Right over here at 12, guys. Just earlier, Schwartzel, short of the green in 2, drove in the rough, unable to reach the green. I think short game's not important, Paul.
It's everything, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, unbelievable.
30, 40, 50 yarders. You miss greens or go for par 5s, and inevitably you're somewhere 30, 40 yards away. That's the distance you just got to own on the PGA Tour.
Over at the 5th.
Harris English for birdie. Remember him in the storyline of the final round at the last U.S. Open, losing a ball.
Yep, I'll never forget that.
Tee shot.
And came back and played well.
This has been an up and down day so far for Harris. 3 bogeys, 2 birdies. Stays, gets to +1 again, and back to Koepka. Able to pull off the 2-putt.
Yeah, almost dead straight coming back. Whenever you're putting uphill and blow it way by, generally the next one coming back is inside the hole. He's played that straight.
Koepka stays 4 back. John Rahm starts 3 back. There's his wife Kelly. And he proposed to her just along the cliffs here near the North Course and hiking trails years ago. One of his favorite spots in the world, San Diego. He's getting ready to go to work here.
Go, John. Matthew.
And out to Justin Thomas at the 5th. Take a look at this from the pinpoint perspective. 33 feet, coming up the hill and then down a ways.
Yeah, it's going to be almost impossible to get close to this flag here at 5. I don't think anybody really wants to try necessarily. You do have some feed in from the left side of the flag.
Well, that's pretty close.
Here he comes.
Justin Thomas, 2nd birdie back-to-back within 3.
He's got a penchant for coming from behind. He did it at the Players Championship, so he's comfortable in attack mode. Get a repeat.
He's the number 2 ranked player in the world. And we've got the number 1 guy over here, Dustin Johnson, getting ready for his birdie attempt. There's his brother, AJ. These guys have made this a very deliberate routine. They've got the green reading book, and they will go through the motions before they attempt it. You know, DJ, before those 2 missed cuts earlier this year, the Masters and the PGA had recorded 5 top 3 finishes in 10 majors. I mean, this guy was the man, and you can't own it all the time, Zing, in this game. So he took a little bit of a lull, and then it seems to be kind of trending back up to where potential he can play. While he continues to look that over, we'll go over to 2.
Xander Schauffele with a chance to start birdie. Too much speed to allow it to break. Back to the 1st.
And now he's ready.
It's straight uphill. Easy to leave it short. He's worked hard on the line. See if he can get the speed right.
Man.
Well, that is a horrible, horrible start. What a putt. Yuck.
Let's go back for the next announcement on the 1st tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12:22 tee time. Please welcome from Agoura Hills, California, Matthew Wolff.
Another Californian on his home turf. is just 22 years old. He won his first PGA Tour event at the age of 20, and along with that comes a lot of focus on you, fame, fortune, and he's been honest about it for the last several weeks after he took 2 months off. It was just too overwhelming for him. He still has his battles, still works on himself, he says. And here he is in the hunt at another U.S. Open.
Just starting on the right side, cutting, needs to hang on or go a little bit. And it does.
And from Spain, Jon Rahm.
So you got the #1 player in the group ahead of him. You got Justin Thomas, #2 in the world, making a run. And the #3 ranked player in the world. You're looking at him, Rahm. No Spaniard has ever won the U.S. Open. And the new father could change that on a course which he loves.
This one down the left side, cutting back. Another beauty.
Hardest fairway on the course to hit. They both just pipe it right down in there. Beautiful.
Yep, you're going to see some long hits from those two. Wolf can just bring it. Jon Rahm's one of the most powerful players in the world. And while they were hitting, this was up ahead on the green, Morikawa for birdie. And after Dustin Johnson left it way short.
He putted great yesterday, only 24 putts, but he had 30 in round 1, 31 putts in round 2. Avoided a 3-putt here at the first. That's going to make him feel miles better.
Just got to tell yourself, 2-putt, par, let's go.
Over at the third, Englishman Paul Casey for birdie. Johnny Longsocks holds the flag. That one not long enough for Casey. And we are shaping up for an amazing Sunday afternoon here. Louis Oosthuizen, Russell Henley, Mackenzie Hughes tied at the top at -5.
Back here at the U.S. Open, and time now for Marquee Pairing presented by Rolex. Russell Henley and Rory McIlroy coming up here in the second to last group. In just about 15 minutes from now, there is Russell Henley from Macon, Georgia. And he's never had a top 10 in a major in his career.
That's a shocking statistic to me. This guy is a go-getter. He's got a lot of moxie, and he's a tremendous athlete, played hoops. And these two guys are polar opposites in the trajectories of their careers and the style of play. Rory just unleashes bombs if he's swinging free, and Henley's more of a control player. Paired together, both with a chance.
Yeah, they're both at the age of 32, Henley and McIlroy. Wolf over at the first.
160 back to do a pretty good breeze all of a sudden. This is heading right. Bad miss to this pin if it doesn't get up.
That is really short-sighted. It's the first one we've seen right of the flag in over an hour.
Okay, Rahm has started his championship on this first hole with 3 pars in a row, but he's now in the best position as you see here.
147. He's going to chip 8-iron here. The wind has really picked up. It's the most we've felt all day long. Shot shape should be great for this whole location, Zinger.
Yeah, he's going to try to get a little buttery cut.
Very high, cutting right back at the flag if it's the right number.
Not any good. That's the second shot we've seen right at the flag in the last hour, but that one was in perfect shape.
That'll show you his confidence level right from the get-go. Just taking that right on. And now Thomas,
the second at the long par 4. Sixth, and the right rough going to have to land this short of the green, Paul, to have any chance. There you go. Ooh, nicely judged.
I'll say.
Really well done.
That's a real strength, you know, if you can guesstimate correctly from the rough in a U.S. Open. It's a huge advantage.
Koepka for birdie at 5.
Similar to the putt he had on 4. Straight downhill the rest of the way. Let's head on over to 1.
Yep, Koepka's been in the news a lot, obviously, alongside this guy, Bryson DeChambeau. I thought DeChambeau's comments were really interesting. I mean, he's said he's learned how to handle this whole Brooksy-Bryson thing that everybody knows about. He says, I've tried to turn it into a positive. In fact, he says, bring it on. Let's go. I mean, that's his attitude about dealing with it. He says, I like it, in fact. So he'll be hearing plenty of Brooksies. Over at the 15th, third shot for Dylan Wu.
Gary and I are talking about how much these players love chipping off this tight cocoon. Wow, as well as you can do it. Just over par on the day, going along pretty nicely.
Let's go to 7.
And Chris Baker. This is his third shot. A little stubby chip. And he stubbed that right in there. Just sautés it into the hole. Chris Baker just +1. Over on the third tee. Schauffele up now. "40 feet down the hill, they just hang that one up. The hang time is enormous, and that's a great shot." Yeah, terrific chance there for Schauffele. Back to the first.
Tough spot for Wolf. Just buried in that stuff.
He's been magic this week. Just yanked right into that tall grass there, then snatched the hosel.
And you can see him talking to his caddies to say, no shot there. So a long par putt it will be for Wolf to start out.
And over here at 6, birdie putt for Justin Thomas. A little slope, and then it should turn left. All right, well done. So he's going to remain at 2 under.
Celebrate this great championship. Get your piece of U.S. Open history today. You can check out all the official U.S. Open gear right now by going to usgashop.com. Just a couple more groups to tee off, including this McIlroy Henley second to last group, and then it's Oosthuizen and Hughes after that, and then Scheffler and DeChambeau getting ready to go right now, separated by just a shot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12:33 tee time. Please welcome from Dallas, Texas, Scotty Scheffler.
Scheffler turns 25 years old tomorrow. What a great early birthday present this would be. He's trending nicely, coming off a third place finish at the Memorial. He was tied for 8th at the PGA Championship. All sorts of talent.
Yeah, he lost to Horschel in the finals of the match play this year. So Scheffler's really almost, you could say, on fire for a player who's yet to win a tournament. He's got the pedigree, I think, to pull this off today.
Nota Begay with his third to last group.
A little quick with this swing here. Came over the top just a shade, headed at the bunker down the left.
From Clovis, California, our 2020 U.S. Open champion, Bryson DeChambeau.
He starts this final round 2 shots behind. It's the same exact position he was in at Winged Foot last September. when he shot 67 and won by 6 going away. Only player under par at Winged Foot last year.
Big rip here, down the left side.
Yeah, he was concerned at the start.
Yeah, that's not a good leave. Not a good leave. That's going to be on the downslope.
Up to the green. Wolff has missed his par. Rahm for the birdie. Squeezed right in there between the flagstick and the cover, and Rahm is off to a birdie start. That's how you want to start off a chase of the leaders.
I think he might be the fan favorite here today. Been here just a couple of years ago. He loves the golf course. That's so important.
Up to 3.
Schauffele for birdie. Nice putt. Just curls a little too late. The second.
Colin Morikawa positioned nicely, just 98 yards away. Second shot here at the short par 4. Guy leads the field and greens hit in regulation, Paul. Always good with the irons. Really good with that one. That should be a certain birdie to get him to 2 under. We go to 7.
And just a moment ago, this was Jordan Spieth, his effort for birdie. Give it enough. Oh, wow. Just rattles that one in.
Spieth-like.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen that a few times over the last few years. He'll need to make a few more to get himself into competition here. Contention, rather. Back to the second.
And on the tee, we've seen players use different clubs here. Some will hit driver off the tee, try to get the ball as close to the green as possible, while others will hit less than driver, try to leave the ball a little bit more on the top of the hill with a flat lie. But Rahm going the aggressive route with driver.
And this is the beauty, Gary. Right at the center, small cut. Should take that hill and dive down to the right.
That is a knuckle seed right there. No spin on that whatsoever. Look at it go.
Yeah, hopefully it gets down there far enough, Paul, that it's down to the flat. Yeah. Good drive.
One thing that'll be interesting to watch, Gary, you know, you look at majors past and guys like Joe LaCava and Bones and Steve Williams, never let their guy get into a shot without full commitment. And it'll be fun to watch those discussions when they're in between and making sure your guy is 100% buying into the shot he's about to hit.
So here that this second hole, the only one of the first 7 that are playing under par. And this was just a moment ago, as we expected. Morikawa, after the brilliant second shot, was able to tap that short one in, reach 2 under par, and that is the lowest he has been in this championship so far. After opening was 75, so definitely some momentum headed his way.
Yep, and all these chasers, Gary, we know are just really relaxed, just freewheeling, swinging like kids without a care in the world.
Over at 9, Miliazzi for birdie down the hill, very fast, moving left.
Oh, this guy can play.
Yeah, he can, the Italian, with a couple of wins on the European Tour and only a couple of runner-up finishes on that tour this season. As we go back to the first.
And Scheffler going through the motions from the rough. Noda?
Yeah, it took a little extra time to evaluate the lie here. Grass is growing in a couple different directions, but good angle through the opening of the green here. 183 of the hole.
He wants to land this a few yards on. Hope it kicks.
I think he played it to jump a little bit. Zane just didn't quite get
Over to 5 for Ian Poulter's second. He's at even, 5 back.
This hole's on the right-hand side. You can hit left of the flag and everything will feed in there. That's an 8-iron.
Great shot.
Oh, it's a hip shot.
Coulter at age 45 trying to be a part of the story today.
Correct. 55 and 70.
To the first four to
Correct.
Shambo.
Like a downslope, doesn't it, Noda?
Just a fraction, but he's far enough away from the front lip of this bunker where it's not really going to hurt him. In fact, might help them sort of visualize a little low cut to try and actually squeak it back to this back right hole location. So not a bad setup here. He caught it clean, headed at the center of the green, cutting back toward the hole.
That's really a wonderful start. What a shot. That was a pressure-packed shot by Bryson. No bogeys yesterday. Only player in the field to do that.
Just 4 minutes away from Rory and his quest to get back into the major championship winner's circle. It has been a long time since he broke through in his first major 10 years ago. It's in store for Rory today.
Take it, Wayne.
Go, Brooksy!
Throws a little more on top.
Over there by the shadow of the flag.
Correct. Yes.
Into the eyes of John Rahm as he readies for his second shot here at the short par 4 second.
Just 57 yards on a downslope. Keep it out of the wind and spin it right in there. Perfect drive.
Try to hit this 50 in the air. Right there.
Needs to spin.
He did.
Does. What a start for John Rahm. No player this final round has started birdie. John Rahm looks to be the man to do that. Let's go over to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 12:44 tee time. Please welcome from Northern Ireland our 2011 U.S. Open champion, Rory McIlroy.
Rory 67 yesterday, he said, was clearly his best round of this championship. He is beginning to fire on all cylinders. Jim Bones Mackay with his second to last group with McIlroy and Henley.
It was the hardest fairway to hit all day.
Very high, up and cutting, will miss the fairway to the right.
Look off the sand. Gonna depend on the lie there.
From Columbus, Georgia, Russell Henley.
Americans have won the last 6 U.S. Opens as Russell Henley tries to make it 7 straight. Prior to that string of 6 U.S. players winning, international players had won 8 of 11. So Americans have gotten this trophy back in a big way lately.
All in. This ball also cutting, and much like Rory's, will miss the fairway to the right.
Decent lie for Henley. Up to the green for Bryson DeChambeau's birdie attempt.
Another one short. He did that yesterday on some putts of that length, and every one of them was dead on line.
6, Brooks Koepka with a birdie, putting right off the high spot in the middle of the green. Runs out of speed. Don't see him leave putt short very often. Up at 7.
Justin Thomas for birdie from miles away. Good putt. Yeah, beautiful lag there from Thomas. Just has given us the feeling all week that he might be ready to break out.
Yeah, he does give that feeling. He just seems like he's just kind of looming back there in the pack, and he just loves charging from behind, David.
Back to the first.
And Scheffler scrambling for his opening par.
A very good pitch shot to that point.
Yeah, he had a nice opening there, but gave himself a long par putt, so Scheffler's going to drop at least 1 over to the second.
Yeah, mirror formality, you would think, for Jon Rahm to start birdie, get to 4 under. Nicely done. Remember, guys, when Rahm won here, his first event on the PGA Tour, the 2017 Farmers, he shot 65 in the final round.
Well, Gary, if he shoots 65, it'll be the best round so far of the championship by 2 shots. But Rahm off to as good a start as you could ask for. Zooming up to that 4th place solo position right behind the tri-leaders, Oosthuizen, Henley, and Hughes. Oosthuizen and Hughes will go off in just about 7-8 minutes. Koepka, part of the 1 under brigade.
And a moment ago at the 3rd, Colin Morikawa had this for birdie. Difficult to get it to the hole from here up the hill, and that is the limp attempt from there. And leave him with plenty to think about for his par. We'll go back to the first.
His first hole, 4th toughest hole this week. There's been only 3 birdies today. You saw Rahm record one of them just a couple moments ago.
Now, these guys right now are going to be happy if they can make par here at 1. Totally out of position. A good lie for Henley here, Bones, but he's going to have to do something either really special or just be smart.
I certainly think he's going to be thinking about the smart play here, Paul. He's actually got a fantastic lie, given the fact he's in the primary rough here, sitting nicely. I don't think that right hole location is even a consideration, so I just look for a shot that's flighted somewhat right into the center of the green.
It looks like it could be a jumper. You know, if it's gonna jump, that's the big trick here, and what makes a pro a real pro. He's got to judge it if it's gonna fly straight up, not on your normal traj.
Just a little 6-iron. And he's actually taking this right at the flag if it carries.
Oh, that's really short-sighted. Maybe on a slight upslope, he might be able to handle that. He's got great hands.
To the 3rd.
Morikawa now. That might settle his nerves a little. Back to one.
See what Rory can do from the bunker.
Ball above his feet, 161 into a really thick wind at the moment. Good sound from there. Left center of the green. Let's see how deep it gets into it.
Didn't make it. That's down there where Scheffler was, and he had a hard time with it.
Back up to 3.
It's frightfully slow up that hill to that flag for Rory.
John Rahm with a 6-iron. Now that's plenty of club for the big fella. Can take a little off these shots. We've seen 7-irons here this morning. Oh, that is long and left, and that could be in serious trouble if it's made it all the way down into the canyons that are between the shoreline and the golf course here. It's waiting for our last groups to tee off here. Oosthuizen, Henley, and Hughes tied at the top.
Back at the 121st U.S. Open Championship, second staged here at Torrey Pines. Still a 3-way tie for the lead at the top, but out at the third, John Rahm is at least out of the really bad stuff out there, David.
Yeah, stayed out of the penalty area, but this is thick down here. He's got no green to work with, and if he can get this on, that's a penalty area there that he has missed. If he can get this to 15 feet, would that be a decent shot, John?
Yeah, I think he's going to go left, actually. A little more chance of keeping the ball up on the top tier if he does that. I saw Adam Hayes point to an area about 15 feet left of the hole. This is
amazing shot. He didn't make it to the penalty area, stayed out of it, and has given himself a great chance for an amazing up and down. This is the first.
Long way away for Rory Bones.
Very difficult to putt. Back up the hill. It's very steeply at this point.
Gave it a wrap.
And that's very well done for a gentleman who last played in the U.S. Open several months ago at Winged Foot. Came to the first hole, also putting from the front fringe, 4-putted for a 6. So very well executed by Rory on this day.
Yeah, saving par from where he was will be fantastic. Now Henley trying to do the same.
Well, this is ideal in terms of the ball being slightly on an upslope and sitting very, very well down. But of course, we've got those U.S. Open nerves on this Sunday.
Yep, first shot from the sand. This is one of the touchy-feely ones. Let's see what he can do with it.
There are the nerves.
Yep, got way too close to that ball, and yep, that was a pretty easy bunker shot, really off the downslope. Plenty of green to work with. Not a good start.
Let's check in with Justin Thomas right along the collar here on this par 3 8th. So JT should be able to remain at 2 under. We've got one final pairing to go at the first.
At this time, I'm pleased to turn over the mic to Mr. Mike Davis, CEO of the USGA, who after 32 years is retiring as the CEO. Please welcome Mike Davis.
Fourth seeding the honor for Mike Davis in his final U.S. Open with the USGA.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final pairing for the 121st United States Open. From South Africa, Louis Oosthuizen.
Louis, that first major all those years ago at 38, he would be the oldest U.S. Open champion this century and the oldest since Payne Stewart in that dramatic win at the age of 42 in 1999. Roger ball for the final group here.
High tee shot. Just a little left to right in the heart of the fairway. Beautiful opener.
And from Canada, Mackenzie Hughes.
This is the wow factor for Mackenzie Hughes. He's played in 8 previous majors. Best finish, a tie for 40th. He had missed the cut in 6 of the previous 8 major championships he contested. And here he is in the final pairing, tied for the lead at the U.S. Open.
Oh, Donnie!
Just pulled up the left. It's going to be close. I think it might catch the fairway on that line.
Yep, Raj, it will. As Hughes, who's only the third Canadian to hold a share of the 54-hole lead in a major championship, much less the U.S. Open, the first to do it in this championship. So he is in big-time, uncharted territory. Back up at the green here at the first. Henley for par. So an opening bogey for Henley. Again, is at least a piece of the lead every night. But he quickly drops out of it in the first hole.
You know, in some strange way, a bogey like that could actually relax a player. Could make them more uptight, too.
Let's go to 3.
Where Jon Rahm has this for what would be an amazing up and down and a par. There it is. Just in some deep stuff off the tee, way down below the level of the green, and beautiful shot with some kind of spatula.
That's a start, David, when you maybe think it might be my turn. Morikawa over at the 4th.
You got to go right at it to get it close. Just like that. Oh. Anything just right of the flag can feed down in there, but if you're more than about 15 feet right, everything works away.
To 2.
DeChambeau playing his third here at the short par 4, drove it in the right rough and was unable to reach the green. Bounce a wedge up, didn't do it. So he'll make par at best here at the short par 4. We go to 4.
Up the coastline is Rahm on a roll. Incredible save. 2 birdies to start.
Super difficult tee shot, a left to right wind. You see the cliffs on the left-hand side. Cannot go left.
His cut should suit him well here with his hard sloping. He's watching this one anxiously on the right.
Well, that's understandable. Good shots out of that bunker, depending on the lie.
Over to 9.
And this was just earlier. Montu Griffin, 2 big shots here at the par 5. And this putt for eagle. First player to hit the green in 2. And the first to make an eagle. So that's what's possible. The 607-yard par 5 ninth. And his first career eagle in a U.S. Open. So way to go, Lanto. Back to the second. Big stick in hand. Grabs it right, trying to get it to turn back, picks the tee up quickly. I would say he likes it.
Yeah, I like that. Stop rolling. Where is it?
Oh, there it is. Right in the center of the fairway. To the 8th.
Koepka's on the tee. This 175-yard par 3. Can't see much of the green surface at all.
Pins on top of a shelf there. 2-tiered green. Landed on the lower tier. To the top. Just like that.
Koepka birdied the second. He's been reeling off pars ever since, and that to get to 2 under within 3. And as a founding partner since 1997, the USGA has helped First Tee create experiences that build character in millions of kids. That legacy continues today. For more information on how to get your kids involved, go to firsttee.org. Final pairing here. Second shot for Mackenzie Hughes. Raj.
Yeah, 179 left. Breeze against. Hole tucked deep right on the green. Perfect shot. A little left of the hole. If you can work it a little to the right. Perfect.
Interesting that he played a draw into that flag stick. It's just a bad break. It went over the green into the serious hay.
Up ahead at 4, Dustin Johnson. Trying to get something going. 3 straight pars to begin, including a nice save at the first.
Yep, this is the fastest putt on the course today.
For world number 1. who moves it to 2 under. And look at that board shaping up. Major champions all over the place, including Oosthuizen over at the first.
164 after the whole 7 here. He's got that little fade left to right. That's kind of his shot. And this is a little left of the hole.
Go, Louis.
Yeah, good shot, Louis.
Louis not forcing the issue at the first hole, but 2-putt par from there to settle in. Morikawa, who just drilled it in here within 3.5 feet. Morikawa, the PGA champion. 2 birdies in the first 4 holes to get within 2.
Boy, the thoroughbreds are coming out with just really a lot of confidence. They're freewheeling. These are the most relaxed guys, and they're all superstars. Guys on top are kind of unheralded, and other than Louis, probably a little jumpy.
Yeah, all that firepower is kind of in that freewheeling position to make a run, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Over at the third, DeChambeau with an 8 iron. We've just seen players at 6s. You muscle that one as you can. Stay there. They gather Roy down here.
I got 6, Scotty. Yep. I had
Hard to get that one to the hole from there. So a good shot, not such a good result. We go to the second.
And Russell Henley positioned very nicely here, far left-hand side of the fairway. Great angle to this whole location, Bones.
Yeah, he's just looking for a little cooperation from Mother Nature.
Yeah, with that one. Okay.
Russell Henley's become one of the best players on the
just kind of
PGA
flight
Tour
it.
the last
Yeah, I
couple
love that,
years.
dude.
Now strokes gained approach last year 3rd, this year in the top 10.
Just waiting for the wind to settle down and just be out of the right as it's supposed to be. 111. This is pulled left towards the center of the green, but will leave an uphill putt.
Distance control. Let's take a look at exactly where McIlroy's drive ended up, some 310 yards. Almost dead center of the fairway. And he's set to play, Bones.
Yeah, just 70 yards, a bit of a downhill lie, which makes it a little tougher, but looking for some spin here. Cut something up against the right to left wind.
This has been a weakness for Rory in these majors.
Yeah, that's pretty well done.
Yeah, no doubt. His wedge game is going to be the difference maker if he wants to win today.
Back to the first.
From this rough, Kenzie Hughes resetting here. Roger, what kind of lie is this?
Not good. Just off the back of the green here, you can see him practicing pretty big swings. Trying to just play kind of like a bunker shot here. Just flop it out like boost to the hole. No, it didn't come out.
Back up to 3.
This was just earlier, Scotty Scheffler. And we saw DeChambeau hit 8. Scheffler, who was not short. This was 6. So a 2-club gap. You don't often see that. And this one could break to the right. Yeah. Stone bag. To the ninth.
Justin Thomas for the green, 291 yards to the hole.
Oh my God, get out.
Paulie said get down. 291 yard 3-wood. He's saying get down, and he knows what he's talking about. That needs to stop. Oh. Wow. Going to end up in that low area, some 6 or 7 feet below the putting surface as we go back to 1.
Oosthuizen's birdie roll on the way. His last putt was a 50-plus foot eagle.
One thing to watch for Louis today is whether or not he can reach on these greens. Now, from that distance, just cozy it up there. It's okay to be a little short, but let's just watch Louis' pace on the greens.
Where's the scene at the third?
And Scheffler has tapped in already for his birdie too. See if Bryson can get this one to the hole. Virtually no one has had the energy to get it there from that spot. This is the second.
And Russell Henley trying to recover that shot. He dropped it the first. It should go a little right. Good effort. Back to 1.
And now Hughes for par, Roger.
A little better than 15 feet. And, you know, that last situation for Mackenzie, it just points out the difficulty of the U.S. Open. Hit 2 pretty good shots, 2 pretty good solid shots. That one gets across the back, and now you get a lie that's hard to manage. And you end up with a long one for par.
So it's a bogey start for Hughes. He was 5 back midway through his 3rd round before he came home at 32 yesterday to put up the lowest back 9 score of the week. But he drops one out of the gates today.
I'll say the same thing I did with Russell Henley. I mean, that could relax a guy or make him a little more jumpy. We'll just have to see how he responds.
This is Rahm in front of the green at the 4th with his 3rd. He's going to putt it up the slope.
Yeah, he came out of that fairway bunker on the right and absolutely loved it. Took a very aggressive line, landed just short and spun back. And this was a shot that he really had a couple different clubs out looking at it. And went with putter off the really tight line. I think it's probably a good choice. He's got some sprinkler heads to avoid, but I think it's easier to gauge your touch with this than it is a wedge right now.
Not very good. He's going to really have his work cut out for him from there.
He was able to save a nice one at the last. He's going to be tested again at 4. To 8 we go. All that's left for Koepka to get to 2 under. And here's Brooks Koepka on another major championship leaderboard on a Sunday. It's just amazing, this major championship consistency that he's been able to continue to put up.
Rory for his birdie at the 2nd. A little left to right. He tends to miss these right, Paul. He doesn't release the putter. Opportunity missed. Over at 1.
We've got a little bit of cleanup here for Usti, who just curls it in the right side to save par.
Well, that was really important lip in. If that had lipped out, it sent a jolt through his system.
Up to 5 for Schauffele, this for par. Just so many of these through the course of the week. And on Sunday at the U.S. Open, they're the toughest. Here's another example. Rahm for par, Woody.
I don't think he was. It's a U.S. Open perfect example. He's not unpleased with any shot he hit on this hole, and he's got a 12-footer or so for par. Such a good putt.
So the Rahm run sputters a little bit at the 4th, but still 1 under on the day with those 2 opening birdies.
You know, just such a feeling of urgency for Rahm, for all these guys today. Every putt, so much meaning.
To the 3rd.
Rory on the tee with a 6-iron.
200 total. Playing 13 yards downhill, so hard to have the nerve to get all the way back to this back left center hole location.
Yeah, it sure is.
Tried to turn something in there, but this is hung out to the right.
That was plenty of club. Now, had he had that shot online, there's a little downslope at the back of the green there, so you've got to be very careful here.
So
At the 3rd, that's all right. Up at the 9th.
And Justin Thomas to play his 3rd from well over the green. Par 5. See if he can put some spin on it, Paul.
Yeah, I guarantee you he can.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there you go. There's the grab. Move it underneath the hole.
Not his best, but he's got a shot.
Number 3.
Henley on the tee, Bones.
And you would have thought he looked at McIlroy's club selection here, trying to make things a little easier on himself. This is turning just a little left of it, but aggressive, I think. Hit it.
To settle the old nerves. Beautiful shot. Henley now just a shot back to the fourth.
Checking with Matthew Wolff. This for birdie. A little bit of a rough start for last year's runner-up. She's going to have those in U.S. Opens, and Wolff has his shot back. So even on the day, 3 back. Up to 9.
Justin Thomas trying to reach 3 under. Pull within 2. It's going to wander away to the right. So Justin Thomas is going to make 4 pars this week on the par 5 ninth. And that is disappointing for a man who's in the top 10 in birdieing par 5s on the PGA Tour. This was just earlier over at the 12th. Iglesias a lengthy putt for birdie for the 24-year-old from Italy, and that falls. That's 3 birdies, no bogeys on his card, making his U.S. Open debut. How about this final round?
He's the guy that was beaten by Bland in the playoff, right?
Yeah, he was.
So maybe he says, Richard, you've had your limelight. I'm going to enter center stage here on the Sunday.
Yeah, he comes into this week having finished runner-up in the last 2 tournaments he's played on the European Tour. Louis Oosthuizen hanging on with a 1-shot lead at the moment. Here in the final round of the 121st playing of the United States Open Championship. Torrey Pines South Course. Stay with us for more after this. Louis Oosthuizen has missed the fairway here at the short par 4 second. Use his great angle. Hole cut on the right-hand side. Lie appeared to be good. Oh, the strike was good. What a shot.
Well, let's take a quick rest here. Check out this leaderboard. We've been doing this a long time, but I don't know if we can remember more firepower. 13 players within 3 shots of the lead, but it includes the top 5 ranked players in the world, plus 2 4-time major champions in McIlroy and Koepka. This is really special stuff going on here right now at Torrey Pines.
Hey, whoever wins this thing is going to earn it. I mean, all the PGA Tour thoroughbreds are here right now, dueling out for this great championship. I can't wait to see who can hoist that trophy. It's going to be intense the next couple hours.
Yeah, it is. We'll see what happens down the stretch here, but it is set to be a good one.
Mackenzie Hughes, second shot on the way at the second. From 86 yards, Paul. That not particularly good. So kind of a pull on the first hole, well left, and another one there at the second. Go to McIlroy, 3.
This was just a moment ago. Just hangs it out to the right a touch. Henley now after the superb tee shot this to get back into that tie. That'll set them down. Henley back at -5. Makes up for that bogey at the first. We'll go to the 5th.
And this is a par attempt for Dustin Johnson. Cost him first bogey. He saved one at the first, but he drops to 1 under, 4 back. In his quest for his 3rd major championship. He's the top-ranked player in the world. We talked about leading the way in the rankings of all these superstars lined up. Over at the fourth, DeChambeau with his traditional wide right tee shot.
Yep, he plays it that way on purpose. Gets a good angle, going to ricochet it off that hill. Will it carry enough energy? It might. It's going to, actually. It's going to make it all the way down there, Dan. Watch this.
It just needs a little more.
Oh, maybe like 3 feet.
Good strategy.
To 2.
Mackenzie Hughes with a lengthy putt for birdie.
Got to be a little better than 30 feet, Gary, and downhill, and it's coming off this rear tier just as it comes off the putter blade. First half is putt down a pretty steep slope, and then it's still downhill, and we'll break to his right. Got a little speed, this one.
And putting his best statistic of all the strokes gained categories, and very good at 3-putt avoidance is Mackenzie Hughes. I would say, Raj, judged very nicely for speed.
Good lag. That's just what it was intended to be, a lag.
All right, over at 9, Brooks Koepka. Third shot here at the par 5. Par 8 angle with the more cut. To the left portion of the green. Release. Yes, it will. He's going to have a very similar putt to where we just saw Justin Thomas have a birdie effort there at 9. Go to the 5th.
And the second for Rahm.
Vamos, John! Vamos, vamos!
That would kick right, not that far left. That's a huge miscue. Not sure what was going on there. That's 2 big pulls.
Back at 2.
Oosthuizen with a chance to increase or take the lead.
A little uphill here, and it looks like it may try to go some to his left. A little slope coming in out of the bunker.
Raj, you have to wonder if that's not a little bit of the ocean influence. Ocean to his right. Over at the 10th.
This was just earlier, 450-yard par 4.
This actually used to be a pretty simple hole, but now it lengthened.
And way left for Justin Thomas, and it ends up out of bounds.
Oh my goodness, that is miles to the left. You really wouldn't even consider that in play.
Huge miscue for JT, who had been rolling along out in 2 under. Over at the 4th, DeChambeau for birdie, Nota.
Yeah, watch how far out left he's playing this. Just got to start it, and this thing is just going to drift down to the hole.
Fastest putt on the course.
He may have gotten it.
You don't think the scientist knows that? Oh, wow. Just kind of straightened out at the end. Over to 9.
Koepka, we know the putt breaks right. We just saw it from Justin Thomas.
This guy can make some left to right putts here.
Just like that. So Brooks Koepka, the 2-time U.S. Open champion, is now 3 under and just 2 back.
There's those names right next to each other, Gary, on the leaderboard. You can't help.
DeChambeau and Koepka.
I know people at home are looking at it going, that would be fun. We'll see.
And a nice crowd here down the side of the 3rd hole as our final group exit onto the tee. Oosthuizen and Hughes. Again, nearly 40 feet down the hill. Kind of an infinity edge to the back of this green. Very intimidating. If you take enough club to get it
But I can lead this.
to the flagstick, you bring the penalty area on the left and over the back. Possibly into play.
Well, Louis has put the ball on the deck. He is not teed it up. Got 6 iron here. I gotta believe this is going to be some kind of shot flighted down. Well, actually, pretty normal trajectory. Right of the hole and kind of hanging over there. I can miss that little tear that the hole's got.
Good shot. The 5th.
And Rahm's 3rd. Just trying to judge it out of here.
Yeah, it's fast. He's got to get it just over that hill right there, and it'll feed on down. Now, slow down.
Retest it again to try to avoid back-to-back bogeys.
Over at the third, Mackenzie Hughes now. Just trying to visualize this.
He's grabbed one less. He's grabbed a 7-iron. And a sweeping draw. Pretty high. Turning that, it's on a good line if it's the right distance.
Oh, it is on a good line. And robbed it of any chance to catch that slope and take it down to the hole. Good shot, though, from Mackenzie Hughes.
Final round Sunday, David, building very nicely on another championship Sunday and Father's Day in the 121st U.S. Open. Couple tied at the top, and so many possibilities. 12 players within 3 shots of the lead. As we remind you that you can download the official U.S. Open app, be part of the action like never before. You can download it now in the App Store for iOS and in the Google Play Store for Android. "22 years ago today, U.S. Open, Pinehurst. The unbelievable putt by Payne Stewart to beat Phil Mickelson by 1 shot. Second of his 2 U.S. Open titles. Passed away tragically in a plane accident just 4 months later. The first of Phil Mickelson's record 6 runner-ups in his championship. He said you're going to love being a father because his first child, Amanda, born the next day. Where has the time gone? She turns 22 tomorrow. And I know every time you see that, you think of your good friend Payne.
I do. It tears me up a little bit just watching it. Yeah, Payne was in a great place at that time in his life, and championships came right along with that great attitude that he'd had, and can't believe what happened.
It's one of my favorite U.S. Opens that I've ever been a part of, and then now McIlroy just trickling it down the hill at 4.
If this goes in, he's going to go crazy.
Well,
maybe he's not.
Maybe not. A subdued fist bump. The crowd went crazy.
Oh, boy. Well, I hope that turns into a meme because he didn't do anything. What a putt. This is the fastest putt on the course today for any of these players, and the crowd does go ape. Rory stoically receives this.
It's the kind of putt we've been waiting for from Rory, that he's been waiting for. That is a 35-footer, just read perfectly, and McIlroy is 1 off the lead.
Louis Oosthuizen now. This for the solo lead again. Just hung it out a little too far to the right.
That's his miss. When he misses these putts, he just, for whatever reason, it aims a hair right.
Over to 5.
And Rahm for par.
He was positioned perfectly off the tee. This would be a great save. That would have been a hurtful bogey there at 5.
Avoids the back-to-back bogey, stays at 3 under. Number 2 player in the world. Back over to 3.
And Mackenzie Hughes now is for a share of the lead. That was kind of half-hearted. Well, no, it was wholehearted. It just kind of looked that way. All right. Pair of 3s. Up ahead at the 10th.
This for bogey. Remember JT with his tee shot out of bounds. He can get out of here with a 5, but no. Double bogey.
Gotta believe his hopes are dashed.
Unless he goes crazy here in the last 8 holes of his 2021 U.S. Open. It's just the wrong time. There's never a good time for a double, but making that run and just give it away.
And over here at 6, Colin Morikawa, second shot. About the fact that Bruce Green's hitting regulation this week. He's #1 on tour in strokes gain approach. Just continues to fire at the flagstick, and that should come back a little bit. So, another makeable putt for Morikawa. Has yet to miss a green today. Up at 18.
This was just earlier. Brandon Grace finishing up. Keep that in mind as the championship final round gets deeper. A little left to right. Coasted down there. 67 for Grace. Again, that is the number. Matches the best round of the championship. He's now tied for 11th. Here's a look at this beautiful fourth down the coast.
Yeah, and it's a pretty scary drive, even though you have a mile to the right. If you try to place it in the fairway, it's a tight fit. The bunkers on the right aren't terrible, but if you miss left, forget about it. The hole cut on the left-hand side of the green today, it's pretty well protected. We've seen a lot of putts from the right-hand side, and it is incredibly fast. So Lusty here just wants to avoid the bunkers. No hook.
Get in the hole!
More than half the field is bailing right on this hole.
Yep, far enough back, we'll have a shot.
39% of the field hitting the fairway at the fourth today, taking the cliffs out of play. This is a moment ago, Casey from just off the green at the par 3/8. Walking that one in. Casey in search of his first major back-to-back birdies. All of a sudden, Casey has a good shot.
He can reach the next hole, a par 5 and 2. Maybe Paul Casey can post a score.
He made the cut on the number. Zing. Shot 71, 75, and shot 67 yesterday. Zoom up the board. This is DeChambeau's second of the fifth. And DeChambeau in line for what is going to be his first birdie of the day. Looks like it. Back over to 6.
Colin Morikawa, a chance to reach 4 under. A little left to right. Keep up the speed. An opportunity missed. Well, two tied at the top at the moment. Bruce Tazen, Russell Henley. A host of players with a chance here in the final round of the 121st playing of the United States Open Championship. Stay with us. See what unfolds. We'll be right back.
Second shot for the co-leader, Louis Oosthuizen, at the fourth. These players tested all week with these fairway bunkers. He doesn't like this one.
Looked like his foot slipped there, just a fraction.
Yeah. He's going to have to hit a really precise wedge to get it close.
Up ahead of the fifth, coming back the other way, DeChambeau for birdie. Trying to become only the 8th player to win back-to-back U.S. Opens, but only the 4th in the last 80 years. DeChambeau is within 1. He was in the exact same position to start the day today as he was last fall.
Jon Rahm positioned perfectly at the
Let's go,
long
Johnny
par
boy!
4 6.
Go a little bit.
Second shot on the way. Takes a big hop. It'll be fine. It's on the proper level.
Well, let's check out Rahm's swing using 88 cameras, courtesy of the 4D replay presented by Cisco. Cisco powers the on-site network at the U.S. Open.
Very athletic setup, wide stance, left foot turned out. Here's the thing that's incredible to me, Paul. Look how short the backswing is, the left wrist bowed. And as we see with all of the players swinging up to make contact with the ball, left leg straight, left hip clears out of the way, the left foot cannot stay flat. And it's working pretty well this week. He's only averaging 315 yards per tee shot. As we go to the fifth.
Henley left with 150.
So go to the right.
Zing
Go to the right.
said it earlier in the week. He just has that kind of knack. He doesn't really fade away. I mean, this is a whole other test in a major at the U.S. Open, but Henley is showing signs of not going anywhere deep into this Sunday. We'll see. Hughes over at the 4th. Another fairway bunker. That flagstick just kind of hanging out there in the distance on the horizon.
Not an easy shot.
Gave it a little club twirl.
Oh, that's going to funnel.
Mackenzie Hughes had the rough start with a bogey. He's rolled off a couple pars and now has that for a chance to tie for the lead. And you never know in this game, Zing, but this is crazy. 5 missed cuts coming into this U.S. Open.
Yeah, I remember David Frost missed 7 cuts in a row and then 1 in New Orleans. It's, you know, it's just, I don't know how a player can overcome whatever they're feeling. 5 cuts in a row missed, that is a mental battle.
McIlroy from a fairway bunker at 5.
That'll be pretty tough putt, very fast. He's going to have to work hard to get the distance right on that. Good clean contact as he got that ball all the way up there. Main thing there, look how quiet his feet are. He didn't even move his feet. That bunker swing is more of an upper body motion. Try to keep your lower body still if you can.
Oosthuizen's 3rd at the 4th.
He can clip these wedges as well as anybody. I love watching him do it. Do it under pressure today. Got away from him a little.
Oosthuizen 3 straight pars trying to keep bogey free to 6.
Yeah, let's take a look at the dogleg right. Par 4, 521 yards. The tree is 50 feet high, and the players, especially the longer ones, will go right over that. Fairway slopes pretty severely from left to right. If you can find the fairway, it's a decent-sized green. Hole location today over on the right side on a little plateau. Not easy to get close to, and they've only seen 4 birdies so far today. Just another rip.
Left to right, little help me.
And that is so far down there, Paul. This is going to be unbelievable to see.
Flip a wedge in
that
there.
is, man, oh man, back at 4.
Par putt on the way for Louis, did not get it there. And
No.
that's that miss that you talked about, Zing.
He gets tentative on Sundays on the green, so you know Usti's going to have to really kind of just get real gutty and gritty here. And you know, I think it's time for Louis to bow up. He's just got to look around and say, I'm just not going to let anyone celebrate at my expense today.
He falls out of the tie at the top with Henley, so Russell, the sole leader, as you go back to 5, and McIlroy with his tricky putt.
So fast.
He might have a wreck with it. He nearly made another one.
That's incredible pace for the 3rd time today, both on 1, 4, and 5. He is feeling it with the flat stick.
Well, that's dangerous for everybody else trying to win this championship if McIlroy's got the touch working.
Hughes trying to join Henley at the top.
It's just pressure, plain and simple. These putts, it's such a delicate putt, fast putt, and the significance of it. It's just as important as a putt on Thursday, but the significance is sure different on a Sunday.
Hughes tried to relax in the position that he's in with his wife Jenna. His 2 sons are here. 67th ranked player in the world. 4 players outside the top 50 in the world have won the U.S. Open since 1987. He would be just the 5th. And of course, Canada's first U.S. Open champion. That was a big opportunity to go back on top, and he stays 1 back.
Yeah, pretty solid so far. He outplayed the entire field yesterday. What a round.
To 6.
Matthew Wolff with a lengthy putt for birdie. Come up a pretty steep slope right about there. He's got plenty of pace. Oh, that's an unexpected one. Matthew Wolff with 2 birdies in his last 3 holes. It's 3 under. Back 1 at 5.
And Henley.
This will slide just a little to his right. It's pretty slow.
It's the second time that Henley has played with McIlroy together on tour. They were in the final pairing in the final round of that Honda Classic all those years ago. The 4-hole leader by 2 over Henley. Shot 74 at PGA National. Leaders after first, second, third rounds, and what they've done in this championship since 2004. McIlroy, Keimer put it away. Mickelson came up short again at Marion to Justin Rose. Dustin Johnson third after leading the way. It is tough to not only sleep on any lead, much less 3 in a row here at this championship.
John Rahm for birdie at 6. Move right as it gets up around the hole. Go over to the 9th, par 5. Paul Casey with his second.
This is his big chance, Gary. If he can do something special here. Couple more par 5s left after this one as well.
Appears to be on a good line. Will it bounce forward? Yes, it will. So Paul Casey's going to have a look at an eagle. Just went birdie at 7 and 8. Coming on strong. We go to 11.
Been a tough hole all week. 213 for Koepka.
On the right side, he's trying to bend it in there. Everything, once it hits the green, will want to go that way.
Another major has gotten the attention of Brooks Koepka. He is just dialed in. Hasn't made a bogey all day.
All right, back here at 6. DeChambeau to play his second. Noda, what kind of length has he got left? It doesn't look very far.
Just a huge tee shot here. He's going with the 53 degree again. Hit that very effectively on the previous hole. He's going to be able to go right after this hole location with this club here.
I know the hole is measured, Paul, as it plays. He went more straight at it, but by the numbers, that was a 390-yard drive.
Good night. He got hit a 390.
That went forever, Tim. Yeah. It's an area of his game he knows he needs to improve. Statistically, it's his
That's a good shot
weakness.
too, Timmy. Maybe just came out a little low.
Well, we've been keeping track of Guido Migliozzi. Remember, he birdied the 12th. He's coming off a bogey at 13, but this just happened at the 14th. Guido will not go away. 2 under, 4 left, 3 back. As he continues his charge, he is pumped up here at Torrey Pines. Russell Henley's been leading this championship all week long. The leader by 1 right now. Time now for the 4D replay with him, presented by Cisco. It powers the on-site network at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, very athletic setup, a little flex in the knees. A little old-fashioned takeaway, Paul, kind of drags the club head back.
He does. It's almost like his hands move first, but he's positioned to drive and deliver right there, Gary.
Yep, and a little bit of a bent left arm. Talked with his instructor, Jim McLean, yesterday. Said, you know what, a lot of great players have had that characteristic. Named Retief Goosen, a 2-time U.S. Open champion. Mentioned Lee Westwood and also Sergio Garcia, along with Jordan Spieth. So in good company with that aspect of his swing. As we go to 5.
Here's Hughes, Roger.
Yeah, right fairway bunker, good lie, but right to left winded. He's a right to left player. This is as you would expect. Well, that's not a good shot. I thought he'd get it on the green left of the hole, but finds the bunker.
I think his right foot slipped a little bit, Roger. Caused that.
Back to 6, Gary.
All right, we're going to take a look at DeChambeau's birdie putt using our pinpoint animation. That of some 41 feet in length, goes ever so slightly down at the start and then comes off a little slope and severely downhill with a big break from left to right.
I'll just take 2 putts here and go. Did he hit it?
Oh, I think so, Paul. That's going to be fine. And that is going to be a nice, easy tap in there. And guys, he's now gone 26 consecutive holes without a bogey. Pretty impressive in a U.S. Open.
Yep, second for Louis over here at the 5th. I think he's in 67 major rounds, Gary. First time he's had a bogey-free major round. So DeChambeau is keeping it going. Oosthuizen here, middle of the green.
Just dismarked by about 12 feet. Anything right of there would have gone to the right.
Over to 7.
The par 4 is 458 yards today. Ron with his second shot.
In the hole.
And the 3-tiered green here. The flag in the middle, close to the bunker on the right.
That way. Good swing, buddy.
I mean, that was good shot.
Yeah, picture perfect. Oh, maybe spin back.
Still trying to sneak its way a little closer. There's a chance for Rahm. We go to the 8th.
Colin Morikawa is in a pack 2 back and 3 under.
2-tiered green. You want to land it over the bunker on the bottom tier and have it hop up. It's like that.
Yeah, if there's a place to get a birdie, this is one of the holes to do it on the South Course. 3rd easiest this week and the easiest par 3. Practically everybody hitting the green in regulation. Over at the 6th.
Yeah, this is where Russell Henley's tee shot ended up. 300 yards off the tee, but in the right rough.
187 front edge. You would expect him to try and run something up between the front bunkers. This came out very softly and won't get there, but certainly an angle whereby he can get the ball up and down for 4.
All right, some of the lush Kikuyu rough, and you can get some lies where that ball really sits down, and especially on that length shot, hard to hit it that far. All right, McIlroy set to play.
Great look here for 190. Trying to land something about 30 feet short and account for that first bounce. This is towards the left center of the green, and he won't be very happy with that straight downwind.
It's going to funnel down into a low area. So it leaves a steeply uphill putt at the beginning, but not easy to 2-putt there. So go back to 5.
And Hughes from the sand again, right?
Yeah, an uphill slope, good lie. There is a mound between himself and to the left of it, but he's going to have to land left and let it work right.
How do you do for a guy who's ranked 196th on tour in sand saves? It's pretty darn good.
This was just earlier. Poulter trying to stay in it for birdie at the 10th. He moved to 1 under, so Poulter is not said and done. He's 4 back. Let's just take a moment away from the action, kind of reset the leaderboard. It is fast and furious with major champions and guys who want to do it for the first time. Henley has been up there all week by 1 over McIlroy, DeChambeau, Oosthuizen, and Hughes. 10 players within 2 shots of the lead. Koepka trying to win his 3rd U.S. Open title and his 5th major championship. Brandon Grace is in with that 67. So far, no one has been able to get better than that number. over here with Louis Oosthuizen at the 5th.
His ball's on top of that mound I referred to earlier, so it's coming downhill and breaking quite a little bit to the right.
Missed another one to the right. Those left to righters, but good speed.
Zing, as the guys make their way down here, what do you think is a number that could be posted pretty early in weight that would look pretty good?
I mean, right now I would think I'd like to post 4 or 5 under, but I do still feel the winning score is going to be a little better than that, 6 or 7 maybe, but you never know. This U.S. Open pressure is enormous. All these guys now that came in relaxed to start the round, Dan, that's flipped, that's changed. They see the board, and they're all feeling it now.
Here at 6.
Feel it.
Third shot for Russell Henley. Good advice from the caddy. Just feel it, and it looks like that type of shot, Bones.
Absolutely. He's got plenty of green to work with, but because it's downwind here, Gary, he's going to have to account for a big first bounce. Should land this about 30 or 40 feet short. If it gets long, it can U-turn and work its way back to the hole.
Now, it's okay. It's not an easy putt for par down the hill, moving sharply to the right. Over at 8.
Morikawa set to move it to 4 under. Look at the scoring this week. First 19 holes, and then after that.
It's another guy who's radically changed his putting technique, his style, and proved it. Worked under pressure. Oh, session goodness. Fails him here.
Is that little putt that in the past has been his bugaboo. Wow, that was a great chance to join the 4 unders, 1 back. Hughes trying to stay at that number.
Oh boy, now we're starting to see what it feels like on the inside. They're starting to miss putts right and left here.
And Hughes had that good birdie opportunity. Take advantage and then drops one. Hughes is down to -3, +2, just 2 back though.
McIlroy with a birdie putt here at the 6th, but as we saw, the make percentage very small.
His reads and pace from long distance have been fantastic. Looks like he's trying to make them from 40, 50 feet today.
And another good putt.
And that's what he's trying to recapture, Bones. He's trying to get back to the 22-year-old who looked like he was going to win 15 majors at the pace he was at. He's been stalled in these events. To 7.
And just a little while ago, Matthew Wolff. This for birdie. Right in the gut. Right there. Now live. This is John Rahm.
Beautiful little 8-iron here above the hole. Should have some significant break left to right, definitely fast.
Can't break that much at that speed. Oh, that's a disappointing effort. In the mid-range there, a good chance for John. It goes a begging. We'll go to 6.
And Russell Henley trying to make a U.S. Open type par here, Bones.
Took the words right out of my mouth. And as we've seen over the course of this guy's career, he may not have many big wins, but he can really heat up with the putter, and you get the feeling he's going to need to do that today.
And this one's going to wiggle away right very quickly. Seen several other players miss it just like that from that position. So with that tap in and a bogey, we now find 4 players at 4 under par.
Very smart here, just to take his time, stick to your routine.
All right, 4-way tie at the top in the final round. And just 6 other players, just 1 shot off the lead. What a final round it's shaping up to be here in the 121st playing of the United States Open Championship. Major champions on the board, some unknowns too. It's an exciting final day here at Torrey Pines, the South Course.
players that have hoisted U.S. Open championship trophies. 4 by Bobby Jones, 4 by Nicklaus, 4 by Hogan. No one's won 5.
Now for birdie to tie for the lead.
Imagine if Paul Casey is that guy to post early and then just wait and see if he can finally win a major. So that's another little angle of the storylines that we've got going.
DeChambeau here at 7 is miles down, way on the right. No angle there to get at that flag.
That jump.
Well, it shouldn't be too much of a problem from there.
Wow.
And over here at 12, Brooks Koepka has now hit 11 of 12 greens in regulation, Paul. So that's how well he's striking the ball.
He's hitting it in the fairway today. It's making a big difference.
Yeah, lengthy birdie putt here. This would tie the lead. Plenty of speed, easy.
Whoa. There's a couple of those he's just blasted. Made the comebacker at 4 after doing that.
Back to 8.
Jon Rahm, 1 back. Just right at it. Trying to come back a little bit. Back to 6.
Oh, Oosthuizen has missed the fairway well to the right. Trying to punch something out of the rough, landed short of the green, get it to run up. Boy, how about this shot? Absolutely amazing, some of the recovery shots we see, Paul. Great. Back to 7.
And behind the green, DeChambeau has the flat stick out here.
Yeah, Dave, I think that's a wise choice. Don't want to mess around with anything lofted.
66 feet.
These cool fairways. Be careful this ball doesn't get off to a bouncy start because it can stand up in this grass on you and take off a lot of the speed.
Yeah, and he's going to come up and over a really steep apron here as it works its way onto the green. So the initial strike on the ball is pretty firm, and then it picks up speed, working left to right.
Pretty darn good, actually.
Yeah, it'd been hard to chip it any better than that, David.
Yeah. Good decision, well executed. We'll go to 12.
All right, very important putt for Koepka. He's got 2 par 5s left. Nope. It was never online, so a potentially costly 3-putt there. That's his 3rd 3-putt of the week. So we're back to 7.
See if Scheffler can turn that magnificent second shot into a birdie.
Yeah, he really played this whole textbook style. Beautiful tee shot, and just that flighted little approach shot there, right underneath the hole, uphill, right to left. So David really can't ask for anything more. The exception of the nerve and the pressure of the situation. This is typical, something that these players knock down on a regular basis, especially for Scheffler. Leads the field in strokes gained putting this week through 3 rounds.
So that one slipped past. That's a chance gone. We'll stay at -2. Well, back in the fairway, Russ Henley in a spot of bother here, Bones.
Just a horrible situation here. Ball well below his feet, standing outside of the bunker, and the ball semi-plugged. He's going to play out somewhat sideways. What's really important here is that he plays his third shot from the short grass. Got to lay this up well. Fat, got to go, and just carries that first cut.
Unlucky there. These fairway bunkers are not so severe. It just ended up in the wrong spot there. Up on the green, DeChambeau now for par.
Nothing in this at all. Just an inside left edge putt.
Okay, safely done. A slightly wayward tee shot. Over the back left edge with the second, but safely up and down to 8.
Just trickling it down here. Rahm birdie to join the top at 4 under.
Just a fantastic shot into here, but just typical of the U.S. Open. He's got to be on defense. Very fast. Gave it a wrap.
Yeah, Matthew Wolff one-hopped it into the back bunker, and he actually had a very good bunker shot, but the closest he could get it was about 30 feet. So he's putted up there to about 3 feet left for bogey.
And that would drop Wolff to plus or to 2 under, as Rahm has a little left here to be careful with to stay at 3 under and keep his 1 under round going. Remember, he came out of the box with back-to-back birdies, gave one back at 4.
A little bit disappointed, I'm sure, but when you hit great shots close into these U.S. Open hole locations, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to convert. Always got some movement.
Back to 7.
And Henley's third, Bones.
And 143 and a stiff wind. This ball should stop relatively quickly so he can get after it. A little left of the flag.
Yeah, good shot. Just got to be careful not to compound the error here. Make par or bogey and carry on.
And back here at 6, Oosthuizen with a chance to take the outright lead. Should move a little left. We saw him make some long ones yesterday. And that, another good putt. Back at 7.
And Rory now with his second shot.
Monster drive, just 128, and he can take this behind the hole if he wants and spin it. Aggressive.
Right out. Oh boy. And some chew.
Yeah, I like it when Rory's cutting that wedge in there, David.
Yeah, he gets control of his short irons. He can be very, very dangerous for sure.
I like it when he's bouncing up and down the fairway because that means he's got it. Wolff made bogey in the group in front as DeChambeau tees off at 8. Noda.
Trying to hit a high right to left shot here. Done that very nicely. If he gets the right skip on it, could be good.
Kind of like that.
That's one of the
DeChambeau with a near ace.
That was funny.
You can't see it. It's 20 feet uphill. You gotta land it on the little low area just over the bunker. Bryson DeChambeau is now going to be the solo outright leader of the U.S. Open.
Nearly. Chardon. Wow. Over at the 6th.
Mackenzie Hughes for a par, missed the green to the left, chipped to here, and that is now 3 bogeys in the first 6 holes. He's all the way back to 2 under par. Over at the par 5 9th, Morikawa went for the green in 2, missed the left, inside bunker. Big swing, trying to hoist it way up in the air, get it to stop the trajectory, and he's done a nice job. landing right on the downslope. An uphill putt left there for birdie. Bryson DeChambeau, just a matter of time until he takes the lead after that near ace at the par 3 8th. Rory McIlroy, a former U.S. Open champion as well, right there. It's some kind of battle here in the final round of the 121st U.S. Open.
Bryson DeChambeau just tapping in for the 2 at the 8th. We talked about how that eagle at the 9th at Winged Foot last fall was the big one that kind of propelled him to the championship. Maybe by the end of this day, it'll be that near ace at the 8th. He leads by 1, out in front by himself, trying to win back-to-back U.S. Open titles. To 7, McIlroy could make it a short-lived solo lead for DeChambeau.
Maybe expected it to come back a touch. Looks a little confused. 211.
Casey hit his tee shot in the bunker, blasted out to here. So Casey drops 1 in his bid to post a good one. This is his 69th major championship, 18th U.S. Open, has never won a major. To 9.
Colin Morikawa, chance for birdie. Uphill, little right to left. Fist pump. Okay, out in 32.
Yep, that's after that short miss on 8.
I hit all 9 greens in regulation, so striking the ball beautifully.
Looking to get closer to the action? Become part of the Victory Club. It's the official home of the U.S. Open and U.S. Women's Open fans. You'll receive access to exclusive content, merchandise, offers, and more. Join the Victory Club. Who's going to pick up the victory here this time at Torrey Pines? DeChambeau will lead by himself over McIlroy. Morikawa now at 4 under, along with Oosthuizen. All of them are major champions. By the way, Henley made a bogey on 7, so he drops down to 3 under, 2 back. And here's Rory now at the 8th.
Rory going with the smooth 9-iron, trying to one-hop it up from the low level.
He's got a chance. A squirrely bounce there. +3 on the par 3s this week.
I guess could be too much of an impression. Yeah, I mean, I like it. Okay.
We saw with Henley certainly the opening bogey, and then he came back with a terrific tee shot on the opening par 3 play today, number 3, where he hit it to about 3 or 4 feet. So coming off a little bit of stress the last couple holes, a couple of bogeys, he could really use something stacked right here. Just right of it, but didn't appear to have the right club in his hands.
No, it's short, Bones. So Henley's got to try to figure out a way to get through this rough patch.
Louis Oosthuizen at the 7. That's a little cut shot. Shot safely into the heart of the green. As close as he would have liked.
Yeah, right at the 7.
At 13, huge wide stance of the big fella. Brooks Koepka going at this green in 2. That's 2 huge shots. Over the back left. There's got plenty of green to work with, but that'll be a tricky one to get close.
way back there?
No, just on top of that ridge. Just on top of that ridge.
You may have seen it in the break there. The fried egg lie in the bunker at the 8th for Henley. So now for par. It was a pretty decent shot where the fried egg just kind of came down that ridge, left himself a long par putt. And Henley is losing another one. 3 bogeys in a row.
So well short of that.
Let's go over to John Rahm in trouble off the tee.
Yeah, he hit it way left, Dan, over the green fence. The good news for John is it's not out of bounds. There's a staging area over there. So he got free relief under the TIO, temporary immovable obstruction. Got a free drop, and he's got a shot to lay up here. So great break for John Rahm. And he was thrilled when I told him it was not out of bounds. His eyes got very big and said, "It's not out of bounds over that fence?" Very happy.
I bet he was thrilled, because if it is out, he knows his championship's hopes are over. And suddenly, he feels like he's still got a chance.
Got a little window to bullet something through and hopefully cut it back to the fairway.
Yeah.
And this is a gorgeous shot.
Thank you, sir.
Getting out of jail for free right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge break. That'll be a big emotional boost for Rahm.
Rory coming out of this collar. You can see where he's aiming. That little dart left, and it will be quick. Placed it perfectly. So a par from McIlroy, stays at 4 under. 1 back of DeChambeau, who is on the tee there.
All right, fasten your seatbelts as Bryson DeChambeau gets ready to play his tee shot here at the par 5 9th.
Yeah, and the warm-up session's rehearsing just a tight draw here, Gary. So I anticipate he's going to ride this one. Coming out of the right, maybe just a touch of help. So I'm going to try and maximize everything possible here. I had to just turn this one just a little bit too much.
The fairway kicks to the right, but that is going to carry into that fairway bunker, and that's going to be up close to the lips. And that will eliminate a chance to reach the green in 2.
Well, he gave it a mighty lash,
yes,
though.
he sure did. Back at 7.
Mackenzie Hughes coming up and over the slope here. Goes for birdie. Give it a chance. Well, curls that in, and that's an unexpected pleasure. The 3 bogeys there, and sneaks one back at the 7th, just when you least expect it.
He was the guy that made that long eagle at 13 yesterday to propel himself into the mix.
13, Koepka. He gets it up and down from the left-hand side of the green. Beautifully done. Koepka still very much in it. Back to 7. Louis Oosthuizen now with this to tie. What a good effort. Well, we'll give him that one. We'll go to the 9th.
John Rahm to play his 3rd. An opportunity here, 115 yards, accessible hole location. slope behind and left of the hole if you want to utilize it. Look at it. Look out. This one could go.
Not a good shot at all, and it turns out almost stone dead.
Yep, that'll be to get the 4 under. We'll go back to 10.
Morikawa to get to DeChambeau's 5 under.
These guys are really giving it a go now. The cream has risen to the top at this U.S. Open. Look at that board.
Koepka creeping up one more time into a tie for 5th, 2 back. Looking for major number 5. DeChambeau looking for back-to-back U.S. Open titles. Has the lead by himself. And another dramatic one percolating here at Torrey Pines. Been a flurry of activity on the leaderboard today as we check out today's unexpected moments, brought to you by American Express. So just in case you're getting back from your Father's Day round of golf or whatever, let's bring you up to date. This is how Jon Rahm came out to play today in this final round.
Boy, he put a feathery little 8-iron on this. We saw guys hitting 900 wedge from that distance, and he just started off red hot.
Made 2 birdies to start the day to get to 4 under, gave 1 back, and is at 3 under. And then Russell Henley's tee shot at the 3rd.
Well, he did the same thing yesterday and missed the putt, but not today. He just stuffed it in there. This is the scariest second shot or tee shot on the golf course today, I think.
This is after Henley started the day with a bogey, so he got himself back up to 5 under. Henley has since given back 3, though, with 3 straight bogeys. Morikawa is in the mix again at another major. This is his 2nd at the 2nd.
Yep, he's a ball-hitting machine, that's for sure. He's hit every green in regulation, and wedges like that, and 1 back.
Total of 3 birdies on the day for Morikawa. No bogeys, 1 back at 4 under. And then McIlroy for birdie at the 4th was really feeling it with a putter.
Yes, and his speed has been tremendous today. This was kind of a no-brainer down the hill.
Rory's lone birdie of the day, coming to the 4th from 35 feet in search of his 2nd U.S. Open championship. And then DeChambeau put a bolt into the crowd with this one at the 8th.
Man of the hour.
The near ace. And DeChambeau picked up his 2nd birdie in a span of 4 holes to take the outright lead. Mackenzie Hughes, when it looked like he might be fading, 3 bogeys in the first 6 holes. Another one at the 7th to get it back to 3 under in hopes of being Canada's very first U.S. Open champion. Those are your unexpected moments, brought to you by American Express. So DeChambeau trying to make it back-to-back titles. McIlroy, Morikawa, and Louis Oosthuizen lined up just 1 back. There's Koepka looking for major number 5. Jon Rahm and Mackenzie Hughes just 2 back. Zing asked you earlier in the day what kind of number you thought would be good as a winner or maybe a playoff. You still feeling in that 5-6 under range?
I'm feeling like 5 or 6 under still. I don't see anybody getting better than 6 under, but boy, doesn't the U.S. Open separate the cream from the milk? And here we are. All the show ponies are on top. These are the best players in the world right now, and they are all vying for this championship.
Here's DeChambeau over the 9th.
Playing his 2nd, Dan, and just forced to lay up as we expected. Ball very close to the lip of the bunker. And safely in the fairway. Go up to the green. Jon Rahm, see if he can take advantage of the good 3rd shot.
Just to get within 1, Gary.
Okay. Man who loves this place. We've documented it. He's won here on the PGA Tour. 1 back.
9 holes to go for Jon Rahm.
And Hughes, after making a bomb at 7 to get himself back on track, is off the collar at 8 behind the hole.
Big breaker to the left.
It's makeable. McIlroy came very close. And Hughes will have a 2-putt par to stay at 3 under, 2 back. He's been tough today in this first experience in the major championship cauldron. Now DeChambeau back at 9.
To play his 3rd.
Gary, that was a very smart layup for DeChambeau. Only advanced at 125 yards up. Now left himself with 149 to the flag. This is a pitching wedge, nice comfortable yardage with this particular club. This just a touch left. See if it covers the bunker.
Yeah, if it does, it'll catch the slope and it should come back toward the hole. That's going to keep getting closer. Okay.
Right where he needed to go, Gary, just left of that flag.
Yep, and as we see so often with Bryson, very stable club face. And he knew the slope was there. Quite have the spin on it that he expected. Back at 8.
Oosthuizen, birdie to tie.
He's due to make one. Hit it. Hit it. Easy. Oh boy. You cannot win this championship with your ball striking. You're going to have to win it with your putter.
12.
Now this is Casey for bogey. Missed the fairway, missed the green.
Dead
and
strike.
that is a 3-putt 6. All the way back to even par.
Wow, that pretty much ends his hopes, Gary. He was,
Yes, it
He
does.
was flying starting from yesterday.
As soon as he got up there close, the wheels just came off like in an instant.
To 14.
Second for Koepka, first cut.
Jones, sit down.
Jones all the way in the back right. If it goes long, it goes down that hill. He's going to have to get lucky for that to hold up.
It might have held up. There is some rough over there before it lands into the penalty area.
Has gotten a little faster ever since they first started talking to him about it. But
Take a look at Bryson DeChambeau's route down this ninth hole, the par 5. Drive left into the fairway bunker, layup, and then a third shot, some 16 feet above the hole. This one very quick and moving to his left. We're at 14.
Okay, it hung up there, so the third for Koepka.
This is a must, up and in.
How many golf shots have you seen go off the flag sticks this week?
4 yesterday. That was, I don't know if that was kind or not. If he doesn't hit the flag, he's got a
Yeah, it
8-footer.
goes way by. I think that's caught. Maybe it deserved to go down after a direct hit, but what a save that's going to be for Koepka. Almost turned it into a birdie over the ninth.
Yeah, this was just earlier, and Scotty Scheffler, similar putt to DeChambeau's, straight down the hill, and he was able to sneak it in. Get to 2 under par. And now live for DeChambeau's par putt.
Another tester for Bryson. Hasn't made a bogey in some time, Greg.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal to think that you can play along a U.S. Open and go now close to 30 holes without one.
Well, golf is stronger when we work together. The USGA has been serving the game since 1894. And by becoming a USGA member, you can help us continue to champion and advance the game for decades to come. Back to 9.
All right, big shot from McIlroy here at the par 5. Bones, I assume easily reachable?
No doubt about it. 278 total with right to left wind. He can get there easily with this fairway wood after a huge drive. Sending it out to the right, trying to turn it left, but it won't be enough in terms of that turn.
Come on, turn! That's a good place to leave it, though. He pitching right straight up the hill toward the hole. Paul in a good spot was McIlroy. He's playing right behind DeChambeau. He knows he's leading. You can see everything that he does. As we go up to 10.
Rom, perfect position at the 10th to attack.
It's 99 yards. Go right at this. A little bit long, a little bit short. Either way, you've got an uphill putt.
This is his strength. Drives him great. Phenomenal wedge player.
Stay there. Stay. God, I thought I nailed it, man.
You heard him.
I thought I absolutely nailed it. That low one, I thought it was going to skip nicely, too.
Into it. Well, you might have seen on the plane through, Guido Migliozzi of Italy just nearly hit the stick with his second shot. It bounded back to this point. So for Eagle, what a week it's been for Italian golfers. 3 made the cut. First time that's ever happened in the U.S. Open. The Molinari brothers, first brother combo to make it since 1993. And Guido is going to end up with a birdie here to end his first U.S. Open.
He has been fun to watch. We've had our eye on him for a few days.
Great week for him. Back to Henley.
Yeah, he's playing a third shot here at the par 5.
Time for Russell to right to Shep here. Great opportunity from 111. Have no trouble getting this to stop with some hurting wind.
Very nice.
Yeah, good shot. Speedy putt. 18.
Speaking of good weeks, good week for Richard Bland, 48-year-old Englishman, the journeyman. He was tied for the 36-hole lead again, the oldest ever to be in that position at a U.S. Open. After breaking through at the European PGA Tour, 78 for Bland. It was a tough weekend after he got himself in position. Plus 13 on the weekend. DeChambeau clinging to a one-shot lead. 4 tied for second, 1 back.
Those are the best players in the game today, right there, all on top.
And we'll finish up Guido at the 18th. Celebrated with a pizza the other night. Not sure where they'll go with this Sunday night. He and Richard Bland indeed having a fantastic U.S. Open week. Over to 10 for the leader. Full gas every time.
Yeah, he's going to let it rip, trying to avoid the bunker down the left, which is 300 carry. 315 gets to the bunker up the right.
There's OB left.
This one's out to the right, well out to the right, headed toward the gallery.
Yep, the philosophy continues. If he misses, he doesn't get all that concerned about it. That's a decent lie over there. And he will continue to bomb and gouge.
Yeah, this is interesting. We thought we'd take a look at what Bryson said. He woke up Thursday night after his 73 in the middle of the night and came up with a swing thought. It was to try to maintain the angle of his right wrist a little longer in his swing to stabilize the club face. Premonition reminds me, Dan, a little bit of Johnny Miller before he won the 73 U.S. Open when that little person on his shoulder said, "Open up your stance."
Yeah, Johnny.
And it worked.
Johnny said a woman that had been watching said, "Open up your stance," and before the final round of Oakmont, and he shot the 63 and won it. McIlroy at 9.
Don't want to get it up above the hole. Not a good shot. And he knows it. So McIlroy will have that putt for a birdie at the 9th. It's a chance for him to move to 5 under par and sit atop the leaderboard. But Bryson DeChambeau is there now at 5 under. Leads the U.S. Open. Back here at 9, Russell Henley, really quick putt for birdie. Break, nope.
Wow, how does that not?
I don't know. And up at 10.
Rahm trying to join DeChambeau at the top again.
Rahm is really feeling it, tee to green. Let's see if he can do something special here. Like a push.
It was just earlier. The par for Rahm. Stays one back. 2 under on his round. Helped by those 2 opening birdies. Just 1 bogey. So now we're live with DeChambeau. Lie looks decent.
No, it is a very good lie. Errant tee shot has not hurt him at all. 157 to the hole. Trying to hold something off, control that face angle as it works through, trying to work back toward the flag a little bit.
Pretty well. When we were just looking at his stats, he had that premonition in the middle of the night. He only hit 5 of 14 fairways yesterday and 1 of 8 today, but I don't think he's aiming for all of them, Dan. He's trying to just blow it away from trouble.
All right, here at 9, chance to tie the lead for McIlroy.
Well, that's an unforced error, Gary, to get above that hole.
Agreed.
This made everything about that putt defensive.
4 holes left for Koepka, second from 190 at the 508-yard 15th. New tee back there added a couple of years ago. Koepka bringing it back a little bit. He's got his supporters, very ardent supporters. And then you've got Bryson DeChambeau trying to win this same championship.
It's one of the hardest holes on the course, and he is sitting pretty. These other guys still have to play it.
At 11 is Rahm. And again, one of the most challenging holes all week here on the South Course.
213 straight back into a stiffening breeze. Just trying to hit this at the base of that hill, and if it curves a little right once it's down, that's fine, but you cannot look at this pin. This is right at the right center of the green. Really solid looking shot. 5 iron.
I got killed.
It just got to be left there.
Hit that good, man. That thing got absolutely killed by the wind.
Wind
I believe him.
Yeah, wind does come off the ocean as this golf course turns back up toward the coastline. 12 is a beast coming up.
And that bunker shot will be into the wind. He's got those Spanish hands. He might be able to do it.
Morikawa's second on the way at the long par 4 12th. Back into the breeze. Hole location over on the left, ball, and almost impossible to get it close to. Only been 3 birdies here all day. Good shot, though, as we go to 10.
And Rory.
He has striped his last 3 tee shots with this club. Flirting with the right side.
That is definitely out there. And it nestles down there in a little more lush position.
All right, who stays into play is third at 9, Roger?
Yeah, just off the edge of the fairway, 104. Got to be aggressive here. Got a slope behind the ball, a hole you can use to bring it back. It should turn back some toward the hole.
Yeah, I think he got it high enough up on the hill that it will continue to work that way. We've seen a lot of players putt from there. Not an easy place to putt from. Very quick down the hill. Hughes to play next.
And he's got 86 yards left. Guy just hasn't been able to make a putt yet, really, to speak of, except for the huge one at 7. Just missed a number of makeable putts.
Look how close he stands to that sand wedge. Right on top of it. Come back, maybe. No, not enough. Those are 2 tough putts, Gary.
Yeah, we've seen very few make it from up there.
USGA's network of allied golf associations, your direct connection to golf in your community, and helping to grow the game and lead it forward. To obtain a USGA handicap index, volunteer or participate in playing opportunities in your area, you can click on your state at usga.org/AGA. And the USGA's mission is to champion and advance the game for all golfers. And you can find out more, work with the entire golf community to lead golf forward by going to usga.org. The USGA for all golf is, and all it can be. Out to 12.
Morikawa for birdie. This would tie the lead if it were somehow to go down. Oh, slow down. Wow. That's exactly where we saw Koepka 3-putt from.
Sure is. Did the same thing.
Putting toward the ocean, and even though uphill, quicker than they think. And over at 15.
And Koepka looking around this birdie attempt.
This is a pretty decent look down the hill, and should go a little to his right here. And he's giving it all his attention.
So you got Koepka at 15. In lower right 10th hole, you've got DeChambeau. So those of you interested in this continuing story, you've got double boxes with both these guys. And if you've been out of the country, there was a video that spawned this Brooks Bryson stuff. Viral video. Roll into the eyes by Koepka. And it has been ongoing since then. And Koepka has...
Wow, this guy's got some heart.
And now DeChambeau. Maybe he heard a little roar. Well, he's heard a lot of Brooksies in his ears lately.
Well, we heard some Brysons at Brooksy too, so it's going back and forth, and I'm kind of laughing at him a little bit.
As I said earlier, Bryson says at first I didn't know how to handle it, now I enjoy it. He says I embrace it. He says keep it up. That's how he's been handling his end of it.
Get him all!
It's been an interesting dynamic in the world of golf, that's for sure. Haven't really ever seen anything quite like it. Guys going at each other. Of course, this is the world of social media. There's going to be more of a tendency to see the real egos and whatnot by these guys. And who knows if this thing comes down to those two. Koepka has just gotten within one.
Rory trying to break his major drought. Bryson trying to defend his U.S. Open title. Wow, it's coming down to the wire here.
And here's another man, Mackenzie Hughes. If he could get putt to go down, he would be within one.
Well, you said this putt you really haven't seen made much from up here. Where are they missing it?
Well, most of the guys are missing it high on the right side, Roger. Not that one. So good comeback from Mackenzie Hughes. Birdie at 7, birdie at 9. He's at 4 under par, just 1 off the lead.
This is the advantage of being in the last group, Gary. If he can hang in there, he'll be able to see what he needs to do. But what a clutch putt this was.
He knew he was going to be nervous today, Gary. Didn't quite know how he was going to handle it, but he is doing a fantastic job.
All right, up at 11.
Rahm from the bunker.
Take a little magic here. Sounded good.
Speed to that. That's how you draw it up.
He made it look easy.
It should be a save for Rahm to stay in this pack 6 strong at 4 under. There's a 6-way tie for second, and Oosthuizen's trying to break out of it.
Yeah, same story here for Louis. He's made a lot of good-looking putts, but nothing's really dropped.
That one does. Oosthuizen to 5 under and a co-leader.
Are you not entertained? This is incredible stuff.
Thinking about it, he never seems to be too ruffled.
Nope, but he has been chasing his second major championship since he broke through with that Claret Jug win 2010. Look at all the runner-ups, 5 in all. He's one of 8 players to finish second in all 4 majors, but the only one of those who's won only 1 major. He has a career Grand Slam and runner-ups.
And we saw on the leaderboard that Morikawa was 4 under through 12, and this is why. Slips that one in the left side. Good 2-putt, good par on a difficult hole.
That was a real gut check, Gary. After you hit such a poor first putt, it didn't phase him.
Rag at 10.
And Rory Bones.
Out of the right rough, 141 total. I think he's going to try and bounce something on. This has got to go to get over the front bunker. And that's actually a good break, and it avoided a significant rough there, just a yard behind his ball.
Rory bogey free today as he chases down what would be a 5th major. And he was looking at this, urging it on. Back at 11, Rahm to finish off the up and down from the bunker. U.S., South Africa, Northern Ireland.
Over on 16, Koepka with 4-iron. 233 yards today. Just tugged out one. Finds the sand more than likely. And depending on what his stance is like down there, that could be doable. It could be horrible. Koepka trying to get into the house, hang up a number, see how they do. We'll go back to the 11.
Yep, those are the various hole locations through every round. You can see where it is today, up on that shelf. And Scheffler's on the tee.
You just want to get it on the middle of the green. This is a hole that can ruin your chances.
This is on a very nice line for Scotty if it gets there.
Where Rahm was.
I plugged too, huh?
Boy, he went right after that.
Thinks it plugged.
It's been the most difficult hole this week, playing almost a half shot over par, but it's playing much easier today. Just the 12th toughest.
Yeah, there's just no easy way to get it on that green. You can flight it high, bend it, whatever you want.
Well, the last par 3 that DeChambeau played, he nearly aced it. It is a drop of some 28 feet for the team round to the green.
And guys, believe it or not, Bryson's only had 1 ace in his entire life. And that was a couple of years ago at the Masters. A little bit of a surprising stat for a player of this caliber.
7-iron. He's not even trying to get to the flag.
This is out to the right, and it is staying there, not coming back at all. Well right
green.
Oh, he got way out in front of that, trying to just maul a 7-iron.
Okay, rush in, up and down.
He's got a little bit of room, but he's going to have to play a beauty.
Let's go to 10, and Rory just short of the green.
Oh, not good at all. You would have thought Rory would have had a chance to make that shot.
And he'll be tested to remain bogey-free and stay one back. 13.
Par 5 and Schauffele for birdie. Yep. Looking for a big finish. Schauffele at a couple under par. 3 back right now of DeChambeau and Louis Oosthuizen.
Attaboy, Rory. Good save. Good save. Big. Good luck, bro.
There we go. Rory. Nice spot. Thanks, Rory. Nice spot.
Minute win. Go.
That's what's at stake. U.S. Open trophy, 88 different names on that trophy. All-time greats are on it. It's a hefty one. Somebody's going to be lifting it here just a little while from now on the cliffs of Torrey Pines. You're a PGA champion, Paul Azinger. How does it feel to kind of...
Hey, they got to go through me to get it because it's in my hands now, and I'm looking at Hogan's name on here 3 times, and there's Venturi,
he's on there 4
Nicholas
times. Yeah,
4 times.
Yep.
I can see 3 of them. It is a heavy trophy. It's a beautiful, beautiful prize, and these guys are sold out. They train their whole life to try to win this thing, and now they got to deal with the pressure to do it.
In the balance, indeed. DeChambeau at 11, trying to pull off something special here.
Hit the hole! No pressure!
Caught up pretty special.
Right, it was. Anything could have happened there. Remember now, Bryson hasn't made a bogey in nearly 30 holes.
30 consecutive holes, Zing.
Hit the hole! No pressure!
He could have dumped that. He barely cleared.
It was a little Mickelson-esque. He's perfect 5 for 5 in scrambling this weekend. Koepka's over at the 16.
He went just a little on the clumsy side there. May not have been lined particularly well. Took a big swing at that one.
He knew
So
on
he'll have that for par. We'll go back to 10.
Yeah, David, he knew on that tee he didn't want to be left. We're going to have to watch for that later. He's an hour and a half ahead of the leaders.
Oosthuizen tied with DeChambeau, second at 10.
Another little pull for Louis with a short club.
Back to 16.
And Koepka. This for par. Has to make this one, you feel. That is the last place that he needed to make a bogey. Trying to hang up a number here in the house. Let these guys sweat their way in, but goes back to -3 now. A couple behind. With just a couple of holes left to play.
And here at 12, John Rahm, fairway bunker, 206 yards to the hole. The strike sounded good. Paul barely moved the sand at all. Oh, yeah. Very well done. It's not an easy two-putt from there. We've seen Morikawa struggle. He was able to do it. Kept a three-putt from that same position. But a good shot by Rahm. So we go back to 10.
Just earlier, Mackenzie Hughes won back.
Opportunity of a lifetime for Mackenzie Hughes. 9 holes to go. Beautiful shot.
No one has been better on the back 9 than Oosthuizen and Hughes. Both 6 under on the back 9 this week. That's best in the field. Hughes made an eagle at 13 yesterday. And DeChambeau trying to stay bogey-free. 31 consecutive holes. Nota?
A very tough left to right putt. Scotty Scheffler played his second out of the bunker, left it short, and played a third, and still has a little short cleanup putt left for his bogey.
Happen eventually.
Incredibly difficult spot that he left himself in, and so now Louis Oosthuizen is the sole leader of this championship over at the 10th for birdie, Raj.
Yeah, a little outside the good look at it, but potential breaking right.
Well, that's a good look.
Well, there you go. It's now a great look.
And it's just like he's out for a little Sunday stroll. Oosthuizen's been there before. It's been a long time, but he now has a 2-shot lead in this championship.
He did it right this time. He's missed a lot of these to the right. He's left the right with perfect speed, and Louis, one of the greatest ball strikers in the game now, Dan.
Sauntering up to it like he's just keeping calm. Longest time between first and second major wins. Julius Burrows between that first one at the U.S. Open, 11 years, 9 days. Ben Crenshaw, 10 years, 11 months. It's been 10 years, 11 months, 2 days since Louis' 2010 Open win. So we'll see if he is able to get it done down the stretch. Now McIlroy at 11.
Just waiting for a little movement behind the green, and if Rory had any concerns heading into the second 9, it was putts from 6 to 15 feet. He missed 3 of them on the front, 2, 7, and 9, but buries the huge par putt on 10 from that same distance. Lots of wind in his face at the moment. Sending it very high and in the dead center of the green for line.
Straight in the train smoke. Couldn't even see the tracer, a separation of the line.
Back at 10, Mackenzie Hughes looking for another one.
Yeah, under the hole. Now this is a good look. Nope.
Up to 12.
John Rahm, lengthy putt for birdie. This is the one that we've seen players race well by the hole. Well, that speed looks much better. Much better. Good for Rahm at what is the toughest hole on the course today, playing a stroke average of more than a half shot over par. Back on the tee, DeChambeau ready to play.
When pushing hard into his face for a little bit out of the left. And this is another one. Getting behind him just a little bit, Gary.
It's wide right at 11, wide right at 12. Something to watch for. 2 consecutive swings. To 13.
Morikawa laid up here at the par 5. Couldn't get his third shot on the green. This is his fourth.
He just bladed it.
That was a clank. An absolute clank right there. And that is in a horrible spot. Over the back of the green. No room to work with. We'll go to 17 quickly.
And just a moment ago over here at 17, David, Harris English had this lengthy putt for birdie down the slope. Just gets it started. Curls it in. So Harris English with 2 under par with the reachable par 5 18th left.
Yeah, he's tied with his roommate at Georgia now, Henley.
Well, remember, it was Harris English who finished 4th in last year's U.S. Open at Winged Foot. Well, Louis Oosthuizen has taken a 2-shot lead here with brilliant birdies at both 9 and 10. Trying to win a second major. Can he do it? Stay with us.
The 121st U.S. Open Championship is brought to you by the new Lexus LS. Find out more at your Lexus dealer. American Express, don't live life without it. And by Cisco, proud technology partner of the USGA. Cisco, the bridge to possible. Gorgeous shots high above Torrey Pines all week long. And the aerial coverage of the championship provided by NetJets. Torrey Pines set for another dramatic finish 13 years after Tiger and Rocco dueled it out. Louis Oosthuizen with a 2-shot lead through 10, the back 9 of this major, as McIlroy chases another one for birdie at 11.
Boy, really sliced off hard to the right as it slowed down.
And that beautiful save at the previous hole to stay bogey-free. Have a tester again, up at 12.
Yeah, DeChambeau 326 yards off the tee, but way to the right. He's missed this fairway well right each of the 4 rounds now. And Notah Begay, you're down there. This looks like some really nasty rough.
It is some of the worst that I've seen. A little unlucky for Bryson. There's about a 10-foot strip of rough that is this long and this thick, either left or right of that, and he would have been just fine. But now just going to struggle to even get this near the green. See if that time in the gym pays off, because he's going to have to put everything into this to advance it.
That one, Gary. It's on a good line, headed to the center of the green, just short.
Wow.
That is huge right there.
You think strength isn't important?
This kind of reminds me of Tiger's Pebble Beach.
Absolutely.
Up the hill. 7.
Back at 11.
McIlroy for the par.
Gotta have it.
Oh, man.
What in the world?
They say the good one at the last, but not able to make that one. And McIlroy's bogey-free Sunday is over. Back to 3 under. Now 3 back of Oosthuizen, 13.
Morikawa in trouble. This is for a bogey. That is an ugly, ugly double right there for Colin. He'll go back 2 under. We'll go to 17.
And this was just earlier, David. Brooks Koepka, big drive here at the par 4. Second shot with a wedge. A location that's accessible. It takes a little slope and eases its way back toward the hole.
This guy's incredible, Gary.
No give up, that's for sure.
Yep, he's really good on those left to righters. A birdie here. Who knows what could happen on 18.
Leader of the championship by 2. He has had some miscues here, as have a lot of people this week at this 11th. He's headed to the right on the short side. That's kind of over in DeChambeau land.
Yeah, exactly. That's by playing.
It's just a matter of what kind of lie he gets down there. So after back-to-back birdies, he gets a 2-shot lead, and he is in full U.S. Open grind mode now. All right, 17.
Yeah, big putt for Koepka. Down the hill, sliding right. Oh, no, at that speed, how does it not topple in? He cannot believe it.
I can't either, Gary. That just looked too good to miss. He's going to need probably a 3.
3, yeah, at 18. I mean, obviously, if he drives it well, he can reach easily.
You never know, though, how this board is going to squeeze down the stretch.
Well, that's right. You'd think
I mean,
he needs a 3.
Oosthuizen's at 6. He's got a really tough par, maybe at 11 to kind of secure. 13.
And he's got to hit the fairway with this. This is a layup shot for Rahm at the par 5.
The more difficult layup shots, you'll see it's totally blind, and you get a big kick off this downhill slope.
You do not want.
This is perfect.
That's excellent. It's a little bit on the upslope, and he's got a chance to get that close from there. Back to 11.
And Hughes on the tee. Oh, wow.
Well, he plays a sweeping draw anyway. The hole cut on the right, he never liked it.
It's so far left.
Now, where did that end up? It couldn't have stayed in that tree, could it?
They're all looking up there like it did.
It could have.
Like it never dropped out.
Wow. We've seen some dramatic changes. Morikawa with a double falls back to 2 under. McIlroy with his first bogey falls 3 back.
Bryson bogey at 11. Yeah.
Now Oosthuizen's got problems at 11. Jon Rahm's in great position at 13. So we kind of are at the same spot where we started the day. We don't know what's happening. DeChambeau at 12.
Yeah, lengthy putt for birdie. Be happy to get this down in 2. Carrying a lot of speed. It's amazing, Paul. Putting toward the ocean. It's obviously not as uphill as the players think.
Yep. Optical illusion.
Yep, seen so many race it by. Bryson has not had a 3-putt so far this week. Back to 11.
Well, there is the ball by Mackenzie Hughes. It lodged itself between 2 twigs on a limb. In slow-mo, it never comes out. So it has been identified. It's not a lot of balls up there in a tree like that. That is,
what a horrible break.
That's unreal how that didn't come down.
Yep, it's going to be a penalty.
Mackenzie looking up there like, are you kidding me?
Well, fellas, right now they're trying to get a camera shot on it to see if they can identify it.
Well, yeah, I know. You're right, Roger. I guess it hasn't been officially identified. Let's bring in Craig Winter of the USGA to expand on that.
Yeah, Dan. We've got a rover rolling in right now. I believe it's Robbie Ware. It's going to help here. If we can identify that ball as Mackenzie, that is, we can identify it. Yeah, looks like that's Robbie Ware right there. We're looking perhaps at video right now to just make sure it is his. he'll use the reference point immediately below where that ball's in the tree. And then we're going to give him 2 club links if he'd like to take an unplayable from that spot.
Okay, back to McKenzie's situation in a moment, but 12.
DeChambeau for par. Nope. Always a little right.
11 and 12.
Yeah, all of a sudden, he has now played that stretch of holes 10, 11, and 12 this week, Paul, in +6. Unbelievable. Stretch of holes that he ends up losing this championship. You can look to that little stretch of 3 holes. Back to 11.
And the swarm of people around it, hard to believe that there's any other golf balls up there other than the one that everybody saw it lodge itself, and they knew exactly where the ball was headed and it did not come down.
Yeah, incredible odds against the ball ever sticking in a tree like that.
You know what makes this even crazier is that it hit the cart path. It bounced off the cart path, and as we replay it, keep an eye on the left side of the frame here. Watch it.
I can't see it.
See it? It's down. It's down.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
now it's just popping up. That is nuts. I mean, the first time we saw it, I thought it came in on the fly.
Yep.
It bounced off the. It almost went through the tree, off the cart path, and back up.
He's caught a good lie. Capitalize on it.
Get there.
It's going to be a tough fight.
I thought he might be better with it than that.
Starting to get nervy out there. My palms are sweating in here just watching, Roger. These guys are really battling now. The course is getting harder and harder. The nerves are getting greater and greater.
So Oosthuizen's going to have a long par putt at 11, up to 13.
And Rahm with his 3rd shot. Hole is cut over in the right edge of the green. Not much room to work with here, but he can do it. It's a beautiful shot from there. We haven't seen too many people get it close here. Back to 11.
Okay, Craig, bring us up to date on Hughes.
Yeah, so he has taken unplayable relief, and now it's time to take free relief. He's taken relief from the cart path. This is not a whole lot different than what you might see elsewhere. 1 penalty stroke has already been added here. He's going to go ahead and drop and take a free drop here, and he'll be playing what will be his 3rd shot. Will be his next
So
stroke.
that's, sorry, I just got to clarify, that's unplayable from the green.
Yeah, you saw McKenzie just confirming with Robbie Ware. Yeah, he knows he's now hitting 3. When to get out of the tree, and then free relief from the cart path.
Once it gets to the other side of that bridge, that's just going to
It's not enough for Hughes to be in this situation
wind helping us.
in a major like this for the very first time. Get your ball lodged in a tree. Well, how about 18? Harris English has an eagle putt to get to 4 under.
Up the hill, across this green it'll go, and hard to the right. And a beautiful putt there.
He's going to have the lead in the clubhouse with 3 birdies in the last 5 holes to get to 3 under.
45 minutes ago, there were 10 guys tied or within a shot of the lead, and it has really spaced out since.
Hughes gathering himself now.
He's got plenty of green to work with. He's
Just trying to say, but nice and free.
He's going to run off of that and pretty good to his right. And his 3rd.
In the hole!
Paul kind of rode up the face and didn't get it going.
He's in danger of a double bogey here at 11.
Wow, this leaderboard has changed significantly here just in the last few minutes.
McIlroy's missed the fairway here at 12. Left fairway bunker. Good lie.
Oh,
more, right? Oh, look where this lands. Oh,
You're kidding.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to get that on the green. Got no backswing whatsoever. Wow, what a poor shot. So we go to 13.
And Rahm now. This for birdie. And with Oosthuizen in a little bit of trouble. It could be a two-shot swing. Not able to take advantage of that one. We'll go to English at the 18th.
And the birdie to post 3 under. For Harris English, who played so well at the last U.S. Open. Another high finish for him in a round of 68. Still no one better than 67 here all week long. But English up into a tie for 4th. And he'll see where that ends up. So a lot of U.S. Open pressure out there behind him. You just don't know.
Yeah, and these guys are folding up like cheap suits.
And Mackenzie Hughes has this for bogey.
Well, if he can't get this to drop, it would be a real gut punch at this stage of the proceedings.
Okay, upper left, you've got Rory at the 12th, embedded on the lip of the bunker with his 3rd. Down here for bogey is Hughes at 11. Nearly saved the bogey, but he's got that back coming for double. Bones, where did that end up?
It went shot to the right, stayed in the same bunker, and came very close, if not made contact with the hosel.
That was just impossible.
Yeah, he had nothing at all. And golden opportunity really for Rory to jump in there and try to steal this U.S. Open, but it looks like it's all coming undone here at 12.
Yep. Another look there. You can see the ball shoot straight right. Just skips along there and comes out of the bunker into the long rough. Back to 11.
And a big par attempt for Louis.
Left to righter here. Looks like it's going to move pretty good when it comes off the putter blade.
Getting a little bit of a short miss.
Everything's to the right, a little short. It's getting to be crunch time now. He's going to the most difficult hole on the course. After a bogey there at 11, he'll go with what looks to be a one-shot lead over Jon Rahm.
Boy, there's been some crash and burns here in the last half hour. McIlroy at 12.
Got to find a way to make 5. Takes the real punch in the ribs on the 11th with a really poor 3-putt. And now it's all going wrong here.
Easier just to not actually. Yeah.
Certainly a good time to try and hit reset and take a deep breath, but he's got to make some quality contact here and read this lie.
Can't make double here and expect to win this golf tournament.
That's exactly right. Hasn't made one all week long. Can't afford to do it now. Back at 11.
Get up there. Get up there. Get up there.
And a decent shot from McIlroy, but a lot of work left to only drop 1. So Oosthuizen, 1-shot lead over Jon Rahm. McIlroy 2 back, but he's looking to drop at least 1 there as we go to 13.
And DeChambeau on the tee. 616 yards today.
Freaking again. He slipped.
Lost his right foot again.
Everybody's been slipping on this 13th tee.
And he has been wearing 8mm nails, so.
Buried in there. Yeah, Shane Bacon text messaged me. He's on another call. He said, watch for the 13th tee. Everybody's slipping. That's just what happened.
Jon Rahm on the tee at 14.
Been driving it great all day, Dan. Starting left at that bunker, trying to cut it.
That's his go-to shot, and he nails it.
Yeah, what a good drive. That's one of the tighter fairways on the golf course, only about 24 or 5 yards wide, and he just split the middle.
And that's been one of his swing thoughts this week. He says, I have to swing a little harder with the driver to get that fade going. And he just hit a bullet. Another look at the slippage at 13, Gary.
Yeah, we'll take a look. It's the right foot as he tries to move forward, and watch how it goes backward. Golly, lucky to make contact with the ball.
It looks like he's back on soft spikes as well, Gary.
To 18.
Okay, Brooks Koepka drove it in the bunker, played to here, so his third as Koepka comes to the last at 3 under, 2 back.
No green to work with, really. Not quite sure where he can land this and get it close.
Just went right underneath it. Wow. Some big time rough U.S. Open play lately.
Well, and here's another one trying to get out of here to just drop one shot is McIlroy at 12. Nope. That's right. That'll be a 6.
Gary, I just said a little while ago the cream's risen to the top, but it looks to me like it just soured.
Yeah, it certainly did, Paul. And this is just unbelievable. All of a sudden,
the best players on the planet are just folded
can't
up
make
shop.
pars. Yeah.
All the sports psychologists are one rolling over saying, hey, I'm teaching you how to do better than this. These guys got entourages in the whole 9 yards, and it's still so hard to close the deal.
Yep. Rory made the great par putt save at 10, and then goes bogey, double bogey. He's back to 1 under par. He's 4 shots off the lead. And we go back to the tee. Who stays into play? All right, likes that one. Picks the tee up quickly. Is the important shot here. Get the ball in play off the tee, and all of a sudden, it doesn't become as difficult to make a par. We go to 18.
And the 4th for Koepka.
What if he holds it?
The lead in is 3 under. And Koepka will have that putt to join Harris English at 3 under. He was looking for a little more to have a chance. We'll see how they all stack up. 13.
DeChambeau now. Got to
Out of
find
ball. Good ball.
Let's get up and down from there, Bryson.
That is no good for where this flagstick is.
Oh, it looks like it's becoming a 2-horse race, just like that.
Yep, is DeChambeau exiting in his bid for back-to-back championships? Is it going to turn into a little duel here between Oosthuizen and Rahm? Brooks Koepka has a putt at 18 to get in at 3 under. Harris English is already there. And we've seen a lot of guys crash. Morikawa with a double, back down to 2 under. Paul Casey was zooming around the course, and Rory McIlroy has done a nosedive with a bogey at 11 and a double at 12. He's now 4 back. He's got the par 5 13th coming up. Remember, 18, there's eagle possibilities there. So it's the back nine of a U.S. Open, right, Zing?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's been the same story for 120 plus years. Guys trying to hang on to win this championship. It ain't easy.
No, it's not.
Even though Brooks Koepka has made it look easy. He's played 28 majors before this week, 14 top 10s, 11 of those in the top 5 with 4 wins. He was a factor today. Will he continue to be a factor at 3 under? Depending on what happens behind him. It does not look good, though, 3 under. And that's not even going to be 3 under. So Koepka, uncharacteristically, taking some steps back when he was on the cusp of vying for another major down to the wire.
I can't believe he made a 6 at the last.
But he's officially out of it now with English 1 stroke ahead of him. Still, though, the remarkable play continues for Koepka at these majors.
Yeah, what a bummer. He had such a nice putt there on 16. A 3 putt on 12, I think, really hurt Brooks.
Earlier this week, he said a lot of golfers they make these majors too complicated. Not as complicated as they are. As they seem, he says. He says, keep it simple and that philosophy has worked, but he fades a little bit down the stretch. Again, he was 1 back with 3 to play before those 2 bogeys at 16 and 18. All right, let's check in with one of the real contenders over at the 14th is Rahm. Woody?
Absolutely perfect drive. 107 left to a right pin. Ideally, you'd like this wedge to be coming in right at this flag. If you're at it or a touch left, you worry about that spin bringing it, a good 30 to 40 feet back. So if he can flight something in a touch right of this flag state, would be absolutely ideal.
No doubt. He knows this green as well. He's got a flat on line with the flag over that bunker and land it between the flag and the bunker. Have that thing skip up there.
Huge leaderboard over to his right, so I'm sure he knows exactly where he stands.
He can really manipulate his traj.
Flighted high. Distance looks really good. And that's exactly what beautiful shot.
Textbook stuff under U.S. Open pressure.
Rahm says 14 owes me one. Double bogeyed it yesterday.
It took a great drive to have that look he's given himself.
Who stays at a 12?
Yeah, second shot. Just over 200 yards on the way. Beautiful swing. Was the distance right? Yes, it is. That is one of the better second shots we've seen today here, Paul, on the hole that is the toughest green to hit in regulation. Beautifully done by the leader. Back to 16.
It's like a streaker. Chip in and go a long way here.
He was trying. Got to be aggressive, but a little left there for Xander.
Well, up ahead of Bryson DeChambeau at 13, there's been some commotion up there. An unruly spectator, I guess. Bones, have you heard of anything that's going on?
Yeah, the gentleman ran past me, had a golf club and a couple of balls in hand, threw him down the fairway and hit a few shots into the left rough. The cops came out to get him, and he acted as though he was going to take a knee and then decided to sprint away, but got tackled, and he's now face down in the middle of 13 fairway.
I couldn't get it out.
Well, it's one of the best descriptions Bones has given all week.
Bryson DeChambeau face down in the front right-hand bunker here. Not in good shape at all at 13.
It's too bad. It's probably
Let's go to 14.
Matthew Wolff, who has done his own descent on the board. Man, he was 3 under through 6. He's since made 5 bogeys and is all the way down to +2, playing alongside Rahm. So this championship has tested his patience.
Yeah, it's nice to see him back. He's been pretty open about what he's been dealing with mentally, emotionally. I think a little depression, a little anxiety maybe, and took a break, tried to reboot, and came out here with a great attitude.
And he said even before this round today, he says, you can check this one off as a victory, just getting back to competition. And being thrown into this U.S. Open with all this pressure and being able to handle himself the way he has, I would check it off too as a positive. He's just such a talented guy. Golf missed him. Glad he's back.
Over at 16, Schauffele for par. Nicely done. Schauffele 3 back, 2 to play. We'll go to 14.
And this to tie for the lead. John?
Fantastic look. It's very flat up in this area. If anything, I think he wants to bleed a touch to the right. And he looks so much in control of his golf game and his emotions and everything right now, Zinger. I think he knows this is a great shot right here.
Yep, he's in total control of his swing. It's going to come down to the putts. Ocean is to the right there a little bit. I think he felt that was going to be pretty straight.
11.
Great opportunity lost.
Still right there.
All of a sudden, Harris English looking pretty posting 3 under par. It is just like everybody's in full-blown collapse mode out here except Rahm and Oosthuizen.
To 12.
Where Oosthuizen has a birdie putt, Mackenzie Hughes a lengthy par putt. Mentioned how difficult this hole is played today, Paul. Just 3 birdies. Stroke average of more than half a stroke over par. And Mackenzie Hughes to putt first, Roger?
Yeah, and it's going to have a long attempt for birdie. Things just kind of going wrong now. Badly missed iron, short right of the green, and then a misplayed chip. And that's pretty close to 30 feet left for par. And this will be influenced to the right by a slip that comes out of the bunker to his left. Birdies at 7 and 9. He was getting in the mix, and then it all went wrong at the last hole with that ball staying in the tree.
Yeah, I mean, what are the odds of that, Raj? Bouncing off the cart path and going up into the tree. Crazy.
Putted the long putts well this week. He's made 5 of them over 20 feet, but not that one.
Well, it's just tough out there, Gary. There's nothing you can say. You know, these are the best players in the game, and they're playing a pretty hard golf course, and the pressures are enormous.
To 13.
And the 4th shot for DeChambeau. This is doable. He can pop this way up in the air and stop it. Oh, he got it clean. That's way into the crowd at the back, and that's catastrophe for DeChambeau. Okay.
You might want to hammer down a couple of those before he hits this next shot.
You're standing on pavement. You're not letting.
So you're basically going to be.
No, he'll get relief from the cart path and the cans. We'll go to 12.
Yeah, Oosthuizen's birdie putt.
A 20-footer here, almost dead hole high. Should move a little to the right and maybe straighten up a little bit.
Easy.
Easy. It's amazing, Paul. Every player putting in that direction has raced the ball by the hole.
It's funny how they all see the same thing or all miss the same thing.
John Rahm was the only player to lag it up close from that side of the green.
Well, good to see fans back. 8,000 to 10,000 a day on the grounds here at Torrey Pines. Weekly ticket packages already on sale now for next year's championship at the Country Club. Visit usopen.com/tickets today. What a change in feeling this championship in the last 45 minutes. All those big stars on top seem like they were in control. Cruising, there were so many possibilities, but this board has been shrunk down to not a lot of options now. English keeps hanging around at 3 under, Koepka out of it, but Oosthuizen and Rahm seem to be the guys. With DeChambeau with further problems at 13, as Rahm has arrived at 15. Second toughest hole today. The field is 22 over on it. There's been only 5 birdies, Woody.
Such a difficult drive. The thing about John with that cut, if he can hit this fairway with that front right pin, this becomes a birdie hole.
Anybody's got cameras,
huge
got to be
task to
still.
hit this fairway, but the way he's been driving it, it should set up for him. Just aim down that left side, rip it, let it bleed back to the center.
Yeah, this is a big mental decision here because he doesn't have to aim at this fairway. There's room to the right, and he can hack it out of the rough. If you go left on this hole, you are dead.
Yeah, he's gone way right, Paul. Exactly like you said, towards the people.
I don't blame him.
All right.
Now, if he can get lucky and catch a dry, crispy lie over there, which it looks like he may have.
Yep, where everybody's been walking.
That was a tactical decision for sure.
To 12.
All right, Hughes did make the putt for his bogey, so he's back to 1 under par. Short par putt here for Oosthuizen.
4+ feet. Just don't want to stare down too many of these. Okay.
Solid. Slips in the right side. So the lead remains 1 as Oosthuizen pars the toughest hole. Quite an accomplishment.
Okay, quick.
Get in the hole! Get in the hole! Get there!
Championship hopes slipping away from Bryson DeChambeau. Just played his 5th shot at the par 5 13th. Schauffele's over at the 17th.
Yeah, we saw the awkward second shot he tried to play from the long rough outside the fairway bunker, so now his 3rd. Must get this up and down, Paul.
You would think.
Yeah.
The door's cracked or creaked open if he can make par here.
Reachable par 5 18th.
I mean, 18 is going to tell the story. There's so many possibilities. Easy par 5.
Okay, got a chance. Not an easy one down the hill, breaking to the right.
You know, one of these guys needs to bow up and hit a nice drive down the stretch here, Gary. These guys keep driving it in the rough. Just make it hard, hard, hard.
Well, here's a look at the way Bryson DeChambeau has played the 13th, and you can see this bounce. And right there now, he is going to have his work cut out here to make a double bogey This is for bogey. That's a terrific effort, but that's effectively has put an end to his chances, you would think. The last 3 holes, bogey, bogey, double.
And it started with a slip on the tee at 13.
Yep, 2 bogeys on 11, 12 are understandable.
Here's Rahm, who went well right, no problem. Good lie.
Lie's okay, stance is very awkward, ball's way above his feet. And I think it's going to be tough to stop this ball. It's sitting down just enough. He can make clean contact, but it's going to release once it's down. Left edge of the green, trying to cut it off that line. So tough to do. Really good shot from there.
Easy. Yeah, it's going to stay on. Pretty nice out of that crunchy grass. Anything could have happened there. He could have hit a wicked flyer.
Jon Rahm, 15 through 18 this week, 2 under. He made it eagle for his first PGA Tour victory here at this tournament at Torrey Pines. 18th looms. All right, the rest of the 2021 schedule. Take a look at the rest of the USGA Championships on NBC Sports, presented by Rolex. Start you off with the US Senior Open there at Omaha Country Club. Then it's on to the US Girls Junior. And the US Junior Amateur, US Senior Women's Open. Great championships on tap for this summer. The US Women's Amateur at Westchester Country Club. And there is the US Senior Open. Dates, July 8th. Coverage begins at Omaha Country Club in the 41st edition of that one. Well, Oosthuizen has had a long wait on that team ground at 13. He has been waiting for 5 minutes there, David.
Yep, there's been a bit of a hold-up with DeChambeau making a bit of a mess of this, and Rory will be up next, Bones.
Yeah, 273 here, David. Certainly he's got plenty of club to get there with a lot of helping wind. So important here for him to get something up in the air and hopefully cut it so he can keep this ball on the green should it land there.
And that's the difficulty. Over the back is not too bad where the flag is. Of course, it depends on the lie.
Needs a good one, though. He's 4 back with 6 to play. He's got to do something special here.
Go! Stand there. Go!
Left center of the green.
It's an excellent attack. But gets that in. Fly high. He is not done yet. Back for eagle.
That's what he needed, David.
The 13th, 616 yards today, and imperative that we find the fairway off the tee if you're going to have a go at this green. The flag is up on the back right, 330 yards almost to reach the right-hand bunkers. And Louis, he may have what it takes to get here in 2, but he really needs to crush his tee shot.
Just needs to put it on the fairway. These guys, he's driving it the best of all these players.
Yeah, well back. It may be a challenge for him to reach the green from there.
Yeah, that'll be a layup. 15.
Rahm for birdie.
Not one you'd think normally would be very makeable. The good thing about this is it is severely downhill, but about 4 feet from the hole, it actually goes back up a little bit, so it shouldn't have to worry too much about it racing by. It's just a matter of picking that high spot in the putt and letting it drift from there.
Looks like it might peel to the right at the end there.
No question about it, Zinger.
Maybe halfway, 3/4 of the way down there, it's going to start peeling.
They look like the putt, the higher you play it, the more it will break. Boy, he gave it a hit.
Nearly went down. It was just traveling too fast.
Does that go in if the flag's in?
The flag is in, yeah.
I know, David, you know that you feel it always goes in.
Yeah. I don't know.
Would have been close.
Depends on which way that flag's leaning, if any, right? It just is on a little bit that right edge.
What an effort.
Rahm is trying to keep his composure. There's been a lot of talk about his temper, and through the years he's worked on it. He's trying to keep it all together here, doing a great job when most everybody is crumbling around him. That is quite a string of pars that Rahm has reeled in. That is 6 straight since his last birdie at the ninth. 17.
All right. A very important putt for Schauffele for par. Much to the right. Yeah, all he can do is laugh, I guess. I don't know. He drops back to 1 under par. Well, Louis Oosthuizen, 1-shot lead at the moment. Jon Rahm moving to the par 3 16th. Rory McIlroy with 2 huge shots at 13 will have an eagle putt. But it's Louis Oosthuizen, cool and calm as usual, at 5 under par with a 1-shot lead here in the final round. Uninterrupted coverage of the final hour of the U.S. Open Championship is presented by Rolex.
Seems like a pretty good time for that, Gary.
Yeah, it certainly does. Certainly going to be an exciting final hour, I would think. As we go to 13.
McIlroy for eagle. Has to go in. What an attempt. He will tap that in.
He thought he had it for a long time.
That looked very good for the longest time. He'll knock that in to get it to -2. With Oosthuizen back in the fairway. He will have a chance. Take another look at that one. Up the hill, left to right. And it kind of straightens at the end. He knew he'd give it a chance. Oosthuizen will be laying up here and must hit the fairway with this one. No, don't leave it to the right. Oh, that is some thick stuff right there. And with the flag on the right, no chance to get that close. The 16 and Rahm knock.
233. The wind has really calmed down just all of a sudden, David. This is 4-iron. And he just saw Matthew Wolff hit a perfect shot right to the middle of the green.
Get in the hole! Right at the center, turning over a little bit. Really good looking shot.
Oh, that's a fabulous shot for Jon Rahm. With Oosthuizen and maybe a little bit of bother back at 13. This is just tightening up towards the end. English in the clubhouse at -3. And Rahm with a putt to get to -5 here at 16. Oosthuizen struggling back at 13.
And the last time that Rahm was in a tournament, this is what happened. He had a 6-shot lead through 54 holes at the Memorial and then got the news that he had tested positive for COVID. And that was the scene when he got word about it. He put out a statement. He handled it very well, but you could see the disappointment of just taking a pretty much for sure victory out of his hands. So that's the last time Rahm was in a competitive event. He had to go into quarantine. His parents were in town when he went into quarantine, so he wasn't there when his parents met his son, Kepa. And so he's talked about it that, you know, it was harder than missing out on a tournament with a 6-shot lead, was being out of the scene of that great family gathering. But his father is here this week, and what a great capper it would be to what happened a couple of weeks ago if Rahm is able to win this, win it here on this Father's Day here in the States, and get a shot here at Torrey Pines.
And Rahm knew that he'd been exposed to COVID. He actually took a shot earlier in the week and then tested positive a few days after taking the shot. And had 0 symptoms. But, you know, he just took his medicine and they sent him packing. now here he is with a chance to redeem himself this week, or get redemption, not himself.
This guy has a chance. It wasn't an eagle, but it was a birdie, so he's 3 back, 5 to play. And a shot on the fairway on the right side at 14.
Just skip through that small divot. And a nice tee shot, a big clutch tee shot for Rory. Definitely still has a chance.
Up at 17.
Morikawa missed the green here, short and right. Third shot at the par 4.
Pretty clever.
Yeah, it's a good touch. But,
13th hole killed him, Gary.
Yeah, certainly did. Double bogey there. Par 5 that a lot of players are making birdie on. Go back there to 13.
And Hughes will be away here to start off with. He's in good shape with a nice tight lie here, and that is not what Oosthuizen has, Rog.
It is decidedly not. Hughes drove it in the left fairway bunker late up to this point. It's 102.
On the whole leg going straight down.
Correct. Steeply up
Should
the
be.
hill.
I mean, if anything, it took off the right, but
And downwind doesn't make your chore any easier.
No, it does not. The first bunch
playing at 100
is what they're worried
Yeah,
about
I like
here.
just for a bit more. Just because we got that room behind it. 103, 104. Perfect, Mac. I love that. Yeah, I agree. We can make a 50-footer behind it. Exactly. And it's got a chance to go in on the way. There we go, bud. 56.
Not much green to work with here on a direct line to the flag, but Mackenzie Hughes really got to take this on. That comes in a little flatter than it would because of the uphill. There's that first bounce, and that's well played. A good shot. Oosthuizen now with no room to work with. It'd be a great shot, I think, Roger, just to get this on the green.
Yeah, I think that's possible, but he's got aim well left of the hole. So not
Go,
It's got to get up, and it's going to catch that slow.
Could come down and stayed.
Run. I thought it was coming right back down the hill.
That would have gone 80 yards or so backwards. Better run.
Yeah, run up there and play that one quick.
Might be the break of the championship.
Rahm now with a chance. What a huge putt this is, Zinger.
Yes, it is. It's headed towards the ocean. It's definitely going to be faster than he thinks.
Very right to left early, then it kind of straightens out. And Zinger, it's incredible what that crimson and white U.S. Open flag does to you, doesn't it? Some guys it improves, sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
Yeah, supposed to come back to the end. But that's okay. 233-yard par 3.
Yep, that was a critical hole for him to get by, David, and you did it nicely. Solid par.
Back to 14.
Birdie attempt for DeChambeau. Trying to wheel this thing back in after playing +4 golf in the last 3 holes. He'll stay at 1 under. Back 13.
Oosthuizen now, Roger. That boy hung up there just by the skin of its teeth.
I did not think it would have the energy, David, to get up that hill, and it just made it. But now, no bargain of a putt. This is going to swing pretty good from right to left, and it's coming up a pretty steep slope. This is a slow one. Be more than satisfied to 2-putt here.
Just every shot from here on in, so packed with pressure. Can lay this up here. A 2 or 3 foot circle would be a superb effort. That's a very good putt, but
better hit another.
Just doesn't look like any turmoil inside of Louis. He has not changed his walk. Here's McIlroy at 14. Trying to put some more pressure to the top of the board. And that just comes up a tad short from getting up on that terrace.
It's a hard shot to get all the way back there. Got to be dialed in to pull it off. Substandard wedge for Rory.
Let's go over to the tee at 17.
Matthew Wolff will play first, and they're using the left of the two tees here at 17 today, so a little different angle. Penalty area all down the left-hand side, fairway bunkers down the right.
Wind.
Asking for it to move right. There is a penalty area. The wind just didn't touch this ball at all.
Well, it got by the penalty area. That's some 320 plus yards.
We got seal on here.
Gary, I think with this tee on the left-hand side, it makes it a little more difficult for Rahm to play that sweet cut he's been hitting.
Well, he's going to have to challenge that penalty area down the left. If he tries to play that shot, players are hitting the fairway less than half the time here in this final round.
Oh, this is a risky one. This is a really huge tee shot right here. Let's see if he can put it on the fairway.
This one heading right towards those fairway bunkers, Gary.
Get lucky. That's maybe short enough up the lip that he'll have a chance to reach the green. Let's take a look. It's that very short swing with the huge lead with the lower body.
That was about as anti-left as a swing as you'll ever see right there.
It wasn't going into that penalty area,
No
that's
way.
for sure. All right, back at 13.
Yeah, Mackenzie Hughes did 2-putt for par here, and that's exactly what Louis Oosthuizen is trying to do. He must make this.
Closer to 5 feet here.
Well, his final 9 holes at St. Andrews when he won the Open was a stroll in the park. This is anything but for Louis Oosthuizen. A fantastic 5 there at number 13.
What a gutsy putt.
Yep, you mentioned the St. Andrews win, David. It was a cruise compared to this. He was 27 years old. He was the 54th ranked player in the world. Not a lot of attention on him until he just started running away with things. Eagle at the 9th help. Started the final round with a 4-shot lead. And he just kept on cruising as the day went on. Birdie at the 12th.
Yep, we were there with ESPN way back in the day. He had a glove on his left hand and he had some red dot on it. It kind of was this subconscious mechanism or something for him to remember his swing thoughts, and off he went.
He says being young, he didn't know any better. He just played golf. It was a huge win. 40 majors since that 2010 Open. No wins, 5 runner-ups in majors, and even a 3rd place.
After that week, we just figured Louis would be the kind of player he has become. Maybe a few more wins here and there.
He's got top 25 finishes, Zing, in his last 6 U.S. Opens. He has been such a consistent U.S. Open type of player.
Yep. He gave us all the feeling for a while there he'd rather be at home on his farm riding around on the old tractor. But he has really dedicated himself and is just an incredible player. He's got it. This ball, that short grass if he can. Big trouble left.
Going right.
Well, it's going to be okay. That's where everybody's been walking. That's the Bryson DeChambeau strategy.
Hold still, please.
Never going left. These are hard fairways to hit coming in because the penalty is just so severe.
Louis said 4 right. Hopefully it doesn't hit anybody. Up on the green, McIlroy for birdie.
he?
Cannot afford a bogey. Not at this point. 17.
All right, Jerome, fairway bunker, right-hand side.
I like feeling like, for this pin, I feel like we're flying it pretty much to it. If it ends up down here, it's not that bad of a putt. Kind of just feel like. Straight good one, huh? Yes, sir. Yep. But fairly aggressive with the line, though. Right on it. Yeah.
Adam Hayes, 122. He's got a great lie on the upslope. The lip will not be an issue at all, Gary. And he'd much rather be here than the rough. He can control this ball. And with the hole in a low area, he's got a chance here. Gap wedge, 122.
Get it all? Yes, he did. Excellent shot. Just past Harrow High. Downhill putt, just right to the right. No problem.
Great shot.
Back to 14.
Nice made for McIlroy coming back. Okay, so 2 under, 4 holes to play for McIlroy. And again, we keep mentioning it. That par 5 18th is in the distance. So many possibilities there. And we go to 18 for Xander Schauffele for birdie. Not going to be his week at yet another major. He wanted so desperately to break through in his hometown. Playing this course since his high school days and even before that.
He was in the mix all week, really, always. Within sight of the lead.
Yep. Including coming into today, just 4 shots off the lead. In fact, he birdied the first hole. A great start. But then just not enough. Fantastic talent, though. I get the feeling that he'll be around for a lot more majors to come, and he will put a few in his pocket before his career is over. 17.
Matthew Wolff. Second shot. Can he control the distance out of that long rough? Nope. And he's going to go all the way to the back of the green. Up to 18.
Second shot for Morikawa. Who let it slip away. The double at 13 when he was 4 under. He was just 1 off the lead. Bogey 15, so now trying to salvage something here. An eagle to get himself a tie in the clubhouse with Harris English, who's been sitting on that 3 under number for a while.
Wouldn't that be something if he were to hold that putt?
All right, back at 14. What about the situation for Oosthuizen, Raj?
Well, ball's come to rest right next to a cart path now. He could hit this ball and elect to do so if he takes relief. The area that seems to be dropping the ball is pretty choppy. Boy, it'd be tough to guarantee that he'd get a good look. So looks like he wants to drop it, but I don't know ultimately if he will.
I'm more concerned about less leverage. Yeah, I'm not going to split. Where's your tee?
All right, Craig Winter, what can you add to this?
Yeah, Dan, this is Jim Duncan, and what Louis asking about is there any interference that he can't see? Could that obstruction, the cart path, be something that maybe he's going to hit when he swings? Jim has said, yeah, that's the case. He would actually hit it. You can't see it maybe through the camera, but it might just be under the grass. So Louis will take free relief here, drop within a club length of that tee that's in the ground, and he'll be playing his second shot up at the green.
Gosh, Rod, even if he gets a good lie, he really doesn't have much of an angle, does he?
Well, taking the club length left gives him a better angle, but everything's going to be dependent on this ball. It looks like he came to us in a pretty good spot.
How much more?
And he's going to have to play it left of the hole toward the center of the green. He doesn't really have a lot to go at the place.
This is such a scary shot because if he catches a flyer, the back of this green disappears. It drops off right into the cavern of the green.
Okay, Morikawa here for Eagle. Made eagle in the first round here, and he's trying to bookend it to tie English in at 3 under. This from 34 feet. And we've seen it attempted numerous times today. It breaks left to right as Morikawa lines it up. So eagle upper left. And on the bottom it's Rahm. Birdie to get it at 2 under. And over at 17.
Rahm from right at 24 feet. Big swinger to the right.
Get in!
Position. Back to 14.
Oosthuizen. You probably heard that roar.
Oh, good shot.
And that has climbed up to the edge over there on the left side.
That's a very good shot. It's not likely birdie opportunity, but he's got a chance to save par.
So Jon Rahm saunters up to the 18th tee, tied for the lead in the U.S. Open as he chases his first major. Is this going to be the shot that provides the difference in the end? Lots of energy, lots of power in his game, lots of emotion. He's fun to watch play golf. And is Spain moving closer to its first U.S. Open champion?
This is one of the easiest finishing holes in a U.S. Open you'll ever find, but not if you need to make birdie. This is a tight fairway. It's 25 yards wide.
Perfect shape for him, Zinger. Just cut it off those left bunkers and bleed it down on the upper tee today as well. Turning left, trying to cut back with the wind. Needs to keep bleeding.
It does on the left side of the fairway.
It's enormous as well. That's way down there.
I can see it.
He says I can see it. That's always good news.
Drive one about 310 yards.
He just has that big swing where he hits it as hard as he can and just lets it fly in that fade. Up ahead, Dustin Johnson for par. He was in because of it today earlier. Triple bogey at the 10th really ended his hopes. So the two-time major champion with the final round of 74. McIlroy from the thick rough at 15.
In the front right portion of the green. No chance to get on from over there in that thick, thick rough.
Back up at 14 for Louis Oosthuizen. What is he looking at, Raj?
Well, he put the ball in the only place he really could, here in that low area. Actually, he's on the very back. It's not so much lower than the area above, but he has to come up slope. It should go right. Getting the pace right here is the big key.
Yeah, and that's no easy feat. Up the hill and then kind of down. A little work left.
should be a par for Oosthuizen to stay at 500, tied with Rahm. Up on the 18th green is Morikawa, tap and birdie. For the player who won his major PGA Championship, the coast, parting part. Front around 70, Collin, who had it going. 3 birdies in the first 9 holes, out 32. Looked like he was to be a factor, but he has faded like a lot of the big stars have. Basically a 2-man show, although McIlroy is hanging in there with some holes to play at 2 under. But he's in a difficult position over at the 15th. There is that green, which is just perched out over the canyon. And Oosthuizen with a par attempt to stay tied coming up. This is Hughes first for par.
He drove right here and then came up short of the green pitch to this point. Tough to keep your concentration when you're right in it, Paul, and then you're not.
Yeah, you just feel gutted. Playing with the leader, you kind of want to stay out of his way. At the same time, you're still trying to have a great finish. So.
Let's get over to 15 for McIlroy's third.
Green to work with very good lie, sounding crisp.
McIlroy looks like he's going to save it. Stay at 2 under as he heads to the last 3 holes. Back at 14 for Oosthuizen. Just like he's almost walking on air as he cruises around here with all of this pressure. He's always had a sweet swing, but he is putting together one of his best seasons ever on the greens on the PGA Tour. #1 in strokes gained putting. When you put that combination together, you'll get a major championship for Louis Oosthuizen.
If you listen to his words, he's getting, kind of desperate. He really feels he should have more majors. He desperately wants to win this one, and we can't see it, but I guarantee you the butterflies are jumping.
He's only won once on the PGA Tour, and that was the 2010 Open Championship. It's been 11 years out here on the PGA Tour.
I think it affects him that he hasn't won on this tour. A couple of South Africans ran into him in the lobby yesterday. They just said,
Slight bit of hurt.
desperately wants to win. It bothers him. He hasn't won in the States.
That's exactly what it is. Yep, absolutely. Perfect. Does that lie? Yep.
I believe Matthew Wolff is away here at 18. And he is going to go first, Woody.
He is. He's got a bad lie. He's just going to lay it up. And I just overheard John, Ron, and Hayes talk about a perfect 4-iron. And he's got a little upslope he's hitting off, which should help him. He's got a backstop here. Normally, Zinger, I'd say you could play for some adrenaline in these situations, but with what's short, I don't think you really would. I think he's trying to fly this all the way to the hole. And if it happens to catch that slope and come back a little, great. If not,
yeah, just see the finish just fine in that gap.
I agree, Woody. You've got to get it over the water first.
Wolff first, just laying it up out of the rough of the wedge.
Nice.
Woody, I think it's safe to say this is going to be the most
quiet, please.
packed shot
Thank you.
Rob's ever hit in his life.
I agree, and he has not blinked these last 8 holes, even from the second shot on 12 on. Trying to hold on.
Just down slope. Very fast.
Got this, John. Great shot, John.
The wind took it way more than I thought.
Really tough.
You can hear him say the wind took it way more than he thought. It sounded really crisp.
Great contact.
All of his irons sound like that, pretty much.
Well, it's all about getting a speed in the right spot, and he gets it right there at impact, right at the very bottom. That was crisp, but 4 yards too far to the right, and it went to the downslope. That green runs away. He's going to have to hit a great shot to get that close.
In the meantime, the guy's tied with is on the tee at 15.
And predominantly a left to right player. Wind coming from the left.
Very quick pickup of the tee for Oosthuizen.
That's big time stuff there.
Beautiful.
He's in great shape. Tied for second at the last major at the PGA Championship last month. One of those five-time runner-up positions for him. He's tired of second place.
At 16, DeChambeau for birdie. Up the hill. He looked good for the longest time today. We'll go to 15.
Bones, what's going on?
Well, Russell Henley has 10 inches for par, and he went to finish out, put his putter down behind the golf ball a couple of inches, and the golf ball moved. Both he and Rory felt that Russell didn't do anything to cause that ball to move backwards toward his putter head. They brought an official in who didn't seem to think it was quite that cut and dry, so I'd love to hear what Mr. Winter has to say.
Correct?
Yeah, Bones. This is, you know, on new rules, there's no penalties if you happen to move your ball on the putting green by accident. That's what happened here. Basically at this point, we're looking at whether or not it was him that caused it. If it actually wasn't Russell that caused that ball to move, he'd play it from its new spot. So we just wanted to make sure he did play it from the right position if it was him or something else that caused it to move. It's been deemed that he moved it, no penalty. Let's put the ball back, and he can go ahead and play without penalty.
That's a good new rule.
All right, back to 18. John Rahm is wondering if he's walking to the last hole here to be crowned a U.S. Open champion in a little bit. Who knows? He's got a challenging third shot upcoming here on the easiest hole in this championship, and it's the easiest finishing hole in U.S. Open history, and a championship that goes back to 1895. The field has played it a combined 161 under par, so Rahm is trying to figure out to get his birdie at least out of this.
If he's on the downslope, he's got his hands full. If it's more level, then I think, Woody, he's got hope.
Yeah, Zinger, it's just on a downslope. I think if it was flat, he could go right at the hole. I kind of think he might go up to the right here and try and use this slope a little bit. It'll kill it a little bit, take some speed off it, and maybe just die here left.
That's where he's looking. He's a marvelous bunker player. You know, he can take a chance if he wants to put the flag, but he's not going to do it. Look. Wow. I don't blame him. I mean, that ball on line with the flag could have chased all the way down into the pond.
So now he's got a bit of a long shot for a birdie here, and maybe he's opened the door up for Oosthuizen behind him. Oosthuizen still has a few holes to get through here before he gets to this easiest hole, so it'll be interesting to see what this hole costs Rahm in the end.
Everything just goes down towards the water. Beautiful flop. It's as close as he intended to get it.
He's asking for it to get. He wanted a slope to bring it down there. He knows this green is all about. He made that eagle to put away his first PGA Tour event here at this tournament. So let's check in with Oosthuizen over at the 15th, Raj.
Yeah, 196 left of the hole. Again, the wind coming from the left. Lewis likes to cut it a little bit, so I think a reasonably comfortable shot from this distance for him to put it left of the hole, and if it moves right some, cannot miss right.
No, you don't want to be to the right. It's as little as a 7-iron for Louis with his strength. 6.
What's his graph? I mean, go Louis! What are we thinking of? Where are we landing? Probably 75. Okay. It's a big 7. Huh?
feeling comfortable.
You could feel.
You feeling
How far
comfortable?
did that drive come?
That's kind of good way. The drive has gone to 295.
Is it the end of the world if it ends up just being short?
I think short and left is the only place. Because once you don't go.
So I can never work at this?
Yeah. Just keep it left.
Because I mean the other one's going to pitch at least at the
I think it's. I think it's gone. Let's just feel it come back.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely not too back to us.
We'll get to that in a moment. First, we go back over to 18. Jon Rahm for birdie. How big this is. From 18 feet.
It's similar to the putt he just made at 17. He keeps his head still this time.
Pretty big one made here 13 years ago.
Absolutely.
On Sunday. That was to get into a playoff. We'll see. First of all, this goes in and what it means.
He had to give us a wide berth. Most everybody's missed this high.
Three different Spaniards have won majors. Seve Ballesteros, Jose Maria Olazabal, and Sergio Garcia, the last to do it at the Masters. And is Jon Rahm in line to join him? Biggest up and down of his career from that bunker shot. Challenging. He didn't want to take the gamble. Didn't want to play himself out of the championship. There are three generations of Rahms here. His father, Adota. And there is his little son, Kepa, with his wife, Kelly.
Congratulations.
Not Father's Day in Spain, Father's Day here. And Jon Rahm is hoping to celebrate with his father. His mother, Danielle, is also here. And again, going through all he did with COVID. And the last time he teed it up, there's no better feeling than what Jon Rahm is feeling right now. A little Kepa in his arms, his wife Kelly, hoping that he is a major champion for the first time. And while he was putting, this was Oosthuizen back at 15 from 196.
Shot. He's in between clubs. Pretty good shot. Didn't want to go long there. That would have been very difficult. Wow. Wow. 9 moment for Jon Rahm.
Hey, I believed it.
Greatest putts of his life, back to back.
A week after the birth of Kepa, Rahm tied for 5th in the Masters after shooting a 66 in the final round. He was the 54-hole leader at the Memorial. Former #1 player in the world. And Jon Rahm will start an excruciating wait after a second birdie at the last. Similar kind of energy to Torrey Pines as there was with that epic birdie 13 years ago. Rahm puts a charge into the crowd. Caddy Adam Hayes has seen that talent for years, and maybe it's finally come to full fruition here with a major. We will see. Oosthuizen is in front of the green at 15, one back. And again, he's got that easy par 5 18th to play.
Wow, incredible.
That 67 that Rahm is about to sign for matches the low round of the week. So let's go back out to 15 and pick up Louis with his third, Raj.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to putt through about 5 inches of this low cut fairway to get to the green. Then it's gonna swing to the left.
So that to stay at 5 under, one back of Rahm. And I imagine, Raj, you probably heard a little bit of that crowd noise made by Rahm just a few moments ago.
Absolutely, and there's a scoreboard just to the right of this green, so Louis knows exactly what happened.
Let's go to 16.
Where Rory McIlroy has this one, right to left or for par. Just a little firm on that line. And Rory's bid coming up a little short. We'll go back to 15.
And Mackenzie Hughes playing alongside Oosthuizen. Again, this back nine has been tough stuff just for par.
Yeah, but it's been tough on everybody except for Rahm. Tied the lowest round of the championship with those last 2 birdies. Wow. Hughes is 5 over on his round today. Pretty solid start, but he's never been in this position before, Dan. I'm sure it was a tough night's sleep.
There's Rahm, the only player in the final 6 twosomes without a bogey on the back nine. And all these majors come down to it, and it's the guy that performs with the pressure at its greatest. And Rahm has done his job, and he'll continue the way. It's going to be a little while here. This guy's on the 15th.
Missed with his iron left, pitched past the hole at this point, so this is a quick one. Disappointing, certainly. Back nine from Mackenzie Hughes.
It was a big spot for Hughes, only the 3rd Canadian to hold a share of the 54-hole lead at a major championship, the very first to do it in a U.S. Open. Let's go up to 17.
Yeah, this was just earlier. DeChambeau on the tee here at the par 4. Takes a mighty lash. And doesn't like it. For good reason. Headed left. Into the penalty area. So he dropped, played his 3rd. Short of the green to this position. So his 4th shot now. Whoa. Paul, I've seen some shots on this back nine today that I haven't seen in quite some time.
I'm with you.
Wow.
I think all the wind went out of Bryson's sails and the focus.
Back at 15.
Hughes didn't lose his turn. You see Oosthuizen's mark there for a par upcoming. Step in here. Another one of these U.S. Open pressure pack putts.
Yeah, none of these are simple at this point in the proceedings. They get your full attention. Your fingers are kind of on fire. Your heart's beating kind of fast. You just got to stay focused.
Oosthuizen has played holes 16 through 18 very well this week. 7 under in the final 3 holes this week. No drop shots either. So remember, he made that gigantic eagle last night to end his 3rd round and propelled him into his situation. So that 18th hole at Torrey Pines, going to decide it again. I just get that feeling. Rahm added to the legend of it with a clutch birdie putt to get to 6 under.
All right, we're back here at 17, and unbelievably, this is now DeChambeau's 6th shot.
It's about to go about 8 or 9 over the last 7 holes. Am I saying that right?
You're saying that right. We go back to 16.
Louis Oosthuizen will be up. 16th today, 233 yards, about as long as it can play. 16 through 18, he's played in 10, 7, 1 through 15 plus 2. So he's got a little history here. He's played these holes very well.
He made a beautiful putt here yesterday. 35-footer.
It's kind of shaky.
Well, Dave, can you ever hit it close here? It doesn't look like you can from back here.
It's a really hard shot. Roger needs a big high draw.
Really not his shot. He likes to work it a little left to right.
It's really not the time to take a chance, I don't think either, Roger. Do you? It's
no.
Total par hole. 17, 18 can be had. Get the heck out of here if you can.
Not from 233. Put it in the middle of the green if you can. Get out with 3.
There's his caddy, Colin Burns, veteran Irish caddy. He has been on Louis' bag since the start of the year. He was the caddy for the last South African to win the U.S. Open. Latif Goosen, 2004 Shinnecock.
It's really okay. Got it.
That caddy, with that experience, can be a calming influence.
Good strike, center of the green.
That's what he was looking for. That's a beautiful shot right into the center of the green. Another guaranteed 2 putt. And it's back up the hill. And well, for Mackenzie Hughes, experience is what you get when you don't get what you want.
He's got 5 iron. He likes to turn it over right to left.
Have fun, Louis, have fun!
Yeah, turns out turning right to left, a little bit left of Oosthuizen's.
Yeah, 2 fine shots there, our final group. What is happening at 17?
Well, DeChambeau's trying to make this for a 7, par 4. Nope. So that's going to be an 8. That is the highest score recorded here at the 17th this week. And Paul, he is now 8 over par on the back 9.
Didn't see that coming.
Nope, certainly didn't.
Look at him next
hole. Actually, the dead opposite. The way he was going, he went 30 some odd holes without a bogey, and it all came undone.
Well, how about the 2 putts for Rahm?
Come on, get in!
At 17 and 18.
Watch his head.
They were kind of carbon.
He never comes out
of
of
it. That left to right, that same movement. Earlier in the day, didn't you say that he's one of the best left? There's been a lot going on. It seemed like you said that, Sam.
I felt like Koepka was the best left to right driver, but I might have to change to John Rahm after seeing those 2 putts under pressure. You know, he could have left them short. He could have hit them way by. You know, a million things could have gone wrong in those putts, but he buried them both right in the center.
He's trying to survive Oosthuizen right now, who had a clutch shot into the 16th hole. But John Rahm has been trying to satisfy what everybody has thought for a long, long time. It's just a matter of time before he got to #1 in the world, which he did. And then it just seemed like it was a matter of time before this first major would come. It might not come today, but he's in a great position. Played better clutch-wise than anybody on the back nine.
Tee to green, no doubt about it. John Rahm has been the guy today. And, boy, you know, it comes down to a putt always. This is a game of strength and power now. But inevitably, it comes down to finesse. That touch that John Rahn showed there the last 2 holes can win you U.S. Opens.
Over at the 17th.
McIlroy with his second shot. Good line. Good one. Unfortunately for McIlroy, a little too late. Back to 16.
A look from across the canyon. His final pair. 2 fine shots into the 16th green. Roger, who's up?
Yeah, the early
I believe it'll be Mackenzie Hughes. Hughes Station's got it back just about hole high.
I gotta go a few feet left.
Hughes is short of that, so I think he'll be away slightly.
We'll be interested in the speed.
Well, Hughes will have to come up a pretty good slope from where he is short of the hole with. If he stays in back hole high, he's going to have a lot more side slope right to left.
It's back towards the ocean, even though it's up the hill. It's kind of normal speed, really. David, I mean, most of the guys have gotten his speed about right, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, they have. This is the easier of the 2 putts.
Out a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he just wants to get out of Boostie's way at the moment.
Yeah.
Boosties has a big swinger right to left.
Is it uphill at the end of the putt, Roger?
Maybe ever so slightly.
Yeah.
A little slope coming into the green out of the golfer's left side, just past the hole from the angle he's putted. So I think it'll kind of set down an anchor here a little bit around the hole.
Well, this one to tie John Rahm for the time being. I suspect he would take the 2 putts.
Oh yeah, Louis!
Died early. And it's died a death.
That was a nervous looking putt.
Yeah, that was tentative. You got to settle yourself down after one like that.
Yeah, that's mental right there. It's kind of been his MO that he would come up short in these big moments, but not that far short. His lag putting has been phenomenal all week, David. Boy, he's at the point of this tournament now where you can feel your pulse in your fingertips.
He's had to face it down a few of these too in his backside. These get old.
Yeah, they do. Especially when you're getting towards the end. The light at the end of the tunnel.
Just feel like he's got to have it.
Made short putts now over the last few holes. We'll take one more look at this one.
This was so pure, David.
And this is when it really counts.
Yep, he's in control of his emotions, I think, as he always is. But I think he's breathing himself right into a comfortable spot here. He needs a clutch tee shot on 17, and he'll have a chance to make a birdie. You know how 18 can play.
We mentioned His man Colin Byrne on the back of Retief Goosen for his U.S. Open championship. Retief won twice. Ernie Els, a two-time winner. Gary Player, 1965 U.S. Open champion. Those are the South Africans to win this National Open here in the U.S. And Oosthuizen trying to join a small group of players who've won the U.S. Open and the Open, trying to become just the 20th player to win both of those. And all of those players that have done that have earned the World Golf Hall of Fame. 17.
Birdie putt for McIlroy.
Except the two most who aren't eligible yet. You're looking at Rory McIlroy and Jordan Spieth. Players to win the U.S. Open and the Open. I get the feeling that those two might be Hall of Famers someday.
For sure, that's a lot. All right, let's take a look at this 17th par 4, 434 yards in length. And as I mentioned, they're using the left of the two tees today, so the angle changes dramatically. Fairway bunkers up the right-hand side have been a very popular spot. Penalty area just some 4 yards left of the fairway, down the left-hand side. Hole location seems pretty innocent, Paul. You know, kind of middle right there, but yet they've only been 9 birdies made here all day. It's hard to hit the fairway.
Slide. Slide.
Wants it to move a little right.
Oh, it's up the left. Be careful. That's in the penalty area. That is a huge mistake.
Look how much room he has to the right, all the way to the hotel.
You can go to the Mexican border.
Well, he could still salvage par.
Yeah, we'll see the tail end of it. The fairway slopes right to left. It was always going to kick left. It is down in the bushes. Wow.
Look at all the room to the right
yeah,
here.
Yeah, that's just incredible to make that mistake. So we go to 18.
And the third for DeChambeau has just come unraveled. It was a 5-under par through 10, led by 1 at the turn. And now a quadruple bogey at 17 is 9 shots back. It's just, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. A guy in the back 9 trying to make it back-to-back U.S. Open titles, and he's just imploded. Oosthuizen just seems so at ease through all of it, doesn't he? He's a farm guy, a farm boy at heart. Grew up on a farm in South Africa. Still has a 150-acre ranch there. He just recently bought a huge ranch in Ocala, Florida, which is huge horse country. He says you can't take the farm out of the boy. He's just one of those guys who'd rather be on a John Deere driving down just as much as he'd be chasing major championships. Although he says recently he's gotten a little bit of a thing in his heart that maybe I can get another one of these done. So that move to that big ranch just came recently. So Louis has been busy with that. Now he's busy trying to figure out how he's going to get out of this predicament after finding the penalty area.
Yeah, let's take another look at the swing, Paul. He likes to fade the ball, but just a little quick in the tempo. Talking to his teacher, Justin Parsons, the early part of the week, he said when he doesn't finish his backswing, doesn't get loaded up properly, he'll hit it left, and that's exactly what happened there. Now there's the ball, so in theory he might be able to get down in there and hack it out, at least get it out sideways back to the fairway. We'll see.
Well, where it crossed on that red line looks pretty dry.
That's true too.
No grass. So he's going to have a chance to save par here, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, what can be going through your mind right now as you're walking down there thinking, I had all that room to the right. And he said he's a scoreboard watcher, so I'm sure he knows exactly where he stands.
Yeah. Well, you know, he just really did want to try to put it on the fairway. A lot of the field have purposely just blown it to the right here at 17.
Rahm is in that area behind closed doors. as we send you down for the situation with Louis.
Where did that go in?
Well, he's got a branch
I'm going to give you a right.
immediately in front of his ball. I mean, I think he could take a swing at it, but I don't think this branch will let him do anything to play it out. So I think he's going to have to take a drop.
Yeah, so he is definitely going to take a penalty drop. And the ball, as you said, he's going to be dropping into an area very dry and should be able to come up with a very good lie.
Well, he needs to make the par of his life, really. He needs to make the all-time U.S. Open pars. We've been referring to it all week. It's going to be a tall order.
Well, his wedge play has been less than ideal this week. I know he's playing extremely well in the left hospitality area.
Tiger still does obviously wear red and black, and that has been the Sunday uniform for Rahm. Scarlet red and the gray pants.
He used to play first.
That's from 130.
Very nicely done.
That's what Louis needs to do.
Yeah, I mentioned Paul earlier in this event. His wedge play was not stellar. And his instructor, Justin Parsons, saying he's tending to force the swings, trying to hit him too hard. Let's see if he can dial one in here.
Think of the lie, just normal. Might jump a little bit too far. Downwind now. Agrees with you, yeah. Like a few meters worth. What do we want to go? 119? We probably want to pitch at 121. Yeah, not more than that. You okay with that one? Yeah. Okay. I don't think it's a massive one. Just okay. Okay. Right. You okay?
I want to say it's 131.
I mean, it's got to be some little help there. Yeah, there's a few yards, a few meters of help. Okay.
When he measured away from the penalty area where he last crossed the margin, he went backwards. So 131. Awesome line.
It's a bounce forward and stay there. It does. So he's got a chance.
He's got a very good chance. Well, this will be the biggest par in his career. If he can pull this off, Gary.
Well, we've seen him make a number of good putts this week. Sticking to his routine, which is a little unusual. How he kind of sets in there with one hand on the putter and then raises the hands up and down a couple of times, takes one look and then goes. We'll see if he can stick to that on this crucial par putt coming up.
Well, for those of you looking to watch the United States Olympic swimming trials, you can catch them now on CNBC. As Jon Rahm continues to wait it out, he's kind of nervous, has a lot of nervous energy anyway. He's just walking around, seeing if he's going to be the U.S. Open champion. This is DeChambeau at 18 coming down for birdie. It's a good looking putt right there.
Hard to know what happened to Bryson there. I think a couple inaccurate shots, and then the wind just went out of his sails.
Back at 17.
Stazen getting ready. Not taking a tremendous amount of time. Roger never does.
No, he plays at a pretty good clip, and you wouldn't know from looking at him at the outside that the stress he's feeling on the inside. But I promise you, it's there.
Well, there's some nervous energy there. As Rahm continues the longest wait of his life. How many of these can you make? I mean, he's put himself on this edge so many times already today.
Just get the speed right, Gary. He leaves them short. He misses right occasionally. But he has been good this week.
This putt has been missed to the right. Players have looked for it to break left more than it does. I think he hit a good putt, Roger. I think he hit it where he was looking. Just misread. Yep, misread. Well, disappointing boat. Oosthuizen.
Gonna have to eagle the last, Gary. That
have to
is
make
what
a three.
It's come down to.
Yep.
And the easiest hole in the course. There have been 13 eagles this week at 18, but just one today. But it's doable.
It is doable. Rahm hit only a 4-iron, and Louis is about as long off the tee as Rahm. He could hit a good drive in as little as a 4 or 5-iron as well there at 18.
Hughes trying to ease some of the pain. Tough day for him. 6 over par as he heads to the 72nd hole.
When you talk about getting it done yesterday, well, Louis Oosthuizen made a bomb at the last hole. It was the only eagle of the day in the 3rd round Saturday. Can he do it again and force a playoff in the U.S. Open? And just a reminder, if there is a playoff, it would be a 2-hole aggregate of playoff holes at 7 and 18. It's been a long time since he's made an eagle.
Sorry,
72nd hole.
Correct.
Left green side?
Left green side, yes. Just crossing off our left.
Okay, up at 18, DeChambeau for par.
Worst 9 holes of his professional career there.
Didn't see that coming, especially after he led this championship at the turn 44 comes home. Here we go on the tee at 18, Mackenzie Hughes.
Yeah, said a very classy thing to me in the middle of the last fairway. He said, I wish I could have given this tee shot to Louis. Hope he gives him a good one to look at here. Starts up to right. And it's going to need a kick, I think, to the left.
He didn't get it. Likely to
Landed
be a layup from
fairway,
there.
kicked the first cut, and then it's.
Maybe Louis can stripe one. He's hit this driver well, really all day, Roger, except for that last tee shot.
Got to get it in the fairway. Got to get it on the green coming up, but one shot at a time. Has to make the eagle like he did yesterday.
And it's going left.
I'd hate to have to go for the green from that lie,
but
I think he's going to have to try.
No U.S. Open champion has ever eagled the 72nd hole. There's McIlroy ahead from 101.
Let's go,
And there's John Rahm. Could be just a few moments away from being Spain's first U.S. Open champion, his first major. Birdie finish for Rahm. Only 3 U.S. Open champions have ever finished birdie on the 71st and 72nd holes. Ben Hogan did it at Oakmont in 1953. Jack Nicklaus at Baltusrol in 1980, Tom Watson at Pebble Beach in 82, and that was 39 years ago today. And Jon Rahm just may have gone birdie to win his U.S. Open title. Just one more guy to dodge, and that's Oosthuizen. We put it in the rough behind him. He has been in non-stop motion ever since he made that final birdie.
Yeah, he's got ants in his pants. It's hard to sit still.
Well, how about Russell Henley, who was on top of the leaderboard for 3 days in a row, slept on the lead, and again had never had a top 10 in a major. And he was never really in it today. He did birdie the third to bounce back after an opening bogey to stay right there, but 3 bogeys at 6, 7, and 8 kind of diminished his hopes, and he's been +1 on the back.
Well, it was going to be a tall order for Henley anyway. This is a huge golf course. He's not a giant hitter. He hits his irons really well, but the pressure is enormous when you get in the last group of these tournaments, second to last group. You get a chance to win a major, and it's nothing like you've ever felt before. You just have to experience it maybe a time or two before you can get used to it.
He's in the top 10 right now, but he needs to make that putt coming back to stay there to get his first top 10 in a major.
I know where
What about this live? Roger for Louis. What kind of chance does he have to get it there?
Well, I think he can get the club on the back of the ball. He's got 227 to the hole. Controlling it is another matter.
It's going to be a tough shot, but if I get it right and I can run it up this sort of to that bunker, I'm going to get a 7 wood on it.
You're going to get through this?
Yeah. I'm going to probably pitch it around 190, I would say. So that's what I'm saying. I've got to go right, but I mean, if it pitches 190, it's going to run left if it has it. Yeah.
Okay, up ahead, McIlroy was a part of this unbelievable group. Big-time superstars that all had a chance to win this U.S. Open. And this 7-year major wait will continue for McIlroy. Double bogey at 12 really was a final nail. It diminished his hopes of birdie 13 to kind of give himself a glimmer, but just wasn't able to put anything together in the final 5 holes. And so Rahm, just in case, over on the practice tee, staying loose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I liked it.
Phil Mickelson, you know, he was the guy that predicted that Jon Rahm would be #1 in the world someday. In fact, he had a bet with another PGA Tour member, I believe.
I know who it is. I won't mention any names, but look, Cole Philly's going to win that bet if he hasn't already.
There's John's wife, Kelly.
What a great final round. Yeah.
And back at 18, Henley for par.
That's so costly, he's not even going to believe it.
It takes him out of the top 10.
He just dropped another 8 spots down the board with that miss. And a time for 7th.
So let's get a lower sort of number, so 226.
Yeah, Mackenzie Hughes is going to go first while Louis is trying to figure this out. And he's some 20 yards closer. He's 227. I misspoke earlier. Louis is 247. Just a layup out of this bunker. And kind of chunked it. It's going to be in the fairway, but it's okay.
No way it's going to jump in water.
For the water?
180. But it runs into it. You know, the far numbers.
I want to go for it. I can't get it.
I mean, if I thought there was any chance, I'd say go for it. I think you hit a great shot. That's not going to work out. You know, I'm not being good here. Take your time now, play the shot. Yeah, still gonna play the shot. Okay?
It's a sickening feeling, Rod. You can't go for it, and he doesn't want to just, you know,
He was talking
do something
earlier about
stupid.
going up the right side and trying to chase it, have it run right to left and chase it up. Wow, that's next to no chance. Just
He's got it now, but he's got a chance. He has to hold that. And if he did something stupid there, it would have been over.
You think that was his best chance at an eagle?
I do.
Just did?
I do. I really trust that he had nothing there. It just wasn't worth the risk. I feel like, I mean, he had no chance. That's an old school thinker, that John Rahm. You know, he doesn't come around out here on his tour with a big entourage like some of these guys. They got their full swing coach, their short game coach, their trainers, their chef, their sports psychologist. Not John Rahm.
That's what it's all about.
Phil and John's wife Kelly giving him their space. Once again, for those of you looking to watch the U.S. Olympic swimming trials, you can switch over to CNBC and catch the action from Omaha. Special place, the city of San Diego, from Rahm. He's talked about how he loves it, opposed to his wife Kelly, on the hiking trails just north of here, near the North Course, their favorite city. They live in Scottsdale, and of course born in Spain, and again has his family here after a rough bout with COVID, and they were separated from everybody for a while. But how sweet this could be.
Just driving range, that's what I like. Exactly. A little left to right is correct again. I would say we want this coming down a yard right of it. Up to it, right back in, baby. Here we go.
Tee shot. Houstie's tee shot on 17 out of my head, guys. I just can't believe he missed it left there.
Seems to use now 116.
So it's come down to one shot to decide the U.S. Open at Torrey Pines. A must hold out by Oosthuizen to force a playoff.
He laid up to 69 yards. And that just seems really handcuffy to me, with the hole cut on just 6 paces in this front right.
I agree, Rod. It's a kind of wedge shot. You could have 2 chances coming and going, right?
Yeah.
Get it there, maybe hole it on the way or spin it back in, but from 69 yards, it's not going to back up.
69-6.
Only 4 of the last 27 U.S. Open champions have birdied the 72nd hole. No U.S. Open champion again has ever eagled it.
The hole, so they didn't get it to spin. Not going to come enough.
And Spain has its first U.S. Open champion, John Rahm.
You have no idea what this means right now. You're Wilson now. First
¡Así se celebra, tío!
Go ahead, little guy. Just make your head.
You want to go, John?
Not enough for the interview.
Little cup. Here when Dad got it done. Let's send you down to Steve Sands.
Dan, thank you. With the first ever Spanish champion of the United States Open, Jon Rahm, you're so emotional. You have your wife, your baby here. It's your first ever Father's Day. How are you able to harness all of that energy and finish so strong to win your first ever major championship?
You know, I think I said it yesterday in an interview. I'm a big believer in karma. And after what happened a couple weeks ago, I stayed really positive, knowing big things were coming. I didn't know what was going to be, but I knew we're coming to a special place. I know I got my breakthrough win here, and it's a very special place for my family. And the fact that my parents were able to come, I got out of COVID protocol early. I just felt like the stars were aligning, and I knew my best golf was to come. And I have a hard time explaining what just happened because I can't even believe I made the last 2 putts, and I'm the first Spanish ever to win a U.S. Open. This was definitely for Seve. I know he tried a lot, and you know, usually we think a lot about him in the Masters, but I know he wanted to win this one most of all, and I just don't know how to explain it.
You talk about this being a special place. You won your first ever PGA Tour event here. You asked your now wife, Kelly, to marry you here on the cliffs at Torrey Pines, and now you've won a U.S. Open here. What does this property mean to you?
I've said it once, I've said it a million times, and I'm going to say it once again. It reminds me a lot to back home. It's not exactly the same, but the coastline, the weather, the temperature, this is basically a good summer day where I grew up. And those pointed greens is something I know and I understand and I grew up on. And I think it's something that really just resonates with me. I'm really confident in it. And like we just said, everything that's happened here, I don't know why, but every time we come here, we're just happy. As soon as we land in San Diego, it's like, all right, we're in our spot. And, you know, it's, again, once again, we were in our spot, and I was able to come on top.
Congratulations. We'll see you out on the 18th green with the trophy ceremony. Jon Rahm is a winner, Dan. Impressive.
He was 12 years old, and at the time said he was too young to appreciate when he met Seve Ballesteros.
So impressive.
Seve passing away 10 years ago last month of cancer, and Jon Rahm got it done for him and the rest of Spain. Oosthuizen for birdie. Oh, just one short. Louis Oosthuizen proved that he does have indeed something a lot left at the age of 38, maybe more majors in his sights, but that is the 6th runner-up finish in a major now. Only 2 active players have more. The guy that was sitting on a chair over by the range watching Jon Rahm, Phil Mickelson, who's got 11 runner-ups in majors, and Tiger 7 times a runner-up. Louis already completed the career Grand Slam of seconds in majors, so he'll take his chances at the championship that he won coming up at Royal St. George's next month. Mackenzie Hughes, huge week for him. Went to a place in a major he hasn't even come close to. Disappointing 77, but Mackenzie Hughes probably proved to himself that he belongs with these big guys at the top. Didn't get it done today. So Canada will wait for its first U.S. Open champion. Mike Davis there, Stu Francis of the USGA. Both Arizona State Sun Devils. Only the 2nd Arizona State men's golfer to win a major. So maybe Phil didn't complete the Grand Slam of his career, but Rahm can complete a major Grand Slam for ASU, that's for sure. Combined, his Sun Devils that U.S. Open trophy. Speaking of the trophy, the presentation is coming up from Torrey Pines in the 121st edition. Presented to Jon Rahm.
What a day he had.
Birdie finish. Jon Rahm, U.S. Open champion from Torrey Pines. Happy Father's Day indeed. We said that there was 3 generations of Rahms. That is his father, Edorta, his mom, Aniel, all celebrating Rahm's U.S. Open title. This is dreamlike stuff for this guy. Family together after the COVID bout. Time to celebrate. Dad was the guy that turned everybody on to the game of golf, as a reminder that coming up next is the U.S. Olympic swimming team trials. He took him to that Ryder Cup in Valderrama in '97. Barely got hooked on it. Everybody started taking lessons, and here he is, a U.S. Open champion. All right, so the trials coming up next from Omaha. And we'll remind you next week on tour, it's the Travelers Championship and the PGA Tour. PGA Tour champions at the Bridgestone Senior Players. That's a major. Corn Ferry Tour in Maine. European Tour at the BMW International. And women have a major. The KPMG Women's PGA Championship from Atlanta. That's all coming your way next on a busy week on tour. Let's go down to Steve Sands.
Dan, thank you very much. Wow, what a drama-filled 18th hole Torrey Pines has provided over the years. Tiger Woods in 2008, and now Jon Rahm here, right here on the 18th green to win for the very first time for his country of Spain here at the U.S. Open. And with that, we welcome in the CEO of the USGA, Mike Davis. Mike, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
They're not on.
Can you hear that?
You know, they're not on.
What a memorable conclusion to the 121st playing of the United States Open Championship. Let me first start by thanking Torrey Pines in the city of San Diego. Torrey Pines once again proved to be a great championship venue. And to the Torrey Pines ground staff, you provided a superb test of golf. Really well done. There have been 120 previous editions of the U.S. Open and 88 different champions. Today, another competitor solidifies his place in history alongside those names etched in the trophy. To recognize this great community, our host and our fans, and to celebrate our champion, please join me and look to the skies above Torrey Pines as we experience a salute and service in the form of a flyover by 2 F-18s from Strike Fighter Squadron 22.
Mike, we promise they are on their way. They are coming from the south, up the coast. And they will certainly make their presence felt here shortly at Torrey Pines. We will see the flyover momentarily, but right now let's recognize the president of the USGA, Stu Francis, to hand the trophy to Jon Rahm.
Thank you, Mike. Before we present the awards, let us all take a moment to thank Mike Davis. Mike has spent 31 years with the USGA while spending the last 10 as the executive director and then CEO. As many of you know, he will be stepping down in the coming days. Amongst his many accomplishments, his greatest is that he leaves the USGA and the game in a better place than when he first started. And for that, we are all incredibly grateful. Mike, while this may be your last U.S. Open as part of the USGA, your impact on the organization this championship and on the game of golf will last for generations to come. Thank you.
Hey, here come the Jets now. Now here's the flyover.
It is my honor to welcome the champion of the 121st United States Open. With a score of 278, the Jack Nicklaus Gold Medal for the winner of the 121st U.S. Open goes to Jon Rahm of Spain. We are also thrilled to present the historic U.S. Open trophy given each year to the U.S. Open champion. Mike, you may present the trophy.
John, we just chatted for a couple of minutes a little bit earlier here on NBC. All the volatility on the back nine here at Torrey Pines, so difficult to win a U.S. Open. How are you able to survive and then thrive in the end?
It's hard to explain. You hear about many people saying all you need to do is just hang on and let others make mistakes, and that simply just wasn't happening. And after I missed those two short putts on 13 and 14, I told Adam, 2 4s and 2 3s wins the tournament. Let's go get it. And it's incredible that I finished the way I did. I mean, making another putt on this green when I got my first win, it's hard to describe, but staying in the present and, just being aware of what you have to do. And sometimes you have to attack a golf course. I've done it here before, and those memories always help.
Take us back to Saturday night at the Memorial. You had a 6-shot lead. Looked like you're on your way to winning again on the PGA Tour. What have the last few weeks been like for you?
This is the power of positive thinking. I was never resentful for any second for what happened, and I don't blame anybody. It's been a difficult year, and unfortunately COVID is a reality in this world, and it's affected a lot of people. And I got out of what happened the best possible hand, because nobody in my family got sick. I barely got any symptoms, but now I have to mention we have lost a lot of people back home. We have lost some friends. And this one is to a friend of mine who was a journalist who had just started getting into golf, and he was basically following me around the world of golf. And when he started, he had no idea what golf was. And he passed away a few months ago from COVID. It was very quick. From the time he got it, he went to the ICU and passed away. And like him, there's many people in this world. So I know what happened a couple of weeks ago. Some people might say it was unfair, but it was what had to be done. And we still have to be aware of what's going on in this world, and take care of yourself and everybody around you so we can get over this as quick as possible.
This is your first ever Father's Day. You have your child here, your wife Kelly here, and your parents are here. Your father is here to watch you win, become the first Spaniard to ever capture a U.S. Open. How powerful is it to have this victory on this day with everybody you love surrounding you?
Is the exact reason why I won. It had to happen in a beautiful setting like this. Nothing in my life has come easy, and definitely managing the emotions of knowing what could have been done today wasn't the easiest either, but I used it to my advantage in the last few holes. And even though Father's Day in Spain is in a different day, I'm forcing him to celebrate it today, and man, we're going to have fun, because there's 3 generations of Rahms in this green right now. One of them doesn't really know what's going on, but I am glad he's going to get to see it in the future and enjoy it.
Congratulations, John.
Thank you very much.
Dan, let's go back up to you.
Could there be a better Rahm family reunion than with a U.S. Open trophy at Torrey Pines? Rahm wins by 1. Louis Birdie's the last, just came up short for his second major. Harris English in there in solo third. Congratulations to him. Just 3 back. Catch up on anything you missed with Live from the U.S. Open coming your way next on Golf Channel. Then join us next when our crew gets together for the 149th Open Championship. Royal St. George's the site. Coverage beginning July 15th. Coming up next on NBC, it's the U.S. Olympic Trials for our entire team. Our NBC crew, Dan Hicks saying so long from Torrey Pines. Jon Rahm is a major champion. Spain's first U.S. Open win.